Ja, ne bileyim. Şahane bir tempor. Questo era un tanto unido. No, dobbiamo essere. Per una zapomniane bite. Fai questo con il...
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is a sound check. We're testing the English stream from Year Clear Days 2025 in its 15th year. And we are just about to start day 2 of our conference. Thank you.
Naše snímy zkrát, ale snímy zatím opravdu. No, jo, je to tak. Když jsme tak, že jo. Tak jako... Ale je to tak zvládat, jenom. I třeba mám tam smlouvu a nějak mám počet větší. Když mám ty nějaké přestal komunikovat, ale to je vážné. Nikdo nevěděl, ale Bylo tak na vybranou stránku. To je to. To je jako... Hi.
front, right, front, left.
Raz, dva, tři, čtyři, pět. Raz, dva, tři, čtyři, pět, šest, sedm, osm. Raz, dva, tři, čtyři, pět. Raz, dva, tři, čtyři, pět.
Front, left. Front, right.
Ano.
Front, right, front, left.
To jsem to dostal na místo tady vedle. Schovaný. Jo. To je jivo. Tady. No. Jo? Dobrá nápověď.
Přesně jo, no to ale nechci teda.
To bylo. Nevidím na tom se. Jo, máš. Jsem tam.
Úplně jeden slab. Jeden slab.
Já mám taky trapný, tak ty rychlíčky, tak víte tak. To je úplně. Tak jsme trapný. Flaškou nebo přes e-mail?
Rozbíj přesně.
Jo, tak já pak napíšu e-mail. Nebo...
Jo.
My jsme právě měli na flaškový.
To je tady napevno.
To je tady na
Jo.
první. Se jako teda.
A jako ponížení nějak standardně to stojí, takže aby aspoň.
To je takový.
To mám nebo kamerovat. Díky, ne? Jo, ty to tam je. To udělat. Okamžitě. Jo, to jsem tam.
Jo, že přesně. Děláme to. Myslím, že ještě ovládat, to tady říct.
Jo, to
To je větší tady, někdo. No. To je nejlepší.
To vypadá ten stejný ještě. Odstřelit ten internet. To už umíme. Trošku počkat. Oni testují to display.
10 vteřin. Raz, dva, tři, čtyři, pět.
Jo.
Já bych ještě ukusím. No, možná jsem na něm ostal.
Jo, já se to můžu hlavně jenom do těch prostředních pozic.
Je to červený.
A je to
Takový jako rychlý to pustit.
Ano. Netrvá to 5 vteřin.
nebo to, jestli je to na ty repliky, anebo jestli ty baterie 10. No. Bude mikrofon jenom díl. Ale dojde mi nějaký.
Jo.
Co teď mluvím? Jo.
Halo. Wait.
Tam bude zastěné vše. Na to.
Ano, já mám tady papír někde a proslo. Aha, jo. Vole, co si.
Dobré ráno.
Jak se to je? No.
No, ale a tedy? Vešli?
Takže tam přišla i ta příloha.
Jo.
No asi jo, vlastně se bojí. Co všechno dělal za projekt,
Já myslím, že... Jinak jenom, že tam je prodleva. Honza?
Hallo, hallo.
Honza? Mám si trénovat i vzdálenost od mikrofonu?
Cože?
Mám si natrénovat vzdálenost od mikrofonu? 15, 10, 20. Ještě takhle? 15? Je to dobrý? Zkus něco. Vítáme vás na jaderných dnech v roce 2025. Já mám do toho křičet, jo? Víc na hlas.
Ne, normálně, tak jak mluvíš. Akorát. Prostě. Tak.
Dobře. Viděli jste někdy graf závislosti škodlivosti vzdálenosti od mikrofonu na škodlivosti? Aha, závislost škodlivosti na vzdálenosti od mikrofonu. Je to krásný graf. A tady to jsou zakázaná písmena, která nesmím vyslovit během celé sekce, jo? PBS je tady napsáno.
Jo, že bys... Já nevím.
Skill, no.
Některý ty tóny to umí.
Proto to má prostřední pozici, to je jenom jako mute. Teče.
Jak to nemám říkat?
Ne, to je jenom to.
Jo, takže mám mluvit takhle a je to v pohodě? Takhle je to v pohodě, jo? To, jsem profesionál prostě. Přišla jsem a je to.
안녕하세요. Jako jestli se má člověk pak nějak bylo tím dobrý vědět. Nebo si to odehřu.
Dobré ráno, přijela jsem za váma z Brna.
Tohle je Slovensko. To se... Brna. Vadí překladatelům, pokud praská mikrofon, no to se nedivím, to bych taky asi vyskočil ze židla.
A to si mám jako dělat.
PB v korejštině je jeden znak. Busan.
Nebo to je úplně prvního člověka, co se podal do kusy. Proč to vidět?
Já.
Vzduch jde. Já jsem nenahnal.
Chtěl jsem zase nahrávání, že na tom
Jo.
Kdyby to se
Jo. Už víte pachatele?
Jo.
Někdo se přiznal.
No, musíš se domluvat. Teďka to jedeme. Ale co se jdeme na tak já. A ještě nás chceme do vylesa. Nás mě nedostane. Ale nechcete to opravdu? Tam dávím ten papír. Ne, že no, že by to byla, a to je další věc, že by byla žena fakt, že by byla. Ne, počkej. No,
Máme zase a tam je právě podle toho pořadí v tom programu to jede.
Já jsem tady už dělal, to je to tady.
Jsi ty černý a máš
Děkuji. A já jsem byl posílit genderovou vyváženost. Hello.
To je radost pohodě. Vadí?
ta představa, že mám brýle.
Na ten úvod jsme chodit sem.
A jak to na to? Nemusíte. Tak musíte sedět. Dávat. Ale jestli si chcete stoupat, chodit. Ne. Ale to je časový.
Jako jsou ty 2 hodiny? Máme 2 hodiny. Ale Madák nedostane má doplnice.
Tak nevím, co mám vidět, ale asi nějaká specifiky, jo.
Jdeme teda chodit.
Ne. Nemá, nevadí, že ne, dáme,
Nebo jaký ho neším.
máš tam fotku, ale nebo tu platí.
To je na webu.
A tam já to taky udělala.
Tady, od západu. Korea nevychodí. To tady ode mě.
Někam
Tak dobrý den, dámy a pánové. Vítám vás na
Good
druhé
morning,
dnu
ladies and gentlemen.
konference jaderných dnů.
Welcome
Dneska zahajujeme
to the second day of our conference, Nuclear Days 2025. And of course, we're all fresh to yesterday's social evening, and we're starting with a roundtable discussion about young people, young generation in nuclear energy. And Jana Jiřičková will be moderating our discussion. So thank you for giving me the floor, and welcome everybody. Welcome amongst the young generation. Well, the young generation here in the auditorium. Otherwise, I guess we all feel like small children inside, and we have our dreams that we want to have fulfilled. And at the table, you can see a selection of young people that are gradually fulfilling their dreams, but they still have a lot in front of them, a long life in front of them. So this panel discussion will not be highly technical, as we were talking a lot about human resources and people needed for the new projects, new units at the existing power stations, SMRs. And Mr. Popovich in the first panel also talked about the need for human resources. And so it's a topic that we've been talking about for many years already. And at our universities, we can see that the numbers of students are not really large. So we thought we would open a discussion on that and try to identify where the problem is. So what happened, how it was in the past, how it is now, and what we should do in the future, and what options we have in the global context, whether we have sufficient mobility and other programs for students, whether these programs are sufficiently motivational for the students. But also let's talk about the link to industry and whether industry is ready to take on the young generation and communicate with them, especially with the youngest generation that is entering the labor market, Gen Z, people up to 25 years of age. and whether we can talk to them make the science and industry attractive for them. So I'll give the floor now to my colleagues, and they are really my colleagues because these are people from the universities, postgraduate students, pedagogues. We have a representative of the ministry, but we also have Jana Kalivodova from NN, Vice President of the Ministry of Industry and Trade, but we also have the Czech Technical University in Prague, Technical University in Brno, and other institutes. We also have people from the area of international cooperation, Mr. Hruškovič, who graduated from the Technical University in Brno, for example. So I hope I haven't forgotten anybody. Let me first give the floor to David Mašata from my faculty, from this university. So introduce yourself and tell us about yourself. Good morning. My name is David Mašata. So I'm from the University of West Bohemia, from the Electrical Engineering faculty, and I've been a member of the organizing committee of the Nuclear Days for a long time. I tried to avoid my participation in this panel discussion, but nobody listened to me, so I'm sitting here anyways. I also was trying to avoid this introductory slide that you can see. And then yesterday I came home, well, actually 2 o'clock in the morning, and I looked at the agenda. I discovered that I have to be here at 9 o'clock in the morning. That was a surprise, the first surprise. And the second surprise was that I saw my name being the first one on the list. So I was kind of scared that I'll be the first speaker speaking in the very morning. So yesterday, we had a chance to see and listen to the top of the Czech nuclear world. And we all around the table hope that we'll reach that level at some point, but we still haven't had all that time that they had to get where they are. So these presentations should rather be about us, not about our achievements, because we haven't achieved as much as those yesterday. So let me just tell you how it happened that I am studying nuclear energy. So this is a village that is close to Temelin, nuclear power plant. And at the end of the 90s, I used to spend my summer vacations there at my aunt's cottage. And I really didn't know what they were doing in Temelin back then, that they're running the hot test or cool test and so forth. But it actually made some impression on me, apparently, that stayed with me for 15 years at least. So when I graduated from my secondary school, I thought about two things to study at the university, a teaching school and electrical engineering school. And everybody told me that it will be better to study electrical engineering because if I graduate from such a university, it will be easier to be a teacher if I want to, rather than vice versa. So I decided to study this school. I started a bachelor's degree, and then once I graduated and got a bachelor's degree, I started studying a master's program. And the moderator told me not to say this. She banned me from saying that, but actually I will say it. I hope she will not switch me off. At this event, you heard a presentation of all fields of study that you can study at this university and at this faculty. And the last one speaking was Jana. And she spoke like in 5 sentences. It seemed to me that she didn't prepare it at all, but within 5 sentences, she explained to all the students that they can also study nuclear sciences. And I remember looking at myself, looking at her and my friend, and we just thought with my friend, well, okay, so let's start studying nuclear sciences. So that's what happened. And that's how I started studying this back in 2016. So I graduated from this school. When I was writing my thesis, I met Professor Škoda, who helped me. He's also helping me with my postgraduate studies. I hope I will successfully complete that as well. of course, I shouldn't be saying this, because the world of academics is a clear choice for me. I spent the best years of my life here in the academic world, and the work that I do is very specific, but it's most interesting for me as far as what I've experienced in the past. And again, the comparison between an electrician and a teacher. And I think that if you're a well-educated electrician, you can also be a good manager and organizer, and you can be active in many fields of activities. And of course, that's what I like. That's what I want to do. But also the teaching activities, that's also a part of the activities that I do and I will be doing. Okay, so that was about myself. It's interesting and strange to talk about myself. It's much easier to talk about Deplaper, for example, to just give you the facts and the data. But I hope that you found my introduction interesting. There are many interesting programs, new nuclear programs, the nuclear studies and the international dimension. But I'm sure that we will get to all of this during our discussion. So I guess I'll stop now. Thank you.
And next speaker will be Jana Kalivodová from the Ministry of Industry and Trade and the Vice President of NM. Thank you, and thank you for the introduction, Jana. Good morning, everyone. Motivation. When I work at the ministry, and I will work at the ministry one day, that was my motivating, my motto, but that's not actually how straightforward it was for me. There were a couple of milestones on my journey towards nuclear energy engineering. But I think they might have something in common with how we generally think about how we should motivate young people to study technical sciences and, among them, nuclear engineering. In my case, the starting point was a love for nature and a genuine interest to learn how things work. We had an enthusiastic teacher of chemistry and biology. Later, my great motivator was at secondary school. And then my university, we had to pass all the exams for the first semester in order to get to the second semester. And then we were looking forward to the laboratories and all the experiential stuff. And so we had to pass exams, including mathematics. Another motivating factor in my case was a love for traveling. There used to be another program that is now called Erasmus in the EU, called student exchange program, and it's a great opportunity for young people, for young students, to find out about other countries and see how students from the other country go about their life. And also in France, they have a 3-month mandatory exchange program, as far as I know, which allows them to travel abroad for 3 months as part of their nuclear engineering study. I think it's important to pick the right discipline. Some people love basic research, other people love applied research, other people like the legislative framework of it, etc., etc. I personally was particularly interested in the technical side of things, so I went into it and I found out that through corrosion control measures you can improve the lifespan of the facilities and the technical equipment and thereby make the world a better place. We went to the Netherlands and my Curie Fellowship allowed us to work as young researchers, and we were sharing experience, and we were working on research topics, and we were working on this as part of the Marie Curie exchange program and fellowship. Then biomass developments in Italy, Greece, the Netherlands, at various power plants. I think what made it important for me was the daily routine, getting your hands dirty, literally getting dusted by flying ashes and all sorts of things. But what was important, to get to learn that you get up and do the job, you work on an everyday basis, and you get the experience. Someone mentioned yesterday that it's important that young people are willing and enthusiastic about that, and willing to work in a standardized way. Because you will be trained, you will need to be trained and onboarded at any rate, wherever you go, wherever you work. But it's important to have the basics. To have the custom of getting up and doing the work. And I was able to meet people from various countries and see how the work culture works and operates in various places. Also, safety at work, etc., etc. These standards are also extremely important. So for myself, the experience at work of various places across several countries really was quite significant. And it also made me realize that I love my country. I love France, where I live. It's a beautiful city. This is where I live. And one day I thought, okay, biomass is a bit dirty. I've had enough of this dusty type of operation. So I want something cleaner. I was thinking about clean sort of energy, so I went nuclear. And I went to various places, one of them being the Institute of Nuclear Research at ZECH. And I was doing the research to support the team who was developing the new generation 4 fuel cells. And that's something that I really felt was worthwhile, and something that will really push this field forward. You have a closed fuel cycle. You can use the heat for chemical applications to manufacture, to produce hydrogen, for instance. All in all, this was a major leap forward for me, and this is how I got to nuclear engineering. On a slightly different note, it was important that I was meeting people from whom I could learn, and there was a lot to learn. So the research culture and training culture, learning culture is extremely important. It's not just, using all sorts of simulators and technical loops, but also in the Czech Republic, the research reactor for material testing, but also for training a young generation of experts and new operators, also from other countries. And since we're not an island, we can create something like ENEM, E-N-E-M, if you connect up and link your world up with other ones. So this allows students to travel, to join exchange programs, to learn abroad. And ENEM also is an organization that has its own database of various courses, training courses across Europe. And we're keen to extend them and expand them even more, so that you can pick stuff, very specialist stuff, such as thermodynamics to be studied in Poland, or the fuel cycle somewhere else. So you will find on this link, nuclear education.eu. A lot of important information, useful information, one of them about NN and its database of learning programs. And there is a program called INI2 Plus, which is something that allows individuals as well as groups to apply for and get some funding. Okay, we'll get to that later, and we might emphasize that later. Do you have some more information about it? I hope, ladies and gentlemen, you are really appreciating this great start to our second day. People really opening up and talking about how they got to nuclear engineering, opening their souls, in fact. And we'll get to the idea of how to motivate other people and young students to study this field. Jana, would you like to add anything else, or would you like to just finish your presentation? I think that was it. Thank you very much. Brilliant. Thank you. And we certainly shall get back to NN, which is an organization that does a great service for all of us researchers. And we also used the great support of Senan, because we were able, thanks to Senan, we were able to get interesting foreign posters and be able to sort of prove this international cooperation. Ondra Novak from this organization, you have the floor.
Well, thank you and good morning to everybody. I'm not an experienced scientist yet. And I thought what to show during my introduction. And this is a little bit of autistic slide, but I hope you'll enjoy it. When I was at a secondary school, I was thinking about what to study next, and I just irrationally enjoyed nuclear reactors. I had no rational reasons for that. I liked math and physics. I liked to play with Lego. So I decided to study nuclear engineering. And I first thought that I would combine the Czech Technical University and the Charles University Math and Physics faculty, but because they have a similar program there, but I decided to stick to the Technical University. Of course, on the onset, we have lots of math in the first year at the university, and I thought maybe I would do mathematical modeling as a focus of my study. And I even wanted to switch faculties. And then I thought that maybe I can combine mathematical models and nuclear power plants. So to do all sorts of calculations, but still in the field of nuclear power plants. So I stayed at the nuclear engineering faculty. I liked the contact with the facilities, with the machinery itself. So it was not just sitting by a computer. So I graduated from my university and I was thinking about where to go. But in Temelin, they didn't have any vacancies, and in Boleslav, they didn't have anything that I would like. So I decided to stay at the faculty and I started my postgraduate studies. I somehow survived. It took me longer than expected, but I completed my doctoral studies, and even during the studies, I really appreciated the diversity of what you can do. Every day, it's a different world, and you have a chance to communicate with people, with great people. I met excellent people in the world of nuclear energy. And I liked it. I liked teaching. I liked the hands-on work. So, because, I don't know, during the day you're washing the jars and then you smell the vapors and you get drunk in quotes from the vapor coming back home in the evening and things like that. So then when I finished my my studies, I felt that I have free hands and that I can continue doing things that are meaningful. And meaningful, that's a key word, at least for me, because I felt that what I do makes sense. And I got into various development projects of my department at the faculty. And for example, we opened English studies in the English language at our department. So we're preparing together with the Koreans and the Warsaw University a joint study program. We would like to have it as a part of Erasmus Mundus. And well, things like that. That's what I do. And I feel that I can further develop what my predecessors did and what they managed to do even in the times when they didn't have so many options. But now when we do have all these options, we can continue developing what they started and move things forward. And that's what I like. You can find your own way to go and you're free at the university. Yes, lovely academic freedom. And it started with Lego and you moved it to Merkur.
Dobré ráno. Já jsem přemýšlela vlastně, kde byly ty první nějaký, kdy mě
Jitka Vojáčková from the Technical University in Brno. So I thought when it was that for the first time I decided to study nuclear engineering, and I dated it back to open days at the physical engineering faculty when I was standing by the R reactor, and I thought it's very great, and I want to study this. And in the end, I didn't feel like moving to Prague to study at the Prague Technical University, so I stayed in Brno, and I studied at the engineering faculty at the Technical University in Brno. We also have some nuclear physics and nuclear sciences fields of study. So that's what I did. And I met an excellent teacher, Hugo Schoen, and he was a real enthusiast, and he was teaching the nuclear physics in a way that it didn't seem difficult to me. So I thought, yeah, that will be great. Let's go study that. And maybe other points, other milestones in my life that supported my decision to study nuclear engineering. I also went to a summer school of nuclear engineering. It's an event organized by various professors from various universities. It's an academic week over the summer, and it's a week full of presentations, but also a nuclear quiz. And in the evening, you usually watch a movie and just try to find out whether it's really possible to make a small plutonium bomb and take it away in your pocket. And you can also have some hands-on exercises that you can do. And during that week, we also had a chance to talk to people from the industry, and they told us actually what nuclear energy and nuclear engineering is in practice, in real life. And I remember it was a lovely community of people, and it was great, and I really remembered that. It got stuck in my head, and I thought, yep, that's what I want to study. And also at that summer school, I met other peers from my generation, and talking to them was also decisive for me. The young society, young generation of people interested in nuclear sciences organized various events. We went to a sightseeing tour in Temelin. We also went to Pilsen, to Škoda for sightseeing. So we were a group of young enthusiasts. Some of us studied classical mechanical engineering, and some of us studied nuclear sciences, and we sort of put all our knowledge and skills together, and I really enjoyed it. And it was a highly inspiring community of people for me, and it was clear that I want to stay there. And during my journey, I also met Karel Katovsky, who moved gradually from Prague to Brno Technical University. So he was leading my doctoral studies and my thesis, postgraduate thesis. So that's how my journey started. So together with Karel at the Technical University in Brno, we're doing our best to revive the nuclear sciences studies in Brno, because we used to have that study program long ago, and then they discontinued that, and then some 10 years ago, Karel came with an idea to revive that field of study, and we succeeded because last year we newly opened a specialized study of nuclear energy at this technical university in Brno, but it's actually a cross-faculty field of study, so we can have students from any faculty of any technically oriented faculty and study in our program, and we give them an overall information about nuclear energy from all perspectives. So mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, nuclear sciences, and so that's how we put together our study program that gives the students a comprehensive overview from various perspectives of technical fields of study, and they can put these pieces of puzzle together. And we also wanted to merge our studies with industry in the sense of closer cooperation. So our study program is closely cooperating with some 14 partner organizations, and our students in the first and second year of study have to choose a company and go on a hands-on experience in that company for a couple of weeks. So that is good because the students discover what the real world is about in nuclear science. And also in Brno, we do not have any large, well-known, well-established company doing nuclear energy. So, and CHES was trying to attract our students to work as operators, and our students only knew what it is about to be an operator in a nuclear power plant. So in our study program, we wanted to give them a more diverse set of options, what to do when they graduate from nuclear studies. So they can choose their internships in various companies, choose it themselves, spend a couple of weeks there, and get that hands-on experience. And of course, the companies also can attract young, skilled people from our study program.
So we established this very close cooperation, and if there's anyone in the auditorium who's not yet our partner, please come join us, and we'll be very happy to take you on board. It's about bringing the student to our place and showing them what is it that they can study in nuclear engineering. It's a lot more than we come across in the curriculum, because it's really a very, very complex discipline and a broad spectrum of disciplines. And my final comment will be about what is known as the Perfect Atom Day, an event that is going to be held on the 15th of October this year. And the whole idea of this is for the events to be an open day for secondary school students. And this is again promoting the idea of studying nuclear engineering. There's a whole lot that they can do in the field of nuclear energy. And we have engineers and experts from the field who come and spread the word, spread the message that nuclear engineering is really a very interesting and quite promising field. So if you want to join us for the Perfect Atom Day as a partner, or want to join us as a participant, please do. It is going to be only for Czech students, Czech and Slovak students. Of course, yes. Okay, great. Okay, our next speaker, Ondra Koziska from the Czech Technical University.
Hezké dobré dopoledne.
Good morning.
Já jsem hodně zvědavý člověk.
I'm a very curious person, and I've always been curious since my childhood. That's why I studied physics. kept asking why. And the first person to suffer from this syndrome was my mother. And I found out that my mother didn't have answers to all the questions I had. So when in my sixth grade, I found that the best person to ask in physics was my physics teacher. And I found out that physics is really the most rewarding subject I was studying, and it provided a lot of answers to my philosophical questions. My journey towards nuclear energy was not straightforward, but at the university I studied particle physics because it was the Higgs boson kind of craze period. So we started off, and in the first semester I was completely crazy, and I thought, well, linear algebra and mathematics, I'm not going to pass this exam. So already before I took the exams, I applied for a different university in Bratislava, but then I passed the exams. It was very smooth. But the particle physics as a field stopped making sense to me as a field of study because I didn't see any opportunity to work within this field. We went to CERN, Switzerland, and we spent a week there. And I was thinking, okay, this is exactly what I don't want to do. So it was a demotivating experience. But I was thinking, well, what else? I was thinking, okay, I was also kind of toying with the idea of studying medicine. So I was thinking applied imaging methods, and I started to work at the proton center at the radiotherapy department. And it was another disappointment, ladies and gentlemen. It feels like I have a series of disappointments. And now have I arrived at my go-to field. The theory is great, radiobiology and the materials, etc. But, you know, in the proton center, it was a lot of routine, quite depressive environment. We didn't really talk to the patients, etc. We just didn't like the environment. So I thought I need a change. I started to work for a company called Abdul, and I was a consultant for power engineering. It was not a research position. And I really fell in love with the field. And then I was thinking, okay, I'm going to do my doctoral studies, and I wanted to teach. I didn't want to be a researcher up until then. Up until then, I'd been doing a lot of promoting the science. I had a teacher training kind of show. And I started to work at the university. And the head of the department said, okay, if you want to study, if you want to teach here, you need to do your doctoral studies first. And decommissioning nuclear facilities was a newly opened field at that time. So there was my entry point, but right for dosimetry and radiation protection and radionuclides, also gamma spectrometry. These sort of things were my interests. So I'm not a typical nuclear engineer, if you think of it. But I really spent a lot of time and effort teaching. I really loved the idea of teaching people. Apart from the faculty, I also teach physics at a gymnasium, a grammar school. And just like my great teacher of physics in my sixth grade, I try to motivate people. I only spent 6 hours in the week training or teaching there, but I really love it. And I believe teacher training is something that really has been neglected. I'm not saying well neglected, but something that should be given more emphasis. And I believe that students don't get enough motivation at grammar schools because teachers of mathematics and teachers of physics are disappearing by the day. They only have one school, that's the mathematical, physical, the Faculty of Mathematics and Physics at the Czech Technical University. And when people do study this field, then they really end up as engineers, etc., etc. So the generation of teachers of mathematics and physics is getting older. So I see that as one of the issues we need to deal with. I do training courses for teachers through various agencies, lifelong learning. And in the past year, I also worked as a chess consultant or consultant for chess. not a technical or research position. Really, it's on the communication side of things. So I put together programs for teacher training as well as students. So I believe I'm here to represent the field of education rather than the engineering. Thank you. A job well done. Before we move on, I'd like to chip in with a comment. You mentioned key motivator in your life, your teacher of physics. So your physics teacher was the greatest motivator in your life. We have the great opportunity here of having the truck, which is our motivator. And we have two physics and math teachers here in the auditorium sitting right here on the premises. So it's almost a quantum leap towards embracing a certain number of students who might want to study, hopefully, this university and this particular field. So I'd like to thank the teachers from the second elementary school here in Pilsen. They are helping us get students for the university. Yes, applause. Let's move on. Okay, great. I'm sorry we didn't hear this. The ladies were not using the microphone. Anyway, we'll get to that later, but we have another student from University of West Bohemia, Bára Dybová. You have the floor. Good morning, everyone. I'm greeting you all, and I just wanted to say I'm at the third year of the mechanical engineering faculty, power engineering in particular. My journey towards this field started with my secondary school leaving exam. I studied the electrical engineering. I then was at the crossroads picking where next. And I chose this faculty, the mechanical engineering faculty. And I was looking at the individual field that we can, students pick as we go. And I was thinking I wanted to do management. Machining, I didn't like that, particularly the power industry, not really for me. I was thinking, well, I'm not suited to this. I didn't really know much about the field. So I was thinking, I want to do management. The first year has passed. I got to know the environment, the faculty. And in the second year, I found out there was this conference called Nuclear Days. So I subscribed as a volunteer. I was walking the tours through the various exhibits. And I became part of the organizing team. And this is why I'm here today. And thank you very much.
Jak mě vlastně zaujala ta expozice a celkově ta energetika jaderná,
So I found the exhibits very interesting, and I found interest in nuclear energy, and I wanted to promote it further. So I became an ambassador of the mechanical engineering faculty and also an ambassador of various energy machinery, and I'm trying to motivate students at secondary schools to study nuclear energy at the university. And energy as such, I thought that it's so difficult to study, that you have to be excellent in math and physics, and everybody there is great in math and physics. Of course, it is important to know your math, but it is more important to like it, to enjoy it, and to spend time studying it, to devote your time to your studies. I also lead a team of coordinators at the mechanical engineering faculty. So we're a team of students that helps other students with their studies. We organize around 8 presentations for the newcoming students. We explain the whole system of the university to them. And I also work for the Nuclear Days conference in the team that puts together a nuclear weekly.
já teprve vlastně tu energetiku
So
budu
what else?
studovat
What
ve
else could I
středňáku,
say?
protože ve druhém ročníku
Well,
jsem si vybrala právě kvůli
I'm
jaderným
just starting my
něco
third year at the
studiovat
university, and
a
only in the
doufám, že
third
budu
year I will start
pokračovat.
focusing on
To je za to
nuclear
všechno.
energy. And
Děkuji.
I chose that path because I enjoyed it, and I hope that I will continue enjoying it.
Tak
Thank you.
poprosím našeho kolegu Jana Hruškoviče,
Now, Jan
aktuálně,
Hruškovič, our
žijící v Koreji,
colleague,
ale absolvent,
he's currently
jistě nám poví.
living in Korea, but he graduated at the Technical University in Brno. So my name is Jan Hruškovič. I was born in Náměst nad Oslavou, near Dukovany power plant, and I work for FNC Technology in South Korea. It's actually a company that's one of the sponsors of Nuclear Days. And in my slide, I'd like to introduce my journey around the world, my journey the past 5 years, and let's say a unique journey of a Czech nuclear sciences student. Since I lived close to Dukovany nuclear power plant, I gained interest in nuclear energy, basically since the kindergarten. And even though as a child I didn't understand how it all works and how nuclear energy and nuclear power plant functions, I found it interesting, and that's what determined my studies later on. So my plan was to study nuclear engineering at the Czech Technical University in Prague, but unfortunately I didn't feel I'm up to it, and I also didn't want to move that far away. So that's why I moved to South Korea later on. So I applied at the Technical University in Brno because I knew that there's Professor Karel Katovsky at that university, and he's interested in nuclear sciences, and I contacted him before I started studying at the Technical University. I told him that I want to study energy in general, but I would like to also focus at nuclear energy, because at the end, when I graduate, I'd like to study at a nuclear power plant. And of course, what is typical, I also wanted to be an operator in a nuclear power plant, and I actually had that option. I had that chance, but then I also got a chance to apply for further studies of nuclear sciences in South Korea. And then something switched in my brain, and I just thought that maybe it's not a bad idea to move to the other side of the world and study at King's in South Korea. King's, they're also one of the sponsors of this conference, and they offer cooperation to Czech students. Czech students come to an exchange program to South Korea and study nuclear engineering. So I was one of the first graduates of the 2-year MA program, Master of Science. So I started studying in South Korea in 2021. And during my studies, I got involved in all sorts of activities, not just nuclear energy related, but also related generally to Czech and Korean cooperation. So my journey through South Korea started at the King's University because they were actively involving me in various activities organized by our embassy over there, or various delegations coming to South Korea, or summer schools, exchange programs for Czech and foreign students, and similar activities. So during my studies, I went to a 4-week stay at FNC Technology, just as a hands-on experience. And when I graduated, I started working for this company as a nuclear engineer. And I continue working for them. So what do? I work in a department of thermal hydraulics. We do security analysis of large as well as small nuclear reactors. I'm engaged in various projects, conceptual designs and security systems for large APR reactors or the small SMRs. that are being developed in South Korea. And also, in September, or since September last year, I also started studying as a part-time PhD at Southern University. And apart from my work, I also get involved in various international activities, such as this Nuclear Days conference, activities supported by our company. So I take part also in international conferences outside of Korea or in South Korea, and I try to further support the Czech-Korean relations. So when I went to the King's University, I knew that South Korea is one of the three preferred bidders for the new units at Dukovany. And I thought that there's quite a big chance that Korea could win that tender. So, of course, during my stay in South Korea, the tender had been developing in the right direction. So I hope that during my journey, I will have a chance to further support the Czech-Korean relations. Okay, thank you for that. And you could see that the journeys of these young people are quite similar. So some of them got interested in nuclear sciences because of their physics teacher. Some of them found some other thing interesting in their location or elsewhere. And since we know each other, and we know what each of us is doing, and we meet at various events, also at this conference, and also we all have been raised by Mr. Zdebor's team, and we're happy for that, and we're raised by a team of experts that closely cooperate with the industry, and the industry supports the school as much as they can. So that's also a beautiful example of cooperation between an industry and the schools. So we're also all active in the revival of nuclear energy in the Czech Republic through various nuclear energy networks. And you probably noticed that each technical university is opening its new field of study in nuclear sciences, because people don't want to move between Prague and Brno or Pilsen.
And some people want to stay in their cities, Pilsen, Brno, Prague, maybe. But today we are moving on, and we are going beyond the borders, Poland and the US and Korea and other countries. So I'm grateful for the fact that we in this field are sharing our experience and research. And the fields have various traditions and long periods of development. In Pilsen, for instance, we are opening, together with David Mashata, MSc program for nuclear engineering, which is supported by the International Atomic Agency. And something similar they have also in Brno. But I haven't mentioned one important person and one member, BSB, Mining University in Ostrava. And I realized that when I talked to him that that's also one of the universities that will be sailing on the current wave of revival of the nuclear energy sector. But although we are interconnected in this lovely way, we realize that we need to start early in kindergartens. Okay, we've heard from our analysts, and we'll open a Q&A session. I realize that young people are not always happy with the conditions that prevail in the field. So not everyone is ready and willing to just go and join one of those industrial partners from the industry in the Czech Republic. By asking our partners, inviting them to being involved in the studies and in this conference as well, they're represented here. They cooperate, but the accreditation commission is not quite happy with that. But still, let's imagine you have just graduated, and what is it that will keep you on the academic side of things? And what do you think that the industry should do better in order to entice you sufficiently enough to make you leave the academic sector and go work for a company in the industry? Yes, you might be a superb engineer and you might have a great product and great outcome, and it might work well, but then again, it might be a stupid engineer, as somebody mentioned yesterday, and then it won't work for the company. So who wants to take this one up? Ondra? So you have the floor. You did touch upon this in the earlier presentation. Okay, very briefly. In my world, enticing people to leaving the academic sector in order to get the brains into your company in the industry is a wrong way of doing it. In my view, we should have enough people in the academic sector, in the education process, so that there's plenty to choose from for the industry. And I think it's usually a matter of heart. You know, it's something that's close to your heart that makes you do it. But when you talk to students at various exhibitions, they do ask you, okay, what about my new career? What about my future? How do I get paid? How much will I be making? Most people think about nuclear as, okay, I'm going to be pushing buttons as an operator. So they can imagine a career in the nuclear energy sector. So first of all, there's this message. We'll explain what this person can do in the nuclear sector, but at the same time, you can sprinkle information with, the sugary price tag, because, the adverts show you how much you'll be making as a nuclear operator. Most adverts from companies, when they are hiring, do not really have a clear price tag, or it's a bit too wide a range from 0 to 100, I would say. Historically speaking, an engineer, someone who was an engineer, was considered to be a well-rounded person who's well off financially, someone who has a car, who has a villa, a nice home, someone who has a housewife, a family, children, and had regular holidays abroad. I don't think this understanding is any longer the truth. So people think, okay, engineer is someone who's a nerd, a programmer, who has loads of money, and that's enticing enough for many people. And the young generation is dealing with things like accessible, affordable housing. And what am I going to do to get some affordable housing, and how am I going to establish my family, etc.? So it does play a role in young people's thinking. And one can't say that the nuclear energy sector will really make you financially well off. We are thinking, okay, we're saying this is a friendly atmosphere and this is something that makes sense. But okay, when it comes to the hard question, it actually will make you SUI, the State Authority for Nuclear Research and Inspection, is located close to the railway station, and that means that people can commute by train, which is to say that they don't make much more money than other people. Bad news. Okay, Andrea, what about you? Do you think that this really works, the connection between the industry and the field? I think what is changing is students' motivation. Okay, I love math and physics, so what can I study here? That used to be the question. Nowadays, the question is, okay, if I do this, how much money will I be making? So it's no longer fun and curiosity. And I'm not criticizing anyone. I think it's a fairly reasonable, very sound approach to life. These students have a lot more information about adult life. They have a much better idea. And they, I think, feel that they can make loads of money in an easier way than through studying technical fields, because they can actually do something that will also be fun for them, and they can make more money. So that is a problem. Well, then the next question would be, would we offer motivation already at the elementary school? Can we try to explain the advantage of being a nuclear engineer, because it's a long-term, it's a long shot, because there'll be long-term maintenance, long-term operating times, and lifespans of these facilities. So if they want to make money, they could actually do it in this industry. They could actually get to the money. Can I get the mic? Well, I was just getting ready, but if I can chip in, I'd love to. Go. Talking about the academia, something that really is close to my heart. I just submitted my dissertation a week ago. Doctoral studies. On the topic of doctoral studies, what can we offer to students if they do nuclear engineering, they can do doctoral studies as well. There are 5 people sitting at this table in their doctoral studies. Someone who's just started, someone who's right in the middle of the road, someone who's just about to finish their studies, and someone who's somewhere in between. And out of those 5 people, 3 said that they don't feel to be researchers at all, which is strange, because a doctoral study, is about becoming a researcher. It's a research function type of program. So what is it that we can offer to people to stay in the academia? It's schizophrenic. Some people do it before studies because of research, because it's fun, they want to do it. Some people because of money, other people because of something else. Interesting.
So that's very interesting. And but is it enough if you compare it to what the industry offers? Okay, anybody wants to respond? Maybe I will start, because I've been active in the sphere of academics for some time. So my motivation why I stayed in the academic world and what it offered to me, a diverse world of activities. Well, if you're active enough, you will get what you want. So being proactive, that's what we often mention in my team, that you have to be active. If you want to achieve something, go for it. So I was actively trying to promote our contacts with the industry. And that gets me to the Canut Center, which was established thanks to our contacts with the industry, the Center of Advanced Nuclear Technologies, Canut. So for the students to be able to stay in the academic world,
nabízují tu
they can be in the center, work in the center and do their research and do something that they would not be able to do in a company.
průmyslem dotknout se všeho, čeho žádají. Takže
And they can
pak je tam ta provazová
get their
sekce
hands on doing what they want to do. So
světového rozměru, světových obětí a zároveň ještě to zaplacení.
they can be doing what they like, they can be involved in international activities and still get paid
To je
reasonable amounts. The question, what is enough, what is not enough, of course, that's a key question because we have to earn enough to make a living. We want to have families, we want to have kids and raise the kids to become operators of nuclear power plants in the future. So maybe that's my answer to what we offer to people that want to stay in amongst the academics. Madam Vojáčková, who works in Mr. Katovsky's team. So tell us, what did Karel offer to you so that you stayed in amongst the academics and you did not leave the industry? Well, as I said in the introduction, I simply like it. I enjoy it. It's close to my heart. I like the diversity of my work. I can teach other students as well, so I can help my students and inspire my students if they want to go and work for an industry. Yes, let them do it, and I'm trying to be inspirational for them. And when students finish their university studies and decide what to do, of course, it is a lot about money, how much they will get paid. And our group works at the Institute of Electrical Engineering, so we often are in touch with students that later on work for CHEPS, the distributor. And what they tell us, unfortunately, money is one of the major arguments, the major decisive points. And yes, ČEZ, the energy company, is not afraid to put on their vacancy description how much you will earn. And yes, we should not be afraid to do it either in the world of nuclear energy and to show to the potential students that might come and work with us what we can offer. It's not just about money, it's also about the diversity of work that you can do if you study nuclear sciences, various analysis, security designs, and so forth. So we have to support the industry, of course, to show, not to be afraid to show what you can do if you work for them, and also don't be afraid to tell them about money, how much you will earn. Honza, you studied your did your doctoral studies in South Korea. So what motivated you to start your doctoral studies in Korea? Was it your personal decision, or were you supported by the company, or did you just like the culture? Maybe just let me tell you first why I decided to continue with my doctoral studies. Well, FNC's technology, the company I work for, is highly specialized, and roughly 20% of our employees finish their doctoral studies, and then it's 50-50. 50% of the remaining staff have master's degree and the other 50% bachelor's degree. The Korean culture is highly hierarchical, and the higher education you have, the better your position in the society and the better pay, of course. And as for education and how it works in South Korea, and how people choose their field of study. If I compare it to the Czech Republic, well, in the Czech Republic, you choose simply what you enjoy, what you're interested in, and you go and study that. On the other hand, in Asia, the whole environment is highly competitive, and it's about the quality of the university. So the better university and the better, more prestigious field of study you go to study, the better your position afterwards when you graduate, and the better pay you get. So they have a ranking sequence of universities, which one is the best and the second best and so forth. So the students first try to get accepted at the best university, and then they only choose the field of study. And again, it's about prestige. So medical doctors, that's number one, then engineers and technical fields of study in the automotive and chips, that's number two. And the rest of the industry is only number three in South Korea. So it is not typical in South Korea that you would go and study what you like, what you enjoy, but it's highly competitive. I want to be better than the others. I want to graduate from the best university and study a field that has a perspective, has a future, and where I will get paid as much as possible when I graduate. Okay, thank you for that. So again, that brings us back to nuclear energy as a field being close to our hearts. But Ondra, you wanted to comment. Well, yes, it is close to our hearts in this room, because in this room we have people that love nuclear energy, not the others. But the question is, will it be enough? Will we manage? And I think that no, we cannot manage on our own. We need more people. Okay, yes, that's what our discussion is about. And we are here to discuss how to motivate others and how to bring them on board and maybe develop an environment and create conditions so that people can choose whether they want to go and work for an industry or stay at the university and in the world of academics. Bara, what do you think as a bachelor's program student?
Nevím, co bych na to úplně odpověděla,
I
protože jak jsem
really
zmiňovala, jsem
don't
toho
want,
hodně
I don't know what
a,
to say because I'm
ještě nevím ani
quite
kam
new
přesně,
and
jestli půjdu do průmyslu nebo
I haven't decided for myself whether
sféře.
after graduation I'll work for the industry or whether I'll stay at the university. It's too early for me. Okay, so let me ask the audience. You've heard various perspectives, people saying that maybe industry lags behind the academics in terms of attracting students. And it's also a discussion about what we should do at the universities to better motivate students to stay with us. So how would you comment all of this? Do we have any comments or questions?
Okay, this is to Mr. Kořistka. My first question, have you ever decommissioned a nuclear power plant, or have you just watched a decommissioning project? Second, what is the grammar school range of subjects, and what are the mandatory subjects? Question number one, I only watched a decommissioning, and the Altis grammar school is a regular gymnasium type of grammar type of school, so it's foreign language and Czech language. Well, that's not nearly enough in my book. Well, just like in any other grammar school. Okay, that's a gap. Thank you for the comment. will get you a mic with functional batteries.
Dobrý den, Vojtěch Řezáč, SVS.
Good morning, everyone.
Já to
Wojciech Řezáč
vyjadřuji u toho, že
from
ne každý den se
SQSB.
mám štěstí mít před sebou budoucí generaci jaderných inženýrů.
Not every day do I have the chance of meeting the upcoming, the next generation of doctoral students, etc. I went through a project called the Student Formula Project, which is a great project. I don't know if you know about it. There's great cooperation with the industry. And maybe just to pick up question, is that something that might be a doable, viable alternative also to be delivered in the nuclear field? Because we have students, we have all the universities who have nuclear engineering programs, and we have the industry representative. Would there be a way to connect the two? Well, if there is, where there's will, there's a way. So if you have this idea, if you brought this nice example of the Formula One race car being developed by students and various universities and departments working together. So all the students are involved. Talking about something similar on the nuclear side of things, these are, I think, larger projects in over a small period of time. But I don't know if my colleagues would like to take this one up. We are associated under Senan, and I can see that Andrzej Ruškovič wants to comment. I think it's a brilliant idea. Let me give you an example of how they go about it in Korea, if you don't mind, by highlighting the difference between Asia and Europe. The universities in Asia tend to be closely working together with the industry, and most doctoral students or MSc students, master degree students, are literally connected to the practical side of things by working on something practical that will find application in the industry. So it's not like a professor comes and says, okay, let's pick up something theoretical. No, it's something that will have an impact in practice. And there are many companies that also get grants and subsidies from the government. And the money is used then to pay the students, and we're doing a project, and their practical involvement then results in a diploma work or thesis or something. So, in my view, government support in this way would certainly be helpful in motivating students and kick-starting this kind of cooperation. Okay, let me just add that we try to stick to this 100% where I work. We always pick the topics for diploma theses in relation to practical problems being solved by the industry. And also in light of the recent change in legislation framework for doctoral studies, more money should be funneled in this direction. But that's not the most important thing. But it is also based on the idea that any thesis, doctoral dissertation should be based on something that will find practical application. Working together with the Horizon program, which is an EU-based program, as you know, or some other programs delivered by the government. So it is something that is already pre-approved as a topic by a group of experts, and then the doctoral student works on this project that will be practical. So this is in relation to what you said about the cooperation between industry and universities. And talking about SVS and through the industry, we have better access to topics that make sense for the industry later on, and so this is what they work on. Andrei, I wanted to add something. People we don't see it as a problem that people are leaving the field and doing something else. Well, sometimes when the Temelín project has been completed, people left for consultancies. But if a student doesn't want to work in nuclear, by the third or fourth year of their study, they already have a very practical task they're working on signed by chairs or someone from the industry. Simply, when an industrial organization or some state organization comes to see, do you have a graduate? And we'll say, well, sorry, folks, we'll just run out and fresh out of them. You should have come 3 years ago. So I don't think we definitely need this for our students, unless we're talking about the international dimension, which is a different story. Yes, we've touched upon the international dimension of these projects. Thanks to Jana and thanks to Honza. I will take the liberty of interrupting your talk, currently consulting on something, I suppose. So if you could brief us on where is the first time where you can get your first support as a student to go out and try to get a study exchange program or something like that. And also in relation to the Ministry of Industry and Trade, I'd like to ask this question. Will this program, this sort of program, have some kind of support, maybe also from the Ministry of Education? So let's talk about the exchange programs. Okay, thank you. You know, harmonizing nuclear education, engineering education, is one of our reads, one of our missions at SENA. We support also exchange programs. We also award prizes, for instance, the best PhD thesis, best dissertation. Also, there is a European nuclear engineering master study program. Of course, individual countries have their own programs too. France, Italy, etc. But with and then this needs to be based on their studies in several countries, which makes it even more interesting, I suppose, for the student. And what is your next question? I was asking about this cooperation between the Ministry of Industry and Trade, your organization, and perhaps through the Ministry of Industry and Trade, the industrial partners could potentially be supported financially in a stronger way, so that there's some kind of, let's say, a harmony of support, if I may say so. Well, I would welcome it. We're part of an effort to essentially do something what the NN organization does, and they should also support the Czech side of NN, the CENEN, which is to interconnect the state regulatory authority, the industry and academia mainly. So that will be my take on it. That will be the Czech answer to it. You asked about the exchange programs in the international context. There's a database. You need to describe your project and say, what do you need the money for? And then this is a page from the NN2 Plus, which I hope will continue in the next Euratom work program call for submission. The European Union in general sees this as important, and NN is seen as important and beneficial in trying to get qualified experts for the nuclear sector.
So it's individual. We can have a few week-long program up to 1 year. There are rules in terms of what kind of expenses will be covered. You just have to go to the web pages and read
Já jsem
the
strašně jako
rules
vděčná
and
za to.
apply
Zrovna
for
chci
that financial
navázat a
assistance.
tady to chce vyvolat kolegu Mašatu,
Well, thank you for
protože
saying
vlastně
that, and
NN jako takový
let me give the
sdružuje
floor to Mr. Mashata,
Evropskou
because
unii podporováno
NN
několik zemí a jejich
uh,
jaderných programů
combines a
a
number of
vzdělávacích
countries
institucí. Takže
and
to je
their
jedinečný
nuclear study
příklad, kdy
programs and
řeknu, naši
educational
kolegové, nejenom
institutions.
studenti
So it's
na
a
středních
unique
studia, ale i ti
place
doktoranti
for
vědou
students in
na
master's degrees and
dlouhodobější a
postgraduate
krátkodobější
students.
stáž a mají to, řeknu,
You
život je
can
o těch kontaktech.
have a
Že pokud
longer or a
potřebujete
shorter
nějakým způsobem
stay
pokročit ve
in
svém
NN
oboru,
and
tak
study, but also
tohleto je
get
krásné místo,
contacts,
kde
get in
se
touch with
věci
people
posouvají dál. A
internationally.
díky
So it's a
aspoň
great
takto
place,
definované
NN,
finanční
I mean,
podpoře
to move
jednoznačně
things
pro
forward,
nás
and you can receive financial support, as we've just
vynikající.
heard.
David
So
Mašata
yeah,
má
it's great.
dokonce několik zkušeností, si Davide doplníš
David
tady
Mashata has
tu
experience
svou
with this
nebo
as well. So David,
mezinárodní
do you want to
zkušenost s
comment on
mobilitami.
this European or international experience with mobility? Well, I was one of the participants in NN2 Plus project. It's a project for people that want to gain international experience, to go abroad for international experience. It's not a problem. You can go to the US, you can go to Korea, no problem. But the problem is when you go to your university, your faculty, your department, and ask for money, ask for financial support, then it becomes a problem. And postgraduate students have, in doctoral studies, have an obligation to have some international student exchange experience. And it's not always easy to cover financially. So NN, now we have NN2 plus. So we used to have NN1 plus, and we also had a ANET project, which supported students to study abroad. And when I was studying, I remember there were limited possibilities, maybe 10 courses that you can go to. And I must say that it didn't cost me even 1 crown because I was supported from NN. So it's a great opportunity for anybody who wants to get this international experience. So if NN would continue with NN2 plus, please, if you're a student, use that opportunity. Because when I was a coordinator, I saw applications and there weren't many Czechs applying for these student exchanges. There were colleagues from Pilsen sometimes, but remembering all those applications, there was just a handful of Czechs applying for support, financial support from NN. And it's a pity. Okay, thank you for saying that. It's great to know that there are these possibilities and that students, if they're active and actively search for these possibilities, they can find ways to be financially supported. So, thanks to Honza Hruškovič, we can listen to his international experience outside of Europe, thanks to other panelists, we can listen to European experience. So what I'm trying to say is that our students, be it in bachelor's or master's degrees, basically have no limitations. They have unlimited options to gain experience. So that's one side of the coin. The other side is to motivate students to use all these opportunities. So, Honza, do you want to comment on this, or do you want to move on in our discussion? Well, we've heard about beautiful European projects, beautiful Czech projects. We talked about our support to industry, but we still don't have enough students being interested. Even though the Ministry of Industry and Trade is doing its best, we have that technical lab, basically a traveling technical exhibition, traveling around the country, presenting technical fields of study to students. So, Honza, how can we attract young people, young students from schools or even from kindergartens? Honza Hruškovič said that his interest in nuclear energy started in a kindergarten. Okay, so there are more parties to be blamed for the current situation. It's the whole system of education, and when you go to a trade fair and you have our faculty has a stand and you talk to people, and the young people tell you, no, I will never go and study physics. And when you probe further, you find out that the teacher of physics at an elementary school was horrible, and that's why they don't like physics and don't want to study. So, in my opinion, it is really key in what environment you are and what people you have around yourself. Because if you have positive role models around you, that's what counts. Sometimes it's your parents, because if your parents are medical doctors, usually you will go and study medicine as well. Or it can be a good teacher, a physics teacher, that motivates kids to go and study physics further. But the blame goes not just to the teachers or the Ministry of Education, the blame also goes to the industry. If chaps pays more than the industry, then the kids will find out. They're quite skilled in Googling, and if simply they don't find positive references, they will not go there. Okay, so we're speaking about nuclear studies, but we have to say that there's a huge demand for people in all technical fields. So if we promote nuclear energy and these fields of studies and attract more students, then the students will not study other technical fields. So it's like trying to attract kids that will then be missed at other faculties. So we're working with a limited pool of students. And I don't know how I would influence the curricula at an elementary school, but yes, I agree that we have to work with the kids even at an elementary school, because if the kids get to a secondary school and already they tell you, I don't like math or I don't like physics, it's very difficult to change their mind and convince them to study a technical university. And I think we're doing our best, but I believe we have to start working with kids at elementary school, maybe change the system of teaching and support math teachers and physics teachers so that they want to stay in education and be an inspiration, a role model for the students. Well, it's for technical fields of study, natural sciences in general are important, biology as well, chemistry as well. Mr. Tečka, good morning. Well, I represent smaller companies, industrial companies. And we've been talking about money a lot, but I see the problem on the other side, because from the other side, I'm a technician, and in my company, I hire new people and train new people. And the problem is that I have a graduate, a fresh graduate, and he asks for, I don't know, 50,000 Czech crowns. And let's say, no problem, okay, we'll give it to you if you're skilled and experienced. And I take the fresh graduate to a workshop, and they stare in the welding machine for 1 minute, and they get blinded for the next 5 minutes. I get students, fresh graduates, that come to a workshop in flip-flops. of course, completely unsuitable. So we have fresh graduates that lack any work-life experience. And then the question is, what should they be paid for? I mean, how can they ask for such money? And why should the industrial companies pay them so much? Of course, I understand the technical graduates have to be protected. They are protected. They are pampered because everybody wants them. But then the question is, what skills they have, what experience they have when they start working.
Okay, so this is the output of our training or educating system. So I believe there's an opportunity to transform that also based on the experience from abroad. So to what extent and how deep we should go when we transform this, because France, for instance, the French education system will not just force you to sit at a desk, but it will really force you to go down and get your hands dirty, down on the ground, go to the shop floor. It's a bachelor program exam, not just a thesis that is theoretical, that is a desk study. Can I comment on this? This is great to have. Your feedback is welcome. Please go ahead. I see, where I see the problem is that we also need people for temporary jobs, you know, summer interns, shall we say, or people just for 2 months of the year. And this is where I believe the secondary school students and university students could actually get an excellent opportunity to work in a company. But they leave, instead, they leave for abroad or they do something else. But there's nobody who would say, we need these people to come for 2 months to work down on the shop floor, get their hands dirty, so to speak, so that they have this experience, hands-on experience, where they can design and operate and control various equipment. Well, in my days, this was called certified programs. Essentially, what it was a summer that I spent with electrical engineers, really down on the ground, the shop floor level. And after 2 years, this was kind of rewarded, not just financially, but also through a certificate. I think it was a way to do it. We don't offer this at the moment in our programs, so it's not a certified manner, but it's something definitely to be considered. Now, the mode we operate in is the practical BC and MSc programs, but this is in relation to what you said about the summer jobs. What about the young panel here? Would you like to comment on this? I do understand the problem, but I don't know how to resolve it. We used to have a bachelor study program that was practically oriented for nuclear energy companies. It was slightly more straightforward, and it was oriented to practice. But, you know, having just a BSc, not a full MSc, was just not enough for most people, so it didn't really work that well. The second point I'd like to note is that we bring people to practice. You talked about welding. It's not particularly our remit, but I know what you mean. But despite the fact that we have a fairly specific discipline, you know, nuclear reactors, nuclear physics, etc., the range of opportunities that our students can cover in terms of what they can do in their jobs is really, really very broad. So you can't prepare them for everything. And also, if you tell them, okay, guys, you have a bright future in front of yourselves, you start with low money, you'll be very cheap, and later on, after a year, you'll get great money. Well, what I saw abroad is that people, having graduated their university studies, go through an onboarding program. This onboarding program is there for the company to sort of mold the people into what they need to be in terms of their profession. CES, for instance, sends their students and graduates and young employees to alpha and beta programs, and I think that this could work also in smaller companies. And you might want to have this secure legal framework by providing a contractual commitment, but that is something that we can't do at the university level because we don't have the resources, money and time. Hans, I wanted to add something. Also, you have a lot of experience with young people. Can you hear me? Good. We came back to the university, but the first topic was how we get this to secondary school students. I think our mission should be to explain to secondary school students that studying technical technology is not that hard, but it's about time. Okay, you know, you just can't go for a pint of beer 5 times a week, just 2 times a week, and the rest will be spending working on your math and physics and other programs. Many young people these days are focused on their own well-being and, you know, the moment right here and now. We don't understand that. Well, personally, I don't see any reason why mathematics should be a mandatory subject. Excuse me, I'll just complete this. Sorry, you don't have the mic. Please wait your turn. Thank you. So I don't see a reason for that. I believe what is important is to support young people in their secondary school studies through projects like the truck with the exhibition. But I really want to support this idea. I mean, there are people going out, meeting people. You have, you know, 30 pairs of virtual goggles, and you let 30 students really doing their stuff and seeing the nuclear power plant with their own eyes, with the hands-on experience, kind of, even though it is virtual. So I think a great teacher is really worth their weight in gold. While, you know, secondary students kind of, it's in one ear out of the other. But if you really do it in a way that really makes the thing attractive to them, if you get them on board it and keep them for 20 years, that's great. It's great to show to young people that it's not just about mathematics, about physics. There's also something very practical, such as 3D printers. How many schools have 3D printers and nobody knows how to operate them? So you could actually let part of the subject curricula go, but 5 or 6 people would be great then in physics and mathematics. The most important point for you as a teacher to stick to is to make your students realize that they don't have to be great. Everybody doesn't have to be, because they won't be great in physics, not all of them. But Max, who's great in physics, he's not a stupid nerd. He is someone who wants to study technology. And then if you get people like this, then other students will join in. For instance, we have the 9th lesson or hour in the afternoon, and I have 3 pupils who already in the 5th year of the grammar school are doing derivations. They're really curious. These are great students, really talented, and they want to look at the physical principles of how Musk's rockets operate, or spacecraft operate. So it's not about, you know, feeding everyone the same load of physics and mathematics. Okay, so this is just your earlier comment, we are not leaving mathematics and physics. It's just about using a different approach to teaching those subjects. Please wait for the mic. Wait for the mic if you want to speak. Before you speak, I'd like to just say that there are examples of various practical things during science and research days that we did. For instance, this is motivating for secondary school students, or even for elementary school students. you know, you look someone who is really looks like a little genius, you know, glasses, and is showing to his three girls around his look, this is a dosimeter, and you know, this is something that is nice. Where it's a research or science industries. That's the program we call, and you see people with young children, families, parents, and it's an example of learning by doing.
Well, I remember a school where we had a teacher's office and labs full of various gadgets for physics, chemistry, math, biology. And then I went to the same school 30 years later, and I found a tablet and a screen, but no gadgets. Oh, of course, a screen and tablets, that's great. But, you know, the teachers that were able to handle the gadgets were able to teach as well, teach about the gadgets. Well, yes, Gen Z is different. Young people use different communication channels. I don't know how you communicate with your grandchildren back home, and whether you're able to get the tablets and mobile phones away from their hands. Maybe Professor Vondrášek, Mr. Vondrášek from the Czech Technical University. Mr. Kořistka, have you ever encountered or met with people from the Czech Union of mathematicians and physicians? Because physicists, I mean, because these are people that also teach in schools, and maybe it would be good to talk to them as well. Well, I met with these people, but only because I'm active at a university, then not so much in touch with secondary schools. I remember we had a trade fair of various fields of study, and I don't remember anybody from this society of mathematicians and physicists. It seems to me that that society, or that union, talks mainly with the universities, but not secondary schools. Usually the secondary schools don't even know that such a union exists. Petr Vastel, I wanted to ask the representative of the Ministry of Industry and Trade, are you trying to talk to the Ministry of Education and convince them to change the system? And I also remember that at some secondary schools, the students had to have some hands-on experience, a couple of weeks, but they were not doing really useful things like in a technical company, but they, for example, went and mowed lawns for a couple of weeks, and that was their hands-on experience. So maybe we could focus on this as well and try to get the kids to some companies for a couple of weeks. Well, we have a group at the ministry focusing at human resource development. And we also will be members of CNN, the Czech branch of NN. And there already are options, and there will be more of them to support students and their hands-on experience. And now I forgot what the question was. Oh yeah, the ministry's support for various hands-on experience for students at secondary schools. Well, I guess we can make recommendations to the schools. But as I said, we have a working group at the ministry, and it would be great to have somebody from the schools as well, so that we can talk and maybe you can come up with ideas and we can turn it into recommendations for schools. Well, I'm glad that you mentioned this, the hands-on experience. And when we've just received an accreditation for our new study program, and I must say that it's a huge problem to have a non-standard study program accredited. If it's a standard study program, some frontal teaching and some lab and exercise, that's okay. But we wanted to have a non-standard program accredited that included also hands-on stays in companies. And it's a problem. It's very difficult to define the hands-on experience, and also you cannot send all the students into one company. You should have a diverse program. If you have 20 students sent to 20 different companies, you cannot guarantee that the outcome of those couple of weeks will be the same for all the students. And that is the problem for the accreditation committee, usually, because they want to see a standardized outcome. Jitka? Well, we managed to overcome all these barriers, and we do have a mandatory hands-on experience for our students, 2 weeks, twice during the study. I remember we used to have more practical experience requirement before, in the past. Then we stopped requiring that because we concluded that the students often sort of cheated in quotes, that they just went to a company and had a piece of paper signed that they were there. It seemed to us that it didn't really make sense much because half of the students just had the paper signed by their mom's company, for example. But now we managed to have a new program accredited, and again, that also covers hands-on experience in companies because we think it is important. But there was a lot of work behind this. It's also not easy to talk to the companies and convince them to take on a student for a couple of weeks and work with that student. For them, it's a pain. It's a pain because suddenly they have somebody from the outside world for a couple of weeks, and they have to care for that person, watch him, watch her, work with them. But we managed to convince companies in the end, and our students have a chance to spend a couple of weeks in companies, but it cost us a lot of time and effort, and it's not easy. We have 16 students in that new field of study, in our new study program. So we had to place these 16 students in various companies, and they had a range of companies they could choose from, and they simply chose what they were interested in. But as I said, to have all of this organized, it was a huge pile of work and communication. So yes, it can be achieved, but it takes time. Okay, questions from the audience? Good morning, Jan Černý. Just a couple of personal experience that I believe would be good to say during this panel. Back to 2011 or 12 at a Brno trade fair, an engineering trade fair. It was in the times when we were preparing for the tender for the new units in Temelín. And there was a conference at that trade fair, and people were quite enthusiastic at that conference. And at the end, there was an older gentleman that stood up and said, well, these are all just dreams. We will not be able to build any new units because we don't have skilled people for that. And when I remember what problems we had when the first nuclear units were being built, and all that technology of the welding, the exchanges, and we had huge problems with that. And there's no chance, we will not build any new units. That's what the guy said. And there was a Madam Minister for Regional Development and the head of Economic Chamber. And we had Mr. Vladimir Dlouhý, the president of the Chamber of Commerce back then. And Mr. Dlouhý stood up to respond, and he said, well, if you managed to build the first unit, today the young people will manage to build new units as well. And there was one experience I wanted to share with you. And the second one is, well, the mantra, the motto that we keep hearing today, that money is always number one priority. Well, I believe that whatever you do, if you play football professionally, if you're a painter, if you're a carpenter, if you're an operator in a nuclear power plant, if you do it just for money, that's not good.
Hello, I'm Petr Neumann. I'm a member of the Nuclear Veterans Hub. I wanted to ask a question to our host. What, in your opinion, do we, old generation 60 plus, do not quite right? So if I say 60 plus, that could be some of your professors. Okay, so let's say, what does the older generation of folks do not quite right, and what you would like to see change going forward in the nuclear energy sector in your professional career? Okay, you have the floor. Whoever wants to pick up the phone, pick up the microphone. So what do we want from the 60 plus generation? Experience. No, I wanted to ask you what I meant to ask you. What is it that we do not do right in relation to our field, in relation to the young generation, correct? In terms of nuclear energy sector development. Are you asking for some harsh criticism? No, I want your opinion, honest opinion. Maybe interconnect better, communicate more, so that we get to learn more from you, their experience. Okay, more time, more space for this. David? Let me pick up on this. You are not listening to us, I'd say. But I haven't heard any criticism of the old folks in the nuclear energy sector. I rather see that you are being, you really admire the generation of your teachers and older folks. So even if I thought, no, I don't mean these 2 hours, but overall. Oh, I get the point now. Okay. So in relation to your first question, what we don't do right, we should be actually listening more. Okay. But this is fairly general. I'm talking about nuclear energy sector. It's such a specialized, very narrow field, I believe. So just listening wouldn't be enough, or would it? Well, I have some pretty intense experience from the exhibition in Brno. There was a conference on the heat energy sector. And the captains of the coal industry and the heat industry were talking there. That was before the COVID. And they might be, I don't know, 55 plus, 60 plus. I couldn't tell. And it was absolutely horrible. I mean, it was quite intense experience in terms of how I could see a completely different perspective of the energy sector. And it was like, the perspective from the past century, from the past regime. They always started off by, insulting Greta, in a completely useless, unproductive way. Okay, they might think what they want to think about, the Green Deals thing and environment, but they can still say that with a level of respect. They could also pose this as a question to themselves, whether perhaps there is another view that people can have about the environment, etc. And they came across as someone who knows best, smart Alex, who have absolutely every knowledge possible in all the knowledge possible in the world, while other people have nothing to say. So that made me feel sorry for these people, and I was sorry that they were not listening to young people. So that was it. Okay. Any more comments to nuclear veterans? I do apologize for chipping in. I would actually not say there is something that is wrong or not right. I think it's a social and historical problem. When Temelín and Dukovany project were being completed, we had great experts. Then for 15 or 20 years, there was a gap, and now we're about to do something again. So we have the older folks, then a gap, and then the young generation. I think it's quite natural that the young and the older folks are not quite understanding each other. But that's not really an answer to my question, because that's not for... Well, I don't see any reason for blaming people with the, I wouldn't actually say it's anyone's fault. It's just natural. Because we've had a gap, a discontinuity for 15, 20 years maybe, and this is the outcome. Hello, my name is Marazova, and I'd like to subscribe to what Honza just said. What you older folks do, not quite right. Okay, I think it's quite natural that if people are protecting their own interests, but I believe that a lot of folks want to make themselves irreplaceable. So by definition, if they should share their know-how and knowledge, they are overprotecting it, and they are not sharing with the young generation. I'm not saying everyone, but some people do. Maybe this is true to say for the people about, 55, 60, 65, maybe definitely not 75 plus, because people are very willing to share what they have. I'm talking for myself now. Okay, thank you. Maybe this is the right time to get to Mr. Vontovich. Thank you very much. Thank you for bringing up this issue of older folks versus the young generation. So it's a question and an answer at the same time, maybe a comment. I said, I've never been, I think, younger. I've never been young in terms of mental development, but I feel there's this kind of atmosphere where the older folks say, okay, we've built it, we've created it, the young generation is no good. We know everything, they don't know anything. So there's not enough respect, and two sides are not really listening to each other. And maybe we were just like the young folks that we are now criticizing, but the young people are definitely not stupid, and it's definitely not right to say they are no good. So I believe we can create some mutual understanding, but sometimes I really feel sorry when I hear older folks complain about the young generation. And I'd love to encourage them to improve their approach to young generation. Okay, thank you for providing this framework to what we've just discussed. Hello, I'm Pozda. I'm listening to it, and really pleased to know that we are discussing the issue of the gap between the young and the old generation. I think the schools and universities should be educating people to be able to embrace their whole life. You can't expect anyone just to graduate and go to the shop floor the next day and know everything. people need to be able to embrace a lot of new stuff. Just think a bit about my own lifespan, you know, when I was 10 and today, absolutely unimaginable. It's a huge leap forward. That's number one. Number two, the young generation always wants a change. That's okay. What I would actually find disappointing is that young generation sometimes fails to be critical enough. And we were, for instance, very critical of the regime. And sometimes young people today, I believe, are falling prey to various agendas and various propaganda issues. So let's stick to our technical guns and let's not get controlled by propaganda.
Thank you. That was a great comment. Okay, so we're just about to end my panel discussion, but one last question, Mr. Vodňanský. I'll try to comment on all of this. It's an interesting discussion about the connection between the younger and older generation. And somewhere in between these two generations, I didn't have a chance to cooperate with the older generation that built and operated the first units. The current situation, of course, has an impact. It's different than what it used to be before. And often young people feel that they don't have any future in this field of study in particular. If you open a tender, then you terminate the tender, you restart it again, you reopen it again, then you have a discussion whether you want 2 new units or 4 new units. It just doesn't make sense for the young people. And they have to see a future for themselves. So I'm sure that if we want to, and if we set out the right direction and define what we want to achieve, we will gain young people on board as well. But yes, the hesitation on the side of the government in terms of the nuclear tender, that had a negative impact on the decision-making of the young people. Yes, I agree with that. But okay, we're getting to the end, and each of you will get a floor for a few closing words. Well, I have many ideas that I'd like to share with you, but I'll try to shorten it into just really a few words. Let's try not to focus on what used to be and what mistakes we made, but let's focus on the future and what will be and what we can do, because I'm sure that we will have many enthusiastic nuclear scientists in the young generation. So let's try to give them all the options. Students are like a non-Newton liquid, and of course the more you pressure them, the more resistance you will get back. So it will be easier if we free their hands and give them more flexibility. So maybe that's what I wanted to say. And towards the young students, don't be afraid to go beyond your comfort zone. Travel abroad, try to gain some international experience, and try to do something that you're afraid of. Step out of your comfort zone, because that will help you progress in your professional career. Thank you. Mara? I definitely support what you just said. Let's try to help the young people, try to be more forthcoming, show to them what the practical experience in the working life in our field of study looks like, so that they get motivated to work in the nuclear field.
Ten krok s dobou, jestli to teďka parafrázuju správně, s čímž jakoby souhlasím, A myslím si, ten důvod je
Well, you sort of said that young people are not able to keep pace with the development, but I think that the young generation, especially Gen Z, they live in an information chaos. When I was growing up, most of the things that I found on the internet were true, and just a few things were a lie. And Gen Z is simply flooded with not just info, but also misinfo, and they have to try to orientate themselves. And I think that it's not a mistake of the old generation, it's not a mistake of the young people. It's a mistake of the overall political development. And I think that you, the older generation, more experienced generation, you should understand that the young people live in a world where they get lost easily. And yes, I feel sorry that we're not able sometimes to keep up with you, but you have to realize that yes, we have more opportunities, but we're also flooded with information, overloaded with information, and it's sometimes difficult to find your way through all of this. And kids that are 14, 15 years of age, they have it even worse. And if they spend 4 hours on TikTok, let's not say you're crazy. Let's go and ask, why do you have that need? Why do you want to spend 4 hours on TikTok? Let's not just stick to our own positions only. Let's speak to each other. Let's try to find out how we can help the youngsters. We cannot hear the gentleman, unfortunately. Okay, let's try to end on an optimistic note. We were critical about cooperation between the industry and universities, but I think that it's changing for the better, and we're succeeding. We need your support, and we will also try to help educate and raise students so that they have the skills that you need. So let's give ourselves some time, and hopefully in the end, if you stay with us, you will get more kids with the skills you need. Well, at my department, I really appreciate that we have a mixed group of people. We have an older generation, older in this context, I mean 40, 45 plus, and also younger people. And in that environment, we can be very open and forthcoming and talk to the students. And I think that's a good way to go, to have a mixed generational team of people that help you overcome the barriers and build bridges between generations. And when I look at my young colleagues or young graduates, and I see how skillful they are, and they're able to further develop things that I was not able to develop, I'm really happy. I think that the young generation is great. And I don't think we're doomed. I think that we still have a young generation that we can trust and believe that they will make a better world. I'm also an enthusiast. So, of course, nuclear energy is a field of study that has a future. It's not just about reactors, it's about engineers, technicians, and students, and all of those that want to make our world a better place to live. It's very difficult to give you just a closing idea that 7 people before you basically said it, because we're all on the same wavelength. So let me just repeat the need to listen to each other and communicate. Let's talk to each other. Without that, we will not be able to do anything. We won't build 2 units or 4 units or whatever. So let's work together, talk to each other, listen to each other. Well, in my introduction, I said I was sort of pushed to be here today, but at the end, I must say, I must correct my statement, and I'm really happy that I could be here and could have this discussion with all of you. Thank you. Thanks to the panelists, thanks to the audience for your time. And we've kicked off the communication, so let's continue in that. I would also like to say thank you. It's excellent. It's great. And I'm happy that we have this panel this year because we didn't have it in the previous years. I'm thrilled after listening to all of these discussions. I really enjoyed it. And of course, responses of colleagues, younger, older. Yes, there will always be differences, but I'm really great that we have a panel full of enthusiasts. And you are the core, you are the foundation, and it's up to you to develop more enthusiasts because we lack students. That's a fact. Okay, so let's meet again at 11:30 for the next roundtable. And now let's have a coffee break.
Radek? Tady jste, pomoc. Jo.
Moc se mi to líbilo. Škoda, že... Ne, to je normální, to jako nejde nikdy všechno stihnout.
New materials, intelligent manufacturing systems, smart mobility, biomedicine and healthcare technologies, modern energy industries. These are the main fields in which we pursue research, development and innovation in the Pilsen region. Create your future with us. Innovate with us. Our region has a history of innovation. Important trade routes have always led through here. The first book was printed here. The first electric lamp was lit. We've seen dynamic developments in transport and new fields of medicine. Two of the world's leading brands, Škoda and Pilsner Urquell, were created here. We are successfully continuing this tradition. We are a region with traditionally strong industrial players, innovative companies, and major university institutions and successful research centers. But we're not just an industrial region. You can spend your free time wandering through the countryside or visiting historical and industrial monuments. You can be active or relax with great food and great beer. There's something for everyone. Here in the Pilsen region, we're involved in materials engineering, research into metallic materials, 3D printed machine tools, special steels, the research and application of thermal spraying, and new technologies for the forming and heat treatment of metals for mechanical engineering and the automotive and energy industries. For example, if you ever come across a smart window which controls the amount of thermal solar radiation passing through, depending on temperature, thanks to a special coating, this patent originates from research at our university. Manufacturing, power plants, and industry in the Czech Republic and abroad use intelligent control systems designed by engineers from innovative companies from the Pilsen region. The university's Research Technology Center is developing completely new applications for contactless thermal imaging measurement, and not only for industry. Sophisticated computers that are built into medical devices are saving people's lives, and they're also being used in industry, transport, and aviation. Smooth running. Let's take a look at another rapidly developing field, smart mobility. But we're not talking about just developing new electric drive systems. This is about a whole range of technological innovations for the operation and management of urban traffic, wireless charging, autonomous systems testing, and transmission development. One leading field we're dedicated to is biomedicine. This focuses on research and development in the fields of organ replacement and regeneration. This includes research into the prevention of viral infections after kidney transplantation, as well as research into antibiotic resistance. Specialist software is helping to diagnose and treat liver cancer as sensitively as possible. Software and diagnostics are also helping to prevent transport, medical, and sports injuries. The Pilsen region has a long-standing tradition in the fields of power engineering, high current electrical engineering, the development of control and regulation systems, and in other areas related to energy security and production, and energy distribution in general. Create your future with us. Utilize the potential of the Pilsen region. In practice, in research, at the university, there will always be innovation. Let's succeed together in the world. Innovate with us. The Pilsen region, the best place for innovation.
We are the Czech Radioactive Waste Repository Authority. We ensure the safe disposal of all the radioactive waste produced in the Czech Republic, whether it originates from the medicine, research, industry, or energy sectors. We operate 3 waste disposal facilities for mainly low and intermediate level waste. We are also preparing the construction of a deep geological repository for the disposal of spent nuclear fuel from our 2 nuclear power plants and future nuclear energy sources. The repository will be designed to protect the environment and future generations for up to 1 million years. The safety and reliability of the deep geological repository is being verified through experiments and long-term research conducted at our Bukov underground research facility, which simulates the real conditions of the repository. International cooperation is also playing a crucial role in the preparation of the repository. We work closely with experts from many countries, including Sweden, Finland, France, Switzerland, and South Korea. Via the involvement of the Czech Republic in the EURAD-2 European Research Program, we share knowledge, develop common approaches, and contribute to the safety of radioactive waste management systems at the European level. In addition, the Czech Republic takes over the presidency this year of the International Implementing Geological Disposal Technology Platform, IGDTP, which brings together leading European organizations involved in the geological disposal of radioactive waste. Our leadership role will allow us to actively influence the direction of research and contribute to connecting advanced and emerging disposal programs. Our vision is to protect present and future generations. Are you interested in learning more about our work? Visit our website or follow us on social media.
UJV Řeš navazuje na více než 6 desítek let zkušeností svého předchůdce, Ústavu jaderného výzkumu. Společnost dnes prezentují špičkoví odborníci, technicko-inženýrské a projektové služby, aplikovaný výzkum a unikátní technologická infrastruktura. To vše ve službách bezpečné a spolehlivé energetiky, průmyslu a nukleární medicíny. K dnešní klientele z celého světa patří hlavně provozovatelé energetických celků, státní dozorové orgány, investoři náročných průmyslových technologií, původci radioaktivních odpadů a pracoviště nukleární medicíny. Jedním ze stěžejních úkolů UJV Řeš je podpora bezpečnosti a spolehlivosti jaderných elektráren v České republice i ve světě. Z legislativního hlediska jde hlavně o průkazy jaderné bezpečnosti zařízení, Z provozního pohledu je to škála aktivit zaměřených na sledování, kontroly a vyhodnocování provozních parametrů, jejichž výsledkem jsou návrhy konkrétních opatření pro zvýšení bezpečnosti a spolehlivosti provozů. V oblasti palivového cyklu se specialisté z řeže soustředují na podporu licencování paliva pro reaktory a jeho efektivní využití. Zvýšení efektivity paliva v provozu bloků řeší ÚJV řeš zejména vývojem nástrojů pro optimalizaci palivových vsázek a programů pro monitorování aktivní zóny. Řízení životnosti jaderné elektrárny představuje propracovaný systém péče o složité technologie různých typů. ÚJV řeš se touto oblastí zabývá i na mezinárodní úrovni. Zpracovává programy pro řízené stárnutí konkrétních komponent, je autorem řady certifikovaných programů a metodik. Základnu pro řízení životního cyklu tvoří zkoušky mechanických a strukturních vlastností materiálů, hodnocení jejich degradace v náročných podmínkách, svědečné programy tlakové nádoby reaktorů nebo kvalifikované inspekční metody a postupy. Podporu provozovatelům zastřešují komplexní projekty řízení životnosti a zvyšování výkonu průmyslových celků. Akreditované laboratoře společnosti působí v oblastech pokrývajících vybrané vlastnosti materiálů, akreditovaná zkušební měření, zkoušky a analýzy.
Systémy, jo, tam něco, redaktorka píše, já jako si to nakreslím z toho textu, je to dělá dvě, ale
Instead of predicting changes that will happen a decade from now, we consider the energy value that will stay true even after a century. Energy technology that preserves the value of the nature and seeks equitable distribution of wellness enjoyed by all mankind. Starting from nuclear energy, we are building a sustainable nuclear engineering platform for the future society, free of energy worries. FNC. Our challenge of discovering the tomorrow's technology and people and the future of nuclear energy and technology is like an engine that runs non-stop. Together with experts possessing the world-class technical competitiveness, we lead the safe use of nuclear energy. We add safety and security to nuclear power plants based on our expertise and technology in all fields of nuclear energy. With a goal of continuous technological development in nuclear energy, we trailblaze more progressive, innovative paths. Demonstrating abilities in unbiased technical innovation, we strengthen ethics, principles, and conviction in nuclear energy to present clear answers to customers and to promote a sense of trust toward the energy. FNC.
The founding of Kings was closely tied to Korea's landmark achievement in securing the contract for the Baraka nuclear power plant.
2009년 바라카 원전 수주를 계기로 원자력 발전의 설계, 건설, 운영, 폐쇄까지의 전 생애 주기에 대한 실무적인 경험을 갖추고 국제적인 감각까지 갖고 있는 원자력 전문가를 양성하기 위한 국제 원자력 대학원 대학으로 설립되었습니다.
Since then, students from across the globe have chosen Kings to explore Korea's leading nuclear technology. Kings has graduated to 188 nuclear energy specialists from 33 different countries since 2012.
I came to Korea from the Brno University of Technology. My background was energetic and thermomechanical engineering. Like King's is amazing university because the professors are really the experts on their fields. The Korean style of studying is a little bit different than the European style because you are more focused on practical parts, like the semester project, where you can get more knowledge about the practical information and not only about the exams and theoretical information.
킹스는 IAEA에서도 인정하고 있는 매우 성공적인 원자력 전문 인력 양성 기관입니다. 최근에 체코 원전 수출과 관련해서는 체코의 유수 대학인 브루노 공대에 킹스 원자력 협력센터를 설립하고 있는데 이와 같은 형태의 해외 진출도 더욱 활발해질 것입니다.
Korea has successfully constructed and operated a total of 26 nuclear power plants since the 1970s. Korean nuclear technology has been continually improved through development and construction of the OPR-1000 and the APR-1400. Currently, KHNP is constructing 8 units of APR-1400 nuclear power plants based on proven technologies and experience accumulated from domestic and overseas projects. In particular, the APR-1400 has obtained design certification from both the US NRC and EUR organization and thus is recognized as one of the world's best nuclear power plants. Now, we would like to introduce the new reactor APR-1000, which has significantly improved safety and economics and is designed to meet the latest international safety requirements based on the experience and proven technology of the OPR-1000 and APR-1400. First of all, the APR-1000 site layout was optimized with consideration of safety and economic. The containment building houses the reactor coolant system, and the auxiliary building houses the major equipment of the safety systems, chemical and volume control system, and fuel handling storage system. The compound building includes rad waste treatment system and access control facilities. The turbine generator building houses the turbines, generator, and related auxiliary systems. APR-1000 adopts cooling towers for inland operation. The RCS of APR-1000 is based on the proven technology for OPR-1000, combined with the enhanced safety features of the APR-1400. APR-1000 offers improved safety and economics by using Hyper-16. With the 4 train safety systems and the passive auxiliary feed water system, the APR 1000 substantially improves the reliability of safety functions compared to the APR 1400. Safety injection system, which provides the emergency core cooling function, is designed to have enhanced reliability and performance by adoption of direct vessel injection, which minimizes the failure of core cooling, safety injection tank with flow control, and the emergency core barrel duct, which provides efficient core cooling flows. Shutdown cooling and containment spray system provides functions to maintain safe shutdown state and containment integrity. This system consists of 4 trains for each function to enhance both reliability and economic. Passive auxiliary feed water system passively supplies the feed water to the steam generator to cool down the secondary side of the steam generator without power during an accident, such as feed water line break. This passive system significantly improves the plant safety. PAFS removes the residual heat from the core by condensing the steam from the steam generator by natural convection. The passive condensation heat exchanger in the passive condensation cooling tank lowers the RCS temperature down to the shutdown cooling entry condition. Emergency diesel generators, which supply the emergency power for safe shutdown during a loss of off-site power, have 4 trains to ensure safety and availability. APR 1000 provides diverse safety features that are used to reach and maintain safe shutdown state in the event of multiple failures. Emergency boration system, which is a diverse reactor trip system, guarantees a reactor trip in the case in which the control rods are not mechanically operable. The diverse containment spray system removes the heat from the containment building during severe accident conditions. It also provides long-term shutdown cooling under the designed extension conditions when the shutdown cooling function is not available. The APR 1000 has dedicated safety features to mitigate a severe accident which might occur in spite of redundant safety systems.
Dámy a pánové, začíná další panel, takže poprosím vás.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to start our next panel discussion. So please, if you can take your seats.
Já začnu mluvit a možná mezi tím se shromáždí více posluchačů.
So I'll start talking and maybe other people will join us later on. I'm really happy that I can moderate this panel, and we'll try to build on what we started to talk about yesterday. We will not start with presentations, but rather with questions and answers. But I guess 3 panelists have some slides prepared. I'll tell you when that needs to be put on the screen. So we're sticking to the new format of this conference, so we're not having presentations mainly, but rather panel discussions, and I will be moderating this discussion. I'll try to direct discussion and see what you're interested in. Maybe some questions will be more interesting for the audience, And then, of course, you're free to raise your hands and ask questions. We have a lot of time for this panel discussion. Radek Škoda joined us sooner than I expected. It's a little faster. So let me introduce the panelists. And again, I'll take it in alphabetical order. So Danesh Burket from the Research Center in Rzesz. Martin Groch, the CEO of Czekatom. Jan Dílek from an SMR division of ČEZ, our company. Pavel Suk from Alvel. Radek Škoda from the University of Central Bohemia, the Electrical Engineering Faculty and Electrical Energy Department. And last but not least, Andrej Žárovský from Nucleo, from Slovakia, our Slovak guest. So I'll start with 3 initial questions, and I will ask the panelists to give me just a quick, short answer in a couple of sentences so that we know how you think about some core issues. First of all, why should we have SMR reactors? Let's take it from the left, Mr. Dílek. The mic needs to be switched on. So, hello to everybody. So why do we want SMRs? Well, I guess my answer will not be surprising to the company ČEZ declared it, said it openly a number of times. It is supposed to be a replacement, gradual replacement of our coal-fired power stations. So ČEZ wants to phase out the coal-fired power stations gradually and use the existing sites for SMRs. Well, I see 2 reasons for SMRs. First of all, a technical reason. It's small and it's modular. 1,000 or 1,200 megawatts sometimes is too much. And non-technical reasons supporting SMRs, well, I think that thanks to SMRs, nuclear energy again became sexy in quotes. Of course, in the Czech Republic, we've historically had a huge support for nuclear energy. But even in Germany, for example, where you wouldn't expect it, SMRs are supported. Well, I think that Mr. Burke said it all. Radek Škoda? Well, SMRs. Well, it would be good to define what we're talking about. What is it, SMRs? 15 years ago, 10 to 15 years ago, it was small and medium reactors. Now we're speaking about small modular reactors, medium in size, and they can compete with the larger ones. And other people say that SMR means smartly marketed reactors. So it's more about PR. Okay, thank you, Mr. Suk. Just a few more things to add to this. If we're talking about medium-sized reactors, they're maybe not so important in the current energy strategies, but as we've heard, for some applications, large reactors are simply not suitable. So if we look closer to various kinds of applications, like, for example, container ships or even traveling to space, smaller reactors would be useful, but maybe of different kinds than light water. Well, Mr. Žárovský, well, everything has been said so far, but let me comment on it anyway. So SMRs, small and modular reactors, they provide flexibility of performance and scalability of performance. And my colleagues have said it already, but what is also interesting for Slovakia, where I come from, SMRs will help us decrease our dependency on the import of fossil fuels or carbon-based fuels that can be geopolitically a problem. Now talking about advanced SMRs, some of the new SMR designs will allow us to reuse the spent nuclear fuel, the FDR type of reactors. So you were the last one to speak, so yes, of course, the gentleman before you said it all. So maybe now with the second question, we can start with you, so that you're the first one to speak. So maybe just an idea, a hypothesis. Yesterday we talked a lot about financing and business case and so forth. So to put it simply, we expect that the first SMR reactor, the first of a kind, it will be easier to build and to get money for it. But then the second step, where you will have to achieve a certain economy of scale, maybe the first reactors that will be built will be more costly as for a unit price of the energy produced. But then later on, if it becomes really serial production, modular production, it will be cheaper to build modular reactors. Do you agree with that principle? Yes, basically yes. The thermodynamic effectiveness and the primary calculation of return on investment, of course, will be worse in the beginning. And SMRs can catch up with the finances through its flexibility and modularity. That is its advantage. And as for the advanced modular reactors, which is my field of activity, what is important is to reuse already spent nuclear fuel. So I can agree with that, but there is always a financial risk when you build a large nuclear power plant. So it costs more money, the return on that investment is longer. So with SMRs, it's faster, it's more flexible, the financial risk is lower because you need less money to build that. So the repayment period is shorter. Well, of course, serial production of SMRs, everybody would rather want to build the 20th SMR than the first one, but it will take some time. And we will see. We will see in the Czech Republic. Once we build the first SMR in Temelin, I think that the electricity it will produce will be 10 times more expensive than the old-fashioned large units, because the old units have already been depreciated. Okay, so if you compare a newly built SMR and a newly built large unit, well, if we look at a reactor of 470 megawatt and a bigger one, 1,000 megawatt reactor, they compete with each other. So I don't know whether we realize it, but Rolls-Royce competes with Korea, with the Korean designer. And of course, the smaller reactor will have higher costs and it will be more expensive to produce electricity. I don't know whether it will be twice as much or whatever, but it will be more expensive.
Okay. The customer of Meta is part of a group that is the manufacturer. And together with Bitkovice, we spent a long time discussing the non-effectiveness of new nuclear resources that we've seen around on 3 examples in Western Europe. And also in Slovakia at Mochovce, although this is considered to be a success economically. We still believe that there is no way you can deny that there is an economy of scale that will always play into the hands of those who are building large reactors. But the ability to set the process, the manufacturing process for batch production for small and medium, small modular reactors, that really can play a major role. So I personally believe it's not quite clear. It's not quite clear yet that SMRs will be more expensive. Some people say, or cheaper, I don't know. Some people say they are going to be expensive, but I don't have the hard data until and unless we've had the experience of manufacturing really a series, a batch. We don't know, and we can't know. We've got fixtures, okay, and it's a repeated process, and you've done your 10th or 20th reactor, then the economics of the production is totally different from the first piece. I don't even think that we can close this issue or this question of whether this is going to be expensive or not per unit of power. Okay, Mr. Burkett. Well, we know about the Utah case in 2022 or 23. There was a great level of enthusiasm, and then from PowerPoint, it came to contract. They really had to revisit the whole thing. The price tag for the electricity was twice as high as originally thought, and 3 times bigger the building cost. So the project was put to a halt. But, you know, the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 500 megawatt reactors are going to be just as expensive as a big reactor, let's say 1,000 megawatt and above, for the first ones. But if you think about Holtec in Michigan, they got a credit line, a bank guarantee from the Ministry of Industry, $1.5 billion. I don't think the small modular reactors can do without state aid. Okay, maybe a parametric change of, I don't know, maybe 30%, lower, 30% higher, but we have to survive the first 5 and then we'll be fine. Okay, Mr. Ilek. I don't think we can comment on the price tag. Simply, we don't even have the final proposal from Rolls-Royce for that first unit. But I would rather focus on the issue of construction time, where modularity could help is it could allow us to build the unit exactly to schedule. And we're talking about the overall schedule for the building effort. It is fairly conservative when it comes to Rolls-Royce planning, I suppose. Of course, there can be some kind of issues once you start the work, and there's a big backup time, big time allowance for any issues for commissioning the reactor. But it's turned out a really reasonable approach. In 3 years, they were able to commission 4 units, but prior to that, the 440s have been built elsewhere. So the experience from Bohunice and then to Dukovany has been transferred. I don't know if it's been transferred, experience has been transferred, so then commissioning is easier. Okay, let's start from left to right now, and I'd like to ask you to bring up Radek Skoda's slide and come back to history. My question number 3 is related to my question number 1, and some of you, I think Mr. Ilek was, who said something to that effect, but where do you think the SMR will have a place in Slovakia and in the Czech Republic? I asked this question yesterday, whether the former coal mines would be the best places for these reactors, given the tectonics and the geolocation. Some people say, well, if it's a former mine, it might not be the best, former coal mine, it might not be the best area. I've also heard some opinions suggesting that Blahotovice and Teplov, the sites were originally earmarked for nuclear power plants. These could be potentially used to industrial premises could also potentially be a good location. So where do you see potentially the place for SMRs in Czech Republic and in Slovakia in the first step? Today, there are 3 areas that have been earmarked. One in Temelín, The reason being this is a well surveyed nuclear site, nuclear facility site. So placing this reactor there will be easy. The next one will be the Tušinice power plant, one that is being currently surveyed, and we've already started the licensing procedure for both sites. We've already announced the environmental impact assessment process. Also, all the publicly available documents have been submitted. For Tušinice, the environmental impact assessment process has also been started, and we suppose we should be able to have the outcome of the finding procedure, identification procedure, there too by the end of this year. Then Dětmarovice is another site. That would be a backup solution for us, at least from what we think now. And we also checked all the sites that are currently coal mines or former coal mines under the umbrella of ČEZ, of the ČEZ group. One could see that the break lines in the coal mines would be the unfavorable geology would be really the biggest problem in turning a former coal mine into a nuclear facility site. The Blahovice site seems to be not well suited because the break line could be potentially active. But we are also looking at other options, such as Silesia Moravia. So we're still looking. Okay, from these short answers, we got into slightly more detail. But while we're at it, let me ask you one more question. To what extent is ČEZ okay with the idea that also other companies might be involved in building reactors? Could be Unipetrol, Sokolovská uhelná, Ironworks, etc., etc. I don't think we have a problem with that. It's just the authorities will get overloaded when it comes to the certification and the approval process. We know that the approval process for a nuclear facility site is not an easy one, and it might well happen that we will just get the scheme. Okay, Mr. Becker, from what my colleague Mr. Ilek has said, it's logical that ČEZ is first looking around at the site that it owns itself, because they have the utilities, water supply, etc., etc. It's okay, but it's illogical. But I personally am not fond of the idea that we have to use the former coal mines or the heat-producing locations or sites in order to get you to the SMR process, because it's long distances from Temelín to České Budějovice. In the 1970s, the distance was to be covered. The distance to be covered was about 100 kilometers from South Bohemia right to the center of Prague. I think if you build these reasonably close, from, let's say, Pardubice, you can replace Kvalitica and Poříčí. So let's not stick to those sites, because these the district heating pipes can be across dozens of kilometers away. And the 40 megawatt to replace the 500 one, I don't think it's a good idea.
Thank you, Mr. Groch. I think that SMRs will be located close to data centers. That's the first thing. Secondly, I agree that we do not have to stick to the current sites, current locations. But if you've ever experienced negotiating with dozens of owners of individual plots of lands, where you needed to construct some key infrastructure, piece of infrastructure, it is not easy. So it is not a good model when you have to negotiate with every and each owner individually. So you will have to do it as a group. And maybe if the state is able to support that and use non-standard tools in the negotiating process, then yes, maybe we can build long heat pipelines, but without that, it's a huge question mark. Well, I asked about the Czech Republic and Slovakia. So you mentioned data centers. So you suppose that we will have large data centers here. Of course, I understand we're talking about large data centers in America and other large countries. But here, well, so far, Nevada and Utah offered the source of energy for the large data centers, and they will be built wherever the source of energy is going to be. We're a member of the SMI Industry Alliance under the auspices of the European Commission. And the first initial conference ended with a question of a gentleman who stood up, introduced himself, and he said, I'm the chair of an association of data center operators, and we don't really care what you will use to cool your reactor, but we need 90 new 90 gigawatt installed power, installed capacity by 2030. And that was the end of the debate. So he concluded that it will be easier to work on specific tasks than to just keep discussing. So unless there's any technological breakthrough in the chips industry, for example, or any other technology used in renewable sources of energy that would make it more energy efficient, we will still need large sources of energy. And also the increasing demand for computational power. So that still leads me to conclude that, yes, there will be a demand for large data centers and large sources of energy near to it. So with the data center operators, they already started mentioning the output of the data centers in megawatts. So they speak about X number of megawatt data center. So where could we locate an SMR in the Czech Republic? SMRs are important from various perspectives, but what ČEZ is doing with Rolls-Royce, that is not a heat generation reactor. It's a medium-sized reactor as we have in Dukovany, and it's suitable for locations where you would normally build a medium-sized reactor. So ČEZ is looking at its own sites. Yes, that's okay, but from our perspective, it is not good. We've been searching for suitable locations such as Blahotovice or Pretov since the 70s, basically, and to build a heat producing reactor in Dětmarovice, maybe, but to build a large-sized Dukovany reactor, I don't know. I think it will not happen during my lifetime. We have to distinguish between standard reactors and heat-generating reactors. We have one study now, and the study says that 96 kilometers is the maximum distance that is suitable, that is feasible for heat generation in a reactor. Of course, you don't want to have a reactor inside a city. You can also choose a site where you've already had some installations, such as in Mělník. In Mělník, you can also use gas as fuel, but Mělník site is much smaller than the other locations. So again, to heat Kadaň with a large reactor, 1500 megawatts, I guess that's not the way to go. And the data centers, one comment on that, it's about the quantum leap. We're not talking about dozens of megawatts, we're talking about hundreds of megawatts. And one problem is the electricity. And we know that you can transport electricity over long distances. So if you have a data center in Temelín or in Ústí nad Labem, you can have the source of electricity in Temelín. That's okay. but you also have to be able to cool that data center. And if you monitor the geopolitical situation, Canada or Greenland will be potential locations for huge data centers. Maybe Mr. Jilek will want to respond to what Mr. Škoda said, or anybody else. Do you want to react? Mr. Suk? Well, what else could I say to enrich our discussion? First of all, I think that the Czech Republic should not attempt to necessarily use the current sites with nuclear installations simply because we have already some infrastructure built there. I don't think it's a must because the Czech Republic is a small country. We have a good infrastructure and it couldn't be that expensive to build a facility in a new location. And in the UK, they prefer Rolls-Royce simply because their distribution network is not as good. And to build two large reactors on new sites, that would mean large investment into a distribution network. Secondly, what I wanted to say, my colleagues talked about light water reactors. And if I should say anything new about that, I could say that SMR can be a high temperature reactor. And it has its advantages. It can be, for example, located close to ironworks, steelworks, and it can be used for other applications than just energy generation. It can be used for hydrogen production. We can find a more suitable location where we can generate hydrogen and transport hydrogen easily. So the question is, are we speaking about the light water, medium-sized reactors such as Rolls-Royce, or are we speaking more about advanced technologies that are ready to be used for other applications than just electricity and heat? Okay, thank you, Mr. Žárovský. Well, Slovakia is much more diverse geographically and topographically than the Czech Republic. So we started with a certain list of potential locations. And Nováky was the first location eliminated, first site eliminated. In Slovakia, we want to use the primary energy sites. That's simply a result of our historical development. So Nováky was the first site because we've had an intense mining activity in that valley since the Middle Ages. And they tried to find a suitable location in that valley, but simply looking at old maps, they discovered that that is not the way to go. Vojany is a second potential location. We used to have a coal-fired power station, but that was decommissioned. In that location, we had some problem with surface water, but that might be solved. So that is probably a favorite at this moment, the Vojany site. It is also an outcome of the Phoenix project and a follow-up project called Next. We've also thought about using another site close to Eastern Slovakian steelworks, but that was so close to an urban area that we would have to change a legislation to be able to locate a nuclear facility so close to a city. So we're still sticking to that one potential location, that's Vojany, and the second one, that's the fast breeding reactor where we could use an existing location in Bohunice.
That's the Ostrovské Bohunice site where the former unit, the one was formerly, particularly the area where the cooling towers were located, or part of the water management unit. So for 200 megawatt units, 200 would be the units. So it should be Westinghouse 5000 type of design. And rather than any collision with this Westinghouse, I actually think it's about more like creating synergies when you create this new plant at a place where the former nuclear power plant was located. Okay, so you have an idea who support the idea of SMRs, who is less supporting them, but we can come back to it later. Now I'd like to come back to history a little. Professor Škoda prepared this slide. If I'm not mistaken, this is a paper where SMR was first mentioned here, small modular reactor. Is that right? Well, Maria Miletić, one of my doctoral students now working for GE, and Brian Berman, a doctoral student, also created this, and we were laughing our guts out, and that's about 3 years ago, saying that this paper, this little paper, has about 300 citations. So the SMR reactor, the term used by IAEA agency was officially changed, but the term well established, the newly coined term from small and medium to small modular reactor. It's a branding matter. It's really a thing of branding. And this is essentially a reactor that is bigger, in fact, than the Dukovany unit. And everybody wants it because everybody loves these brands, SMR. You know, SMR plus Rolls-Royce, it does the branding for you. I'm really taking a lighter note at this. You know, you can write a paper that is not really a breakthrough research-wise, and yet it can really demolish the world. So this is Serbian because Jasmina is Serbian, and it can become a total hit. So SMR might stand for smartly marketed reactors, really, because if you keep saying that is this or that problem, and then you screen a movie about Chernobyl, people get scared. While SMR is good. It does the job for us, and it has a check price. Wonderful. Over to you again. I come back a step again. Mr. Grove mentioned synergy and some coexistence of the former energy or power making sites and data centers. I don't have the hard data about Slovakia's policy, but we can see that there are already messages and articles in the media that somewhere close to Bohunice, or maybe right in Bohunice, there would be a pack of small modular reactors. I've already seen some vaguely exposed interest, limited interest in data center building there, but I don't have that. Okay, Mr. Booker, we don't have to persuade ourselves about the data centers. Just look at the US. You already have some examples in existence. 2 out of the 3 are the water concept, generation 4 water reactors. Everywhere in these groups of investors, they have Google represented. So yes, as Mr. Wolf said, the power requirement will be so extremely huge that the demand really will bring the SMR into life. Okay, unless there are any more comments, I'd love to ask our panelists who represent individual projects, either directly or indirectly, if they want to speak about it, to do so. And let me do it this way. Let's start with Czech designs through to Rolls-Royce, through to the 4th-generation reactor. Pavel Suk would be so kind enough, I hope, to comment on these, but I will ask you later specifically about the fuel. So that's going to be our next point. So, my first question goes to Mr. Škoda. What about Teplátor, that project? What is the main advantage of this project? We have the basic design, and we are just about to submit a request for licensing approval. I'm not going to say where, but you probably know all of this, all of you know this one. This is an iPhone. And when it was being designed, they started by just designing something by way of displaying, a display kind of thing, not an iPhone. Steve Jobs, and when the team did the job, they looked around in the market, and this was a display unit for iPad. And they looked around in the market and said, okay, it's not probably iPad is the biggest thing. No, it's probably something smaller, iPhone. So they left iPad behind. 240 million iPhones get sold every year, and only 40 million iPads get sold every year. So what really matters, and that's my point, is what the customer wants. And if you look at the reactors, nobody wants them. People don't want reactors either because economic reasons or for administrative reasons. Red tape that goes with it. The Czech heating industry is working in this way. If you manufacture heat, if you produce heat twice as more expensive or twice less efficiently as other companies, then you get paid more. This is based on Czech legislation. You have examples in practice. So from this perspective, Teplátor is a heating system. And we've talked to all companies who produce heat, and the heat supply companies are all switching from coal to natural gas. All of them. We shall not be now talking about the issue of dependence on a foreign power or CO2 issues. No. So everyone is switching from coal to natural gas. So just like Steve Jobs decided to go for iPhone and targeted it to the right audience, I hope we have also targeted our right audience, and I have a site. Where's the site? It's not in the Czech Republic. That's what I can disclose. Okay, very briefly, is the licensing process going to take place in Canada or where? It'll be the American continent. That's what I can tell you. Okay, so questions on Teplátor, just as other designs may follow on the subsequent discussion. And I'd like to ask Mr. Groch to bring up his presentation. And Mr. Groch prepared a couple of slides, but it will be a slight last presentation. Okay.
So we wanted to develop a reactor that is buildable, that can be built, that is based on proven technologies. And we're also looking at the market, what the market wants, just like Mr. Škoda said, so that we come up with a realistic, feasible application.
Zákazníkem společnosti Čekatom je společnost Vitkovic, jak jsem říkal.
So Vitkovic is a customer of Čekatom. Yesterday we had a discussion about which company is the youngest, and I think Čekatom is probably the winner. We've been existing for 6 years only, but Vitkovic has been existing for 197 years. And it's a strong regional player, a big employer, They employ over 1,000 employees, and they supply 72 countries, I believe. So it's a group of companies, but I will not discuss the details of that structure. Let's move on. So our David SMR project involves a number of companies and institutions. These are some of them. We have Mr. Suk here from Alvel, so they cooperate with us on that project as well. They also cooperate with most of the technical universities in the Czech Republic and with the Academy of Sciences. And we also cooperate with various Ukrainian companies. For example, we have an MOU with Energoatom, and when the situation calms down in Ukraine, we have an agreement to intensify our cooperation. We also have an MOU with the Northern Moravian administrative region, and we'll start searching for a potential suitable site for David SMR. So we cooperate with a technical university in Ostrava and with the Moravian and Silesian administrative region. It's a 3-site MOU. So this is an estimate of the size of the market for SMRs. This is based on Eurostat data that we just put together correctly. And our conclusion is that in 2050 we will need some 400 gigawatt of installed capacity in SMRs. But if we look at the exponentially growing demand for energy of data centers, maybe it will be even more than that. So I don't want to talk too much about the technology itself, but what we find important is that it's never just one reactor, especially when we're talking about data centers. But we always want to have a twin reactor for availability and, of course, passive safety. That is important. And what we're focusing on in the second round of our work on the design is the maximum level of automation and robotization, because that's one of the weak points of SMRs. Because they do not have lower demand for people, for skilled people, for human resources. And already today, it's really difficult to find experts on the labor market. Operators, maintenance workers for nuclear facilities. And if we build SMRs everywhere across Europe and around the world, well, where do you want to find those experts to operate them? So our colleagues from universities will have to work faster to educate sufficient number of experts for us. But I think that it will also help to find a way to have as many people operating that SMR as possible. So automation. So we talked about various applications, quite a lot. So our SMR is a light water reactor. It will be an SMR producing in a combined way, so cogeneration of electricity and cooling. So we're designing the reactor so that it's most suitable for cogeneration of electricity and cooling. So speaking about 4th-generation reactors, big tech is very much supportive and we keep our fingers crossed. But there are many challenges, including legislative challenges. But maybe we can leave that for the discussion later on when we talk about fourth generation reactors. Mr. Burkett, do you want to respond to that presentation? Well, not really to that presentation, but I wanted to have a comprehensive list of all designs. So UJV developed an SMR design called UJV 100, but that was a completely different design with different parameters, more focused on heat generation. And you asked us to give you the pros, the advantages of these designs. And whether it will be built or not, I think that the new designs of SMRs are helpful because for the first time we were able to put together a supplier chain in the Czech Republic for potential SMRs. So ZAT and SAT, Siemens with their control systems, Škoda, the nuclear energy part of the company, and got involved as well. So the supplier chain was developed. We're also developing models that can later be used because we keep talking about SMRs, but we don't have discussions about all the support systems. For example, water treatment systems or radioactive waste management systems. So whatever design we choose in the end, it will be an advantage for a wide variety of Czech industries. And also public became more interested in SMRs. And yes, it is very difficult to find a young graduate that would be willing to work in a research center or stay at the university. They need to be given opportunities and options. And maybe you know that story, President Kennedy that met that guy when they were launching Saturn V, and the guy with the broom was there, and Kennedy asked him, well, what are you doing here? And he said, well, I'm helping to get people up on the moon. So that guy had a vision, and you have to give the workers, the young guys and girls, a vision to attract them to your projects. Okay, thank you very much. And maybe I'll be boring you because I keep repeating this story over and over. I had an interview with Martin Zsezsák about Energyvel project in Rzesz, and they had a huge ambition to really finalize that project and produce a product that could be exported. Well, I think it's clear today that that ambition has changed. But it's important to use the know-how, to apply the know-how and the outcomes of research. Well, you said that it's about ambition, but we have to speak about our national ambitions of the Czech Republic. The new scale received $500 million from American DOD and another $900 million on the way. Great Britain nuclear, that's another case, another example. But of course, we cannot compete with the UK or the US. So we have to work with the limited resources that we have in this country. So maybe that ambition will not be fulfilled, but that's okay. We're just a small country. And I guess we will simply not have dozens of billions of crowns to develop our own design. It probably wouldn't even be meaningful. Okay, that can be a question for discussion later on the Czech innovative environment and the Czech system of financing. But that's a different topic. And maybe when we talk about the US and how it works, we can touch on this as well. David SMR, it's a commercial product. So we do want to finalize that into a sellable, marketable product. Maybe it will not be possible only in the Czech Republic, even though we have some sources of financing. We have to go beyond the Czech borders. And we simply don't have the same conditions as Rolls-Royce or But we have to work with what we have. But we do have an ambition to finalize that project. Because there were many projects in the past that failed. But we don't want to fail, and we don't feel failing, that we're failing.
All right. Just a short note. I didn't want to put you in any doubt on what Mr. Burkett mentioned. It just shows that the effort at the Institute of Nuclear Research simply can be put to use, no matter what the further development is. Now, from Czech designs, we can move on to what ČEZ does in this area. We all know that Rolls-Royce and SMR has been chosen as the go-to design for the reactor that is to be deployed in the Czech Republic. In the last presentation, I saw Rolls-Royce SMR saying up to 6 SMR reactors could be there, 3 in Sweden, 3 in the UK, which seems to be a fairly ambitious objective. However, this is quite in line with what ČEZ said they would like to have in terms of installed power in SMR reactors. So, to make my question more specific, and this is to you, Mr. Taylor, what would be the main reason for Rolls-Royce to go about this concept, and what is so unique about it, this design? In fact, I presented this span of possibilities, range of possibilities that ČEZ was choosing from already last year, and I knew that Rolls-Royce would be picked. And by last year, I said by September, we would have picked our choice. Few people believed me during the forum, and it's actually turned out well, because in September, the partnership with Rolls-Royce was already established, and by the end of October, the contract was signed. We were the first company in Europe, certainly definitely the first one in Europe to pick this small modular reactor. Not even the UK, and they already had this sorted out. So today, we are preparing the contract for the engineering activities with Temelín, with Rolls-Royce, and the GBM tender was won by Rolls-Royce in the meantime, the UK, so they are building 3, the one together with Vattenfall, 3 units in the UK. I'm talking about the Czech Republic, Pišinice, 1,500 megawatts electric, so that's up to 3 units, although the business plan mentions 2 units only at first, but it could be 2 plus 1, and in Dětmarovice, it will be 3 units, so all in all, it will be 5 units in the Czech Republic. A further comment on the Rolls-Royce design. General design assessment process is underway, and it's in the final stage. It's got 3 stages. Rolls-Royce has submitted the last document necessary for the process. I get it at the end of August. So this is up and running. Our regulatory authority in the Czech Republic has been kept informed. The 2 authorities, supervisory authorities in the UK and in the Czech Republic, are working together, so this can speed things up during the approval process for the Czech Republic. Thank you. And what is the technological unique point for this concept? I don't think there is anything unique apart from the modularity and the method of construction. But if you're asking about containment and the steam generation system, whatever you want to call it, the classical circuit, it's a classical pressure water reactor. Okay, that's clear. And my next question is there a vision for the Czech Republic to have SMRs, and is that realistic? One of our working groups under our program has been working on this, and it's been a pretty intense effort, and there will be a modular factory. And if this were to become become a reality, it will be something that will be done by Rolls-Royce. Just will actually be providing that support in terms of site location. But there is support for this kind of development. So to sum this up, there could be more SMRs by Rolls-Royce. Okay. So we're closing this part of our debate on the 3+ generation of reactors, and over to Mr. Burkett, who has a couple of slides ready for us to see. Yes, I'll take the liberty of standing up so that I can see the slide myself. Bring the next one up. I represent the UJV group. Very briefly, for those of you who don't know us, the UJV group currently has 5 subsidiaries. And Mr. Ilek mentioned CEZ activities, and I should mention the fact that the Institute of Nuclear Research in Israel, we can cover the whole cycle, full cycle, basic design, etc. So we can cover the whole process. C, we are the control system. I can talk about the 4th generation of control system, fusion technologies, accumulation, non-nuclear facilities, which is something we are developing at the Mielnik power plant, is also within our operating radius. I will mention a project that we're doing abroad. It's not in the US, it's something that is on the American continent, and in China they ran experimental reactors in 2023 and 2024, salt reactor. Just by way of example, you know the Terra power concept, the sodium cooled reactor, a very clever solution. It's connected to accumulation based on salts, accumulation salt, like material, and this is a sodium cooled reactor. As I said, look at the efficiency rate here, 40 to 44%. It's great if you compare it to the pressure water reactors, because they have close to 30. And this guy in the blue shirt is Bill Gates. So they'll pick the shovels and started digging the ground, or big axes and started digging the ground. And this is a unit that will go together with the accumulation and storage. And by the end of this year, they should probably have everything completed in terms of paperwork. So this is no longer science fiction, this is real. But just to let you know, Bill Gates is standing there because he invested into this. And he probably knows why he invested into this, because we talked a lot about data centers. And the second, that's Kairos, Berkeley University in California. This is something else, tri-salts, salts. You probably know this fuel. Google is mentioned here again as a co-funding part, and of course this is supported by the US Department of Energy. And if you look at this slide, this is an experimental testing. They do it in a very clever way. So this is a mock-up project. Hermes 1 and Hermes 2 are real-life reactors with all the gadgets you need around it. And July 2024, Hermes 1 started to be built. I think it's 35 megawatt reactor and planned to be commissioned in 2027. So by 2027, it could be 29 anyway. Definitely in this decade, a real liquid salt-cooled reactor will be built in the US. Hermes 2, again, will be built by the end of decades. And so this will be a turbine, including power generation. So it's an industrial prototype. And then the demo electrical power plant with 150 megawatt electric installed power. So this is no longer a sci-fi. And Andrei could actually say what nuclear wants to do in terms of their ambition. So this is not sci-fi. Okay, I definitely will talk to Mr. Zarowski, but maybe another question there.
So Kairos uses liquid salt technology, molten salt technology, so it's more advanced. But what about the research center in Rzesz and your energy well, because that's also a salt technology, isn't it? Well, I could write a book about this, because when we were in Berkeley, maybe some 10 years ago, the Czech Republic used to be much more advanced in salt technologies, but maybe thanks to that massive support from American Ministry of Energy, Department of Energy, Americans progressed much faster. And also China, that's the same story. 20 years ago, they knew nothing about salt technologies. While in Rzesz, we've had history of developing these technologies for dozens of years, decades. But just as Mr. Suk said, these concepts are more effective and fuel efficient. And I don't want to insult nuclear, but the other technologies are winning because you can apply them in environments where you have 500, 600 degrees of Celsius with high pressure. And these new technologies based on molten salt certainly have a future. My view is that the pressurized water technology is just a step towards the salt technologies. And you can see it in the States, you can see it in China, that these new molten salt technologies really will be the future. Kairos and Rzesz Research Institute, there's some overlap. Both of you cooperated with that Oak Ridge National Laboratory in the United States, for example. But we have a representative of advanced SMRs, reactors of the fourth generation. So, Mr. Žárovský, what do you think about that? How do you see it? So just to add to what Danesh said, in Europe we also have other designs based on molten salts. Russia as well has been developing that technology, and those for geopolitical reasons they sort of marginalized now. But looking at Europe, nuclear seems to be most agile. Stefan Buon is the founder of the company. So probably nuclear is the youngest company. They were established in September 2021. So they're celebrating their 4th birthday. And they managed to concentrate more technologies based on liquid steel. And I will go back to the benefits, of course, a higher thermal efficiency, and the things that Danesh mentioned as well, no overpressure. So safety reasons represent a huge benefit of these designs. But there are also huge challenges. Mr. Groch mentioned them, and it's understatement actually. huge challenges, of course, in terms of material and technology. Working with lead, lead is aggressive in high temperatures. When you look at the submarines, 705 Mira in the in the USSR, and all the challenges and problems they had back in the 70s. So yes, there will be challenges and problems with the materials, but once we solve them, we should have a more scalable and flexible reactor. So maybe in 2026, in the first half, we should have a non-active precursor built in Italy, in the Brasimon Research Center, Brasimona. And this first precursor, if you look at the web pages of Nucleo, you will see that maybe in the first half, around 2034, we should have the first running reactor of this design. And I've also mentioned that in Slovakia, we're looking at Bohunice site. We should have 4 reactors. And a few weeks ago in Slovakia, we signed a series of agreements based on which the state-owned company Yavis, which deals with bent nuclear fuel and its reprocessing, and they will cooperate with Nucleo. And there is also a privileged technical partner, a company called Vuje. And starting last month, they will have a year and a half to complete a feasibility study and to say whether Bohunice as a potential site is really feasible for this first installation. So the possibility to reuse already spent nuclear fuel is the biggest advantage of this design, of this technology. Maybe a few questions to Mr. Suk, and then the audience will be given the floor. So a couple of questions for Mr. Suk. First of all, what do you think about this discussion? Who convinced you most? Which design is the best? I think that you're the biggest skeptic when it comes to SMR reactors amongst the panelists. So that's the first question. And my second question, nuclear fuel for the fourth generation reactor, that can be a challenge. So try to comment on that. Yes, it's true that I'm skeptical about SMRs, but I would add to it that I'm skeptical around its utilization in the Czech Republic. If we place that SMRs in a remote location with no infrastructure and you need to replace an old diesel generator on old power plant, then yes, SMR will be suitable. But Czech Republic is really a very small country, and I don't see a reason to build SMRs here, because I think that we have a good distribution network. So SMRs in the Czech Republic do not make sense. And I don't know whether anybody would manage to convince me. Maybe advanced SMRs could convince me. I used to be a fan of natrium from Telepower, those that are involved in accumulating energy in salts. I liked that a lot. And then I read an article about how much waste the fourth generation reactors produce, be it activated sodium or lead and bismuth. It's not just about that, but also waste from the pressure vessels. So building quickly 40 SMRs at this moment, fine, okay, but 40 years from now, we will have a huge pile of waste that we'll have to store somewhere or reprocess or do something about it. So once we want to have a mass commissioning of SMRs, we also have to think about potential waste processing, waste management. And the second question, fuel, I don't want to limit myself to the fourth generation reactors only. I would like to comment on generation 3 and 3 plus of light water reactors. Many designs offer what Dukovany and Temelin did not offer. Borium-free cycles and a flexible performance depending on the required load in the system. Temelin and Dukovany didn't have it in their project, in their design. But let me speak about the borium-free cycle. Reactivity used to be compensated or offset by boric acid, and based on that, you defined your fuel assembly. So if we replace the borium with something else, the fuel cells design, the standardized fuel assembly, remains the same, however, because we simply do not want to invest into developing and testing new fuel assemblies, new designs. But I think it's a huge mistake because we could get more energy out of our standardized fuel. The second problem is that once we do load follow that Rolls-Royce, for example, offers, and I was reading in my research that maybe 100% of load and 50% and back to 100%, you should be able to switch between that in 3 to 5 minutes. So we have to be able to design a fuel assembly that will manage all these huge changes in performance. So these are the changes in the design that we have to find a solution for even now.
And if we want a fast reactor, we need more enrichment, which brings bigger cost for the enrichment plants. And in addition to that, you are faced with the issue of contaminated fuel. Quick inspection in these fast reactors is difficult. So these are the issues that we're going to have to face. I don't know if that answered your question. Sure, of course. Thank you. If there are any more questions, go ahead. Hello, Mark Engler from Research Associates. We are partners for nuclear safety projects. And this is exactly what we've been thinking about. So I can share my experience with SMRs, and Martin Grof is my partner. We've been talking about it a lot. We're working towards the next stage of our project, preparing the licensing base, etc., etc. We really need to think out of the box. Because what we are working towards has not been implemented as yet anywhere in the world. So it's a terra incognita type of effort. It's something completely different. It's not somewhere buried down on the ground. No, it's going to be right in the middle of your city centers. So it needs to be transportable, ideally by airplane. It needs to be totally safe, etc., etc. And the whole safety concept will then dictate or define which of the technologies will be the winner. And it's great to have AI at hand, because detecting all the aspects cannot be handled in one person or in a team. So we can use AI tools to identify the gaps and then try to find answers. So Martin and I have been talking about this. And the very first thing to do in this respect, we both agree, is to run a huge data analysis effort based on large language models, etc., etc., and they would help us define the criteria and then, working backwards, find answers to the questions concerning the procedures. And the last bit I wanted to mention, I'm sorry, I just lost the thread. Sure. But I know already, okay. Just recall what I wanted to say. The whole method of thinking, the whole idea of the design is not going to be deterministic, but rather a risk-based design that will not be following just the safety considerations, but will also take into consideration environmental aspects, manageability, etc., etc. So this will help define the whole cycle. As you said, it's not going to be just about the reactor proper, but rather setting the small modular reactor into urban environment. So a huge challenge is ahead, and moreover, we're going to have to change the paradigm of how we go about designing this reactor. I think this is a great opportunity because one generation of the people who worked on the previous design is gone now. We have the generation of those who are maintaining, sort of keeping this tradition, and now the new kids on the block working with AI tools, etc., etc., will be working towards this. So we will be the gurus for the young folks, but they will have to think about this themselves, and the new generation of designers and engineers will have to embrace this. Yes, Mr. Jarosky would like to respond, but other panelists can also chip in. There's a Czech saying, if you have a lot of dogs, the hair is done. Yes, you mentioned all the challenges, and we all are aware of them at this panel. But we're talking about generation 4 reactors. We will simply need to prioritize the initial steps. If you place an SMR into an urban environment, frankly speaking, I don't think this is something that is currently being discussed. We first need to sort of prove the viability, also in terms of commercial terms, from the classical pressure water reactors right through to generation 4 reactors. First, we need to prove them as viable, also commercially, and then we can talk about where to place that. I'm not talking about the probabilistic analysis, etc., etc. That's something that is already clearly laid out in legislation, but the technical limitations simply can't be bypassed. And this is also for PR reasons. And sometimes PR reasons is more important, maybe more important than the technical ones. So it'll be a matter of prioritizing. And we might as well be able to place an SMR reactor right in an urban environment. But I'm not really considering that as an option for the moment. I can quote someone from the supervisory authority who said in Slovakia, okay, do you want a small modular reactor in the center of Košice, one of those big Slovak cities, over my dead body? That's what he said. So there's a whole lot of issues: technical, legislative, moral issues, ethical issues, PR issues. We need to be able to make a head or tail of it. All of that is really complex. Otherwise, we'll get lost. Okay, Mr. Burkett. I think the biggest confusion is that the labeling is just not correct. You can think of, when you say SMR, you can think about it as in the Rolls-Royce or a 4th generation reactor, which is a completely different animal. Also, the power range, micro units within 10 to 20 megawatts. right through to the 100 megawatts, then the Rolls-Royce towards 500 megawatts. All of these are still SMR, and it is a big difference if you just need to dig it in the sand somewhere in Africa and let it run for 5 years. It's like comparing a small combined heat and gas heat and power unit and a huge power plant. So these are completely different animals. Yes, you hit the nail on the head. From Energy World to Rolls-Royce, as a journalist, I can see the huge leap and the big difference and the wide span of the debate. More questions? I can't help responding to what you said, Mr. Žárovský. I can tell you that we are already placing SMR in urban environment because the whole of Europe essentially is an unperformed landscape. Now the perimeter is 300 kilometers. All I'm saying is it's a little old school, but this is how we are. Okay, let's synthesize. Yes, and scale. Yes, that's right. Each resource, we will have to individually assess feasibility for the placement for the site. And unlike the general public, we should be in the know. And through artificial intelligence, we should be able to assess. And of course, in terms of design, safety first. Nothing more to say. Okay, we essentially started this debate about 9 months ago, somewhere in Poland at a conference, of course. But yes, one by one, you are right in saying what you're saying, but I'm right too, I have to say. Perimeter is an interesting point. The public opinion is now being swayed in favor of small nuclear reactors, and even those who oppose nuclear reactors are now in favor of them.
So let's take it step by step, slowly, because people will not forgive us if we make a mistake. Well, I would not threaten people with that urban environment. Dukovany is like 25 kilometers from Třebíč. We have nuclear facilities close to cities, but we're not Japan. We do have some space, so our nuclear facilities will not have to be inside cities. Professor Škoda. Many things tend to repeat. In the 80s, we had a project of a heat plant in the middle, in the center of Hrušovice. And we do have some similar facilities, even in Prague. We have a reactor in Boston, in the center of Boston, in the center of Vienna. But the question is, do we want to have reactors in the center of cities? Mělník, 40 kilometers from Prague, so piping, no problem. Temelín, 100 kilometers from Prague, we can transmit electricity over wire, so we don't need to have these installations in the middle of cities. Augusta was also in the middle of, in the center of Stockholm. So it can be done, but the question is, do we want it? Thank you. Mr. Pastera. I'm pleased looking at the development in the Czech Republic and Slovakia. Surprisingly, they complement each other. Just from my position, I want to say that the shift towards Rolls-Royce, the 500 megawatt unit, has been driven probably by the fact that we will need the output not only in the north of Bohemia, but also in the south and southeast. So we need the electricity where it's needed, and we don't want to overload our transmission network, distribution network, and cause blackouts. So if we have pressurized water reactors, then whether it's 1200 megawatt or 200 megawatt, the safety concerns are roughly the same in case of an emergency. And we're not Finland, so we cannot reduce the parameters and have just a simple heating plant. Economically, it will not work. In the Czech Republic, we want to save our industry. So transporting the large vessels, yes, it is possible to do it on rail, and that's a certain advantage. If we want a renaissance of nuclear energy, we have to consider the fuel cycle, and we should plan in advance what we want to do with the burnt fuel. Slovakia has a lot of experience with that, and they're switching to lead-cooled reactors. If we look at the Westinghouse portfolio, and I would not underestimate them, they're building a AP1000, and they're developing a lead-cooled reactor. The 200 megawatt is the first step. And then the question is, do we want to build more? Then the question is whether we'll be able to maintain the oxygen mixture, even with larger volumes. The molten salt reactor is basically a high temperature reactor, which is super safe, but it has its limitation in terms of passive safety, depending on which type of fuel you use. So China, for example, builds 2 reactors per 1 turbine. And if we switch to molten salt reactors, even though it will not be usable for burnt fuel, spent fuel, to have a safe reactor that can burn used fuel, well, we can build it based on thorium. That's another option. Cogeneration from nuclear installations is more suitable for heat generation. I can have a heat pump at the end of the cycle and use electricity generated by a nuclear installation to power the heat pump. And that will technically be a cogeneration as well. So building reactors in cities, let me comment on that. You probably were talking about a light water reactor. That is the plan. Yeah, just not in agreement. Okay, so let me talk about a light water reactor, because that's the simplest alternative. And so far, I wasn't sure about the limit, what is a small or a large reactor. And now Mr. Basdera says that it doesn't really matter if it's 200 megawatt or 1200 megawatt. But okay, why yes or no a reactor in the center of a city? We talked about affordability, about costs and return on investment. But of course, if we have large reactors, over 200 megawatt light water reactors, if there's any emergency, there are certain risks related to it. And you say we can place it in the center of a city and it will be safe. Of course, we can ask AI how to design that. And yes, we can calculate it, we can design it, But we have to realize that each of these safety barriers will increase the costs. So that goes against the original idea that we want to show to people that SMRs can be competitive. So it will be like a huge tank somewhere hidden under a mountain to make it safe. And it will be extremely costly. So if we want to show to people that SMR is economical, that it is possible to build it, let's build it first somewhere at the periphery, and let's find people that will not be afraid to operate it. And then after 10 or 15 years, because you need that length of time to prove that it's safe. And only then we can move the reactor or say that it can be closer to the center of the city. But first, let's have it on the periphery, on the outskirts of the city. And then you have to wait 10 or 15 years to prove that it's safe. Then we can come up with the second step and say it's okay to build it inside a city. But then you will probably have to have an opinion poll, whether people want it or not. That will cost some money as well. The change of the infrastructure, surveying the sub-base, that will all cost money. The gentleman is not using a mic. The current reactors, the VVERs, were designed with a life cycle plus minus 30 years. That can be extended with 10 more years, for example. We have experience with that. And it's just like building cathedrals. When you start building one, you plan for hundreds of years of life cycle, and you plan in advance. So I'm not saying that we should start building SMRs tomorrow, but we have to think in advance. And yes, of course, you will have to develop new infrastructure underground, maybe. And when I was in Seoul, it's a huge city, 20 million people. So these large cities, agglomerations, will be developed even here in the future. And from a conceptual perspective, design perspective, I work a lot with standards. We prepare standards and legislative frameworks. And of course, we have some legislation valid today. It will have to be changed for the future. And there are many changes that we have to think about now for the future. So the current legislation says that for one reactor, you have one control room. But if we have more reactors, it will have to be changed. Or if you want to have one control room for more reactors, you'll have to change the legislation. I'm an open-minded person, just like you. So I'm trying to look ahead of time and see where we want to get 20 years from now. Mr. Burka, Mr. Suk, do you want to comment? Mr. Burka. I think that this discussion beautifully shows and proves that nuclear experts in the Czech Republic are negatively oriented. We focus on the negatives. We don't search for reasons how we can do it. We rather focus on the negative, why it cannot be done. If you have offshore installations, they simply search for locations where it is possible to build it and then build pipelines or installations. So I think that time is running. So let's find the fastest way, fastest design to be built. And if it's feasible, then let's start on building it. And then let's talk about future other locations, whether Tušimice or elsewhere. But let's not continue discussing because somebody will overtake us and we'll be faster in building this.
Mr. Jarovsky, if we let ourselves bogged down into detail, we need to discuss this with the authorities in Slovakia. Don't scare them too much. That was my message. And also, if you open too many questions, you're opening the Pandora's box. But no offense taken. I mean, it's just we could actually overload the authorities for a long period to come. So fourth generation fuel design location site All of these things we started to discuss with the supervisory authority, and they were welcoming, quite embracing the idea, but I still need to be aware of the fact that this authority is also responsible for two big nuclear power plants that are already up and running, so we must not overload it. So it's about ergonomics. Thank you. Question? The button from the Institute of Nuclear Research at CERN. I'd love to change the subject for a bit. In relation to renewable sources of energy, I suppose they will be on the rise, so there'll be more emphasis placed on variability of output for nuclear reactors. Can you speak about that? Do you envisage decommissioning, shutting down, and also regulating? So, in other words, your question comes back to what we mentioned yesterday. Notification of public aid, and to what extent we need to regulate the development of new SMR projects and new reactors in general, so that other sources of energy have access to the grid. No, just technically speaking, pretty technical. Okay, Mr. Burkett. Well, yes, Mr. Suk mentioned already, fuel doesn't like if you vary the output. It reduces the life cycle. Some of the units are licensed not to provide support services, but I wouldn't see that as a major problem. For instance, TerraPower can actually be connected to accumulation system, a storage facility. Why change the load, the base load of this reactor, which is most efficiently operating at base load? So there can be accumulation systems based on sodium, and let's not variability of output shorten the fuel cycle and life cycle of the plant. So you say that essentially you might actually be better off use nuclear power and accumulate. Well, we've regulated sodium to the extent in the EU that we can't get, hydrogen to the point that it is essentially a no-go area, so it might be based on the molten salt system. I don't know what system we use, but it's certainly better to use an accumulation system than re-qualify the fuel and use up your life cycle of the plant. Okay, Mr. Groff. Yes, my colleague has said essentially everything. We don't really focus our attention on controlling or regulating the output. Producing hydrogen using a pressure water reactor is fairly inefficient, but it's still better than to just let the electricity go. So we might be using this as an option in those situations where the energy is simply not in demand. Let me just chip in certain regions, you could also use desalination of water. Yes, I'd love to also subscribe to that and bring an economic argument. If the nuclear power plant reduces the base load, then the variable cost goes down, which is lower compared to renewable sources. So there is no reason to run a nuclear power plant at a low output power. You can accumulate it or use it for some other purposes. I don't think it's it'll be nonsensical. It wouldn't make sense really, economically speaking, to run a nuclear power plant at a low output. Okay, thank you. Next question, Mr. Batak. Hello, Batak from Nuke Advisor. I've got two questions to ask. One simple question, but first, load follow issue, on that load follow issue. In France, as you know, the nuclear power plants do modulate their power, and all the more so. And today there's this debate going on to what extent it is a good approach and reasonable approach for renewables to take the lead and nuclear power plants really follow it. Officially, the technology has been there. There's a great regulation, and they have control systems in place that can handle it in terms of fuel life cycle. The official position of the French engineers is that it doesn't reduce the life cycle of the reactor, but a simple idea on the engineering side is that, well, you are regulating pressure, you're changing pressure and temperature, so it must actually reduce the life cycle. And they are thinking along the lines of saving fuel to be used when power is more expensive. While you're at it, talking about France, I suppose France has dozens of reactors, so they don't need to regulate individual reactors, correct? No, I think they are really regulating a lot. They don't want to shut down them completely, but shut them down completely. In some, for instance, they do. They want to go down as low as 50%, but they do regulate quite a lot, very broad way. But first of all, I wanted to thank you for this very interesting and really expert discussion. And as experts on SMR, I'd love to ask you this question that is being discussed in the community. We know that we can handle the scale effect if there's a lot of these SMRs, but we need to bring to life the factories to build the modules, etc. So the discussion is about, I guess, the winner takes all. There are various designs that are being developed in the world. So what do you think? Will it be the first three designs that will come to being, or will they simply have their own lifespan and some of them will die their natural death, so to speak, due to financial difficulties or constraints? Or are you more on the optimistic note, like Mr. Grove said, well, you could actually build a lot of these? Or do you think there will be space for, I'd say, dozens different SMR Generation 3 types of reactors that could be built? Or will there be a temporary period where Generation 3 and then Generation 4 comes next? And I agree that the potential to get a lower price is probably better than with the Generation 3 SMR. So, Professor Škoda?
Tak vy jste tam do té své řeči zakomponoval pár anglických slov, tak já to obuduju.
So you used some English words. So I'll answer in English as well. Different horses for different courses. So there are various SMRs, various designs, and yes, there will be more of them because the very small ones will not be able to compete with the medium size ones, and those heat-producing, heat-generating ones will not be competing with the others. And just chose Rolls-Royce and not GE, while GE has already been licensed and it is cheaper per installed unit. But for some reason, just chose Rolls-Royce. That was their choice. So it's not just about price, it's also about business potential. The problem is that you simply have to build at least 20 or 20 plus units. So it must get to a stage of serial production. Of course, nobody wants to be the one building the first reactor. UK gave 230 million pound to develop their reactor. Americans invested hundreds of millions of dollars to develop their own design, and everybody's sort of waiting what would happen. I agree with Professor Škoda that there will be more designs available. There is space for more designs. I don't think there will be dozens of them, but certainly not more than one. And apart from various traps and challenges in the development process, adapting the existing technologies, we have to realize there are traps. But apart from that, there will also be traps and challenges when building supplier chains. And that might be the limitation to the number of designs that will actually make it in the end to the market. Because design is one thing and building and operating that SMR is another thing. So there will be huge challenges in the construction stage. So whoever manages to get the suppliers first will have a higher probability of success. And the state or states will play even a more important role in the construction stage than in the design stage, because many companies simply are not strong enough to prepare for a construction of something that will happen only 10 years from now. But that's exactly what we want them to do. When we were preparing to manufacture steam generators in Vítkovice for Temelin, I have experience with that, and the tooling and training of people. That's an investment of hundreds of millions of crowns. And if you want a private company to do that, that maybe there will be a follow-up project in the future that will pay all these costs. Well, I guess you won't find many companies willing to do this. So that probably will be the limiting factor in terms of the number of designs developed. Well, Martin Groch said it all. I don't think there is a reason to search for a winner. Just like with large reactors, we have at least 5 potential suppliers. The same will be with SMRs. Madam Sokolska showed yesterday that they have support from America. They will probably choose the American design. Chess chose Rolls-Royce. Somebody will choose Holtec. So there's maybe a dozen of designs at this moment. And maybe looking at the forecast that Chess prepared, showing that there will be a growing demand. I guess all of the designs available at this moment will be okay if they make it to the construction stage. Well, maybe one more question that we already did open yesterday, financial model and investment model and the relations with the technology supplier. And my question is to Mr. Jelek in relation to Rolls-Royce. When I compare it to KHNP, we know that with large reactors, KHNP will deliver technology, and they're also an NPC contractor. But I think that in case of Rolls-Royce, it will work differently. And we're searching for an integrator that would help deliver the Rolls-Royce SMRs and manage the project. Well, yes, Rolls-Royce is the designer. They designed the technology. And they're also building a plant to manufacture their SMRs. But they are searching for suppliers, of course, and they're developing their supplier chain globally. And as for the construction stage, we expect that we will sign a contract for construction with Rolls-Royce, but maybe that Rolls-Royce will form something like a special purpose vehicle, and they will join forces with some construction company for the construction stage. And is there any potential supplier that we're talking about? No, I don't have information so far. We're negotiating with Rolls-Royce at this moment. Mr. Škoda? Maybe you've noticed recently that there is a certain segmentation in the nuclear sector. In the past, whoever designed the reactor also built it, but Westinghouse burned their fingers, so to say, in Canada. So now the EPC contractor can be somebody else. It doesn't have to be the designer. And we have examples around the world, even in Slovakia. So there will be one company delivering the design and somebody else building it. And of course, these are different groups of people. You have a group of designers sitting at the table designing the reactor, and then you have guys in the field building the reactor, and you need different skills for these activities. So it's a right way to go, in my opinion. If you have a huge company that can offer all these skills, then it's fine as well. So maybe we could say that large state-owned companies or majority state-owned companies could be those integrators, those that deliver all those skills, like Westinghouse. Or maybe one additional question on this. We talked about financing. And what I found in the last presentation of ČEZ is that ČEZ expects that the SMR's reactors will be financed in a similar way that the large units. So in other words, they will receive state aid in some form. And then the price of the electricity will be set just as with the large units. So is that going to be the way? Well, I don't really deal with financing myself, but I guess the basic concept will be similar for large units and SMRs. And my colleagues responsible for financing, they're looking at various financial models, financing models. So we still have time to develop that and decide which model we want to use. Just a few days or maybe weeks ago, there was an article in Financial Times saying that Rolls-Royce SMR could enter the stock exchange and become quoted. I don't know whether all the stockholders, shareholders have the same opinion on that, but whatever might happen, what do you think?
Yes, I think it might well happen, and the vote on the stock exchange, it's allow them to get access to interesting loads of money. Mr. Pedra? On this supplier or contractor, we saw two failures, Westinghouse and Hamata in Finland, because they departed from the traditional method of construction of a traditional engineering companies. I don't know what was the name of that design company, and Areva and Westinghouse were under economic pressure, and they offered the nuclear power plants without these design companies, and it had catastrophic consequences. So a technology company will no longer be allowed to build a nuclear power plant. A nuclear, it's quite interesting effort to reduce the cost, but the barrier to entry is huge. They want to offer 12 reactors, but nobody's going to build a factory for 40 reactors. because the first 12 reactors will be really expensive. So unless you have a factory for serious production, you just can't have this. Is the egg or the hen the first one? Okay, time for the last question. I don't see any hands up, so I'll ask myself. I have actually two questions.
Jedna byla, ale možná to zvládnete obojí. Jednak jsem se chtěl zeptat, je to
First, I wanted to ask
jaká je
you
vlastně ta situace na Slovensku ohledně
very
budoucích plánů, tak
briefly,
víme, že
what is
asi
the
tady bude
situation
reaktor
in
bude začínat.
Slovakia
Vy
in terms of your plans?
počítáte s tím
We
nukleem,
suppose that
nějaké
Westinghouse will be
informace o tom, že
building the new
slovenské
one,
elektrárně
then nuclear
jednají
as well.
s Orlen, s tímto Green Energy, ale o tom
Orlen
není moc
is
informací, jak jsme se o tom
talking to
bavili, takže
green
to je vlastně
energy,
takový
but I don't know
můžete
if
možná jenom velice
this
rychle,
is
jestli
maybe
takhle
with
to
a question
opravdu je.
mark.
A pak
So
druhá
could you just put
otázka,
us in the picture? And my question number two, from what I read in foreign papers, nuclear has left the UK because they didn't see a promising development. The UK government didn't have an interesting proposal for them. Okay, let me start by question number two. The original intent in the UK was there, but now nuclear focuses its attention on Slovakia, where the government seems to be in favor of that, and also nuclear found good ties with the nuclear community. I can't tell you more at the moment, but yes, you are right in saying that the attention, the focus has been shifted from the UK to Slovakia, as well as France, correct? Yes, but France is still part, has always been part of the activities. Not everything from the UK has been shifted to Slovakia. The demo reactor in the early 2030s to take place in France. So that's the reality there. As regards Slovakia's nuclear power plants plan, you are absolutely right. Jaslovské Bohunice is the site, and they are preparing a new sub-site, AP5000, would be the reactor to be used there, and the US and Slovak governments are approving the contract between the two governments. The Slovak government has already approved it, and the deadline, or the estimated deadline, is 2040, which is exactly coinciding with the estimated lifespan or expected lifespan of Jaslovské Bohunice Unit 2. I think it's 60 years. Yeah, 60 years indeed. So this is one of the major elements of Slovakia's nuclear future. And for 200 megawatts hour lead-cooled 300 reactors will be the other side of the equation, so to speak. This is based on the Phoenix project. Now it's called the Next project, and the candidate for the location is the site at Bohemia. I have to say I don't have facts and figures, hard data on this. So this is just rumor. And there'll be a contract with Syntos. This is so like behind the scenes information, not really something that was published in the media. Okay, thank you for the update on Slovakia. Unfortunately, we have to bring this panel to a close. It's been an honor to host this. Thank our panelists for their answers and to your questions, ladies and gentlemen. And I'd like to hand over back to Mr. Zdebor. And let me thank you as well. And traditionally, we give our panelists a little takeaway. And this is the honey from our bees. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Buka. Also for you, Mr. Groth, of course, thank you very much.
Jasně. Pane profesor, musíte víckrát, dostanete po každé.
Professor,
Takže
you better come more times because this is a very small portion, very small dose of honey, small jar. So the more you come, the more honey you have. And also one for our Slovak friends. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for taking part in this fairly interesting panel. And by 2 o'clock, please be back for our last panel. There will be no less interesting. We'll take a break now and let's resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Já vám dám vojáckou vizitku, ale
tohle taky moje firmy jako poradci neplatem hrazení vysvětlí. Máme každý své. Jsem si chtěl ještě zeptat ohledně toho programu vlastně na těch ránků. Tady zmiňoval, že byla procená nebo schválená.
Je v procese schvalování.
Jasně. A co se týče spíš financování, protože co se týče dukovanského modelu u nás je tady nějaký model státní nebo návratní finanční pomoci plus jevný mechanismus s další věcí na Slovensku. Je to jak...
Víte, čo v tejto chvíli, priznám sa to, ešte v tejto chvíli nie je úplne stále. Tam sám prv, postupne sám prv sa musí stáliť ako práve tento medzivládny vzťah, ktorý musí byť transferovaný do nejakého medzifiremného vzťahu, čo by na americkej strane mal byť Westinghouse a potom na slovenskej strane Javis, respektíve jeho dcerka Yes. A spolu s týmto samozrejme bude kreovaný systém financovania. Je na to dedikovaná skupina, ktorá toto má vytvoriť, ale tá ešte v tejto chvíli, ako som povedal, svoje stanovisko nevydala.
Pro mě celkem překvapilo rok 2040, to je velmi ambiciozní.
Áno, veľmi ambiciozní. Ja na toto odpovedám tak, že ambiciózny, ale pri troche možnosti.
Já si to promítám do toho, jak třeba vypadá ta diskuze, kde to jde postupně, taky nejsou ještě zatažený veškeré dohody, včetně financování, včetně dalších věcí, takže
Westinghouse, keď to vidíte aj Polsko, protože nás značí do Westinghouse, tam Bechtel, tam Hyundai, Westinghouse nikdy vydává sám. Ještě ten první je definovaný.
Tak Westinghouse dlouhodobě říká, že s Bechtlem už nechce.
Áno, to všetci vieme.
Ale součástí té globální dohody.
Má skúsenosti aj myslím, že všetkých projektov. Dobrá, bohaté chvíli napadli. Číňák, to povedol do a já nevím. Takže a tam spoluprácu pochvaluju, aspoň nezachytil som jinak. Je možné, že bude snaha rekulizovat jako zmínu spoluprácu. Vybírám tak jako klimatizovaný a snaha zároveň poplačit přes.
Ještě 5 hodin.
Ale jako
pak někdo udělal
Tam to bylo nedělat jiným krajem. Tam to bylo tím problém ani nic, že Korejci, jak říkám, takže oni dvě spory se vztahují, ne? Může, nevravím, že může, ale já tam nevidím ničo, co by to bránilo, co bylo použitelné. Je to divné, ale to ještě není také. To je niečo, ktorý sa má robiť. Americký, závodník, 97-90% pohľadenie je to food burnery, čo končí vyhorené palivo, viac ako toľko, ako len tam kopať. Tým sa nedá vtýne. Rusí používajú 20-40% palivo, ale ne, keď je to baviť, tam to je ktoré ale je tam taký práva má to technika to má to takzvané karamelové palivo. To bude ako obohatenie 7,5%. Může zakázat, že se má to si to vím, ono nemá fakt, to ty pelety, tak to karamelové, teda to je jako, ale to je velmi jako problém, velmi tajná. Jestli je tak toto je jediné. A to s tými povrchovými reaktormi právě kvůli tomu, že dominantně většinou to Američané nějaký mají to.
Honzo? Honzo? Já jenom se šoupnu, tak ať to tady pak nezapomenem.
New materials, intelligent manufacturing systems, smart mobility, biomedicine and healthcare technologies, modern energy industries. These are the main fields in which we pursue research, development and innovation in the Pilsen region. Create your future with us. Innovate with us. Our region has a history of innovation. Important trade routes have always led through here. The first book was printed here. The first electric lamp was lit. We've seen dynamic developments in transport and new fields of medicine. Two of the world's leading brands, Skoda and Pilsner Urquell, were created here. We are successfully continuing this tradition. We are a region with traditionally strong industrial players, innovative companies, and major university institutions and successful research centers. But we're not just an industrial region. You can spend your free time wandering through the countryside or visiting historical and industrial monuments. You can be active or relax with great food and great beer. There's something for everyone. Here in the Pilsen region, we're involved in materials engineering, research into metallic materials, 3D printed machine tools, special steels, the research and application of thermal spraying, and new technologies for the forming and heat treatment of metals for mechanical engineering and the automotive and energy industries. For example, if you ever come across a smart window which controls the amount of thermal solar radiation passing through depending on temperature thanks to a special coating, this patent originates from research at our university. Manufacturing, power plants, and industry in the Czech Republic and abroad use intelligent control systems designed by engineers from innovative companies from the Pilsen region. The university's Research Technology Center is developing completely new applications for contactless thermal imaging measurement, and not only for industry. Sophisticated computers that are built into medical devices are saving people's lives, and they're also being used in industry, transport, and aviation. Smooth running. Let's take a look at another rapidly developing field, smart mobility. But we're not talking about just developing new electric drive systems. This is about a whole range of technological innovations for the operation and management of urban traffic, wireless charging, autonomous systems testing, and transmission development. One leading field we're dedicated to is biomedicine. This focuses on research and development in the fields of organ replacement and regeneration. This includes research into the prevention of viral infections after kidney transplantation, as well as research into antibiotic resistance. Specialist software is helping to diagnose and treat liver cancer as sensitively as possible. Software and diagnostics are also helping to prevent transport, medical, and sports injuries. The Pilsen region has a long-standing tradition in the fields of power engineering, high current electrical engineering, the development of control and regulation systems, and in other areas related to energy security and production, and energy distribution in general. Create your future with us. Utilize the potential of the Pilsen region. In practice, in research, at the university, there will always be innovation. Let's
UJV řeš navazuje
We are the Czech Radioactive Waste Repository Authority. We ensure the safe disposal of all the radioactive waste produced in the Czech Republic, whether it originates from the medicine, research, industry, or energy sectors. We operate 3 waste disposal facilities for mainly low and intermediate level waste. We are also preparing the construction of a deep geological repository for the disposal of spent nuclear fuel from our 2 nuclear power plants and future nuclear energy sources. The repository will be designed to protect the environment and future generations for up to 1 million years. The safety and reliability of the deep geological repository is being verified through experiments and long-term research conducted at our Bukov underground research facility, which simulates the real conditions of the repository. International cooperation is also playing a crucial role in the preparation of the repository. We work closely with experts from many countries, including Sweden, Finland, France, Switzerland, and South Korea. Via the involvement of the Czech Republic in the EURAD-2 European Research Program, we share knowledge, develop common approaches, and contribute to the safety of radioactive waste management systems at the European level. In addition, the Czech Republic takes over the presidency this year of the International Implementing Geological Disposal Technology Platform, IGDTP, which brings together leading European organizations involved in the geological disposal of radioactive waste. Our leadership role will allow us to actively influence the direction of research and contribute to connecting advanced and emerging disposal programs. Our vision is to protect present and future generations. Are you interested in learning more about our work? Visit our website or follow us on social media.
UJV Řeš navazuje na více než 6 desítek let zkušeností svého předchůdce, Ústavu jaderného výzkumu. Společnost dnes prezentují špičkoví odborníci, technicko-inženýrské a projektové služby, aplikovaný výzkum a unikátní technologická infrastruktura. To vše ve službách bezpečné a spolehlivé energetiky, průmyslu a nukleární medicíny. K dnešní klientele z celého světa patří hlavně provozovatelé energetických celků, státní dozorové orgány, investoři náročných průmyslových technologií, původci radioaktivních odpadů a pracoviště nukleární medicíny. Jedním ze stěžejních úkolů UJV Řeš je podpora bezpečnosti a spolehlivosti jaderných elektráren v České republice i ve světě. Z legislativního hlediska jde hlavně o průkazy jaderné bezpečnosti zařízení. Z provozního pohledu je to škála aktivit zaměřených na sledování, kontroly a vyhodnocování provozních parametrů, jejichž výsledkem jsou...
Dobré odpoledne, dámy a pánové. Naše...
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The numbers of our participants are dwindling. I don't know why, but we have. But I'd like to hand over to the host of this panel, Lukáš Vondrovič, who will be hosting the last panel of today and the last panel. And let me welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, to this round table. Although it doesn't look like a round table to me, it seems pretty spread. This section typically, or this session typically, has been devoted to what is the task for us to do after a particular nuclear power plant has been decommissioned. Today, we'll be talking about how to keep our nuclear power plants fit for as long as possible and what are the new developments in decommissioning. And I'm pleased to note that we have a slightly different format for this last session of today compared to the regular format. My panelists and I decided that we would devote our attention to the fuel cycle, then the operation and upgrading of individual units, and then the fuel cycle termination, storage, and spent fuel. When I was thinking about how best to introduce this panel, I realized that we always talk about extending the operations. 30 years, 40 years, and 60 years, and you name it, let's not close the door to an 8-year operation span. If you think about it in terms of human life, you need to be some kind of 007 agent. So 80 years on, you need to be ready to roll and fulfill the tasks imposed on you by Her Majesty Queen. So I believe, following James Bond example, one could say we can do it. There are 5 James Bonds in this panel on the Czech nuclear energy sector. The first one is Jan Barták, President of Nuke Advisor. We can be envious of his big projects in Indonesia and Great Britain. Josef Běláč is the next one, a graduate of the Faculty of Nuclear Engineering and Nuclear Physics. He used to work for ČEZ, currently working for Alvel as chairman of the board. And if you want to have some deep insight into fuel cycle, he's the man to go. Vinit Chanchura, Director of the Department of Quality Control at Nuclear Plants, a proud graduate of the University of West Bohemia, and his lifelong motto is "You're great and good job." Jan van Brol, head of the Integrity and Technical Engineering Division at the Nuclear Research Institute. He can predict the life cycle throughout the life of nuclear power plants, and Mr. Miroslav Rukas, head of the Design Division of the Nuclear Facilities at SCADA JS. So if you want to have a component manufacturer to maintain your nuclear power plant, is your man. So, on the first bit of the fuel cycle, Mr. Baglat, you have the floor. I'd like to have a hand mic. I want to walk around and see the slides myself. Thank you.
My talk
is, in a way, a continuation of my talk that I delivered yesterday in the introductory panel, when we talked at the Earth's sovereignty and energy security and independence of the Union. And I'll bring up the last two slides of yesterday's presentation that introduce us into the topic. We are seeing a dynamic development. We've been talking about a renaissance, revival of the nuclear energy sector, including the Czech Republic, and the majority of countries in the EU do have a nuclear energy program. And also, as we saw in the previous panel, this is coupled with a dynamic development of small modular reactors. The question that goes with it is how to finance this. We are totally, Europe is totally dependent on fossil fuels being imported. So it would be good if we could replace this by nuclear plant. So two aspects here. Overall, nuclear power plants being on the rise, and on top of that, SMR. So uranium in the whole fuel cycle, of course, including conversion, enrichment, and fuel rods, fuel replacements, etc. Now, we also heard that advanced fuel cells will be used later on, for which we don't have an industry as yet in Europe. You can see the prognosis of uranium depletion by 2040 by the World Atomic Energy Association. So it's triple within the next couple of years. So the demand is going up, and it also reflects the consumption levels of the installed capacities. This is the IAEA estimate, and the one down there, 150 gigawatt, is an estimate provided by the European Nuclear Alliance. Talking about small modular reactors, I personally believe that the question of fuel is the main obstacle and main factor in development of advanced nuclear reactor technologies. If we look at the first stages of the fuel cycle, I don't think it's a matter of sources. There are deposits of uranium. Well, yes, it's a little worse when it comes to the reserves and for how long they could last. But most of these deposits are in countries that are less critical than or whiskey, then the fossil fuels. If you look at uranium, 138% Australia of the deposits and 10% in Canada. $130 per kilogram of uranium. The problem is of all the red tape that you have to cut through when you want to open, starting from prospecting rights to open a uranium mine. That takes 10 to 15 years. So there is plenty of uranium, in essence, all over the world. And there's plenty of it in friendly countries. We do have some sources in Europe as well. They're not mining yet, but that's probably not the major problem. How about the next stage, conversion?
So there are 5 global stakeholders in conversion. And one of the 5 is European, I mean the EU, Orano, company called Orano. But the capacity, the resources in the Western countries, they're sufficiently large, and to extend the usage of these capacities, these resources, is not a problem. In terms of enrichment, we have Orenco and Orano in Europe, 2 global players. And if you look at the chart, Orenco enriches uranium in Great Britain, Netherlands, Germany, and United States. Orano, so far only in France, but Russia is the biggest player, and China is next. But there is know-how and there are resources to process the European capacities. And we also have from Atom as the only European stakeholder. This is the last report of Euratom Supply Agency from 2024, or 2025 actually. 2025 report with data sets up to 2024, and we can see that nuclear energy is 23.4% of electricity generation, and to get the 650 terawatt hours, we needed 12,000 tons of natural uranium. And the secondary resources addition, that is the reprocessed uranium, the percentage is minimum, but it has a potential. So this is the development in those 3 areas that we're talking about, uranium imports into Europe, conversion and enrichment. It's interesting to notice that between 2023 and 2024, at the end of the chart, you can see that imports from Russia dropped significantly. And import from Kazakhstan and Australia increased. Niger, that's a problematic country because there's a military junta being in power, and military government basically. So there's a problem to import from that country. So we have to continue surveying, and Orano is surveying in Mongolia, for example, searching for new deposits. So diversification of sources of uranium is important. And of course, there are deposits, so it shouldn't be a problem to have larger stock. And most of the contracts signed are long-term contracts. The spot prices are of no importance because most of the contracts are long-term. And the price of uranium has only a minimum impact on the price of the kilowatt hour generated. So we have to anticipate and prepare for the situation. As for conversion, the red part of the chart, that's Russia. The blue part, that's the EU, Orano, basically. So to a large extent, we are dependent on Russia. Even though that dependency is going down, and then there are other global players like Cameco and Convergium As for enrichment, European countries are dominating that field. But Russian imports still constitute a large percentage of imports. Of course, in the past, the enrichment was done mainly in Russia because it was cheaper. VVER reactors are a specific considers that's a specific problem because you have to have an unlock fuel assemblies, but Framatome is already preparing to deliver fuel assemblies for VVER. So the European players, it's Urenco, interesting ownership structure, 1/3 owned by the UK government, 1/3 the Netherlands government, and the remaining third is owned by 2 energy companies, and they have enriching locations in 3 countries. And they are the only industrial supplier of enriched resources in the United States. The situation has been changing fast, but this is still the case. So Urenco is active mainly and only actually in enrichment. Framatome, they are mainly producer of fuel assemblies, and they're developing various fuel assemblies for VVER based on the license, but they're also developing their own technology. Orano, that's the largest European actor in the fuel cycle at the beginning and at the end of the cycle. So speaking about the beginning of the cycle, conversion and enrichment, and at the end of the cycle, Orano is the only European player that has some capacities for reprocessing of spent fuel. So Enusam, that's another player, a Spanish state-owned company working based on Westinghouse license and manufacturing fuel assemblies for pressurized water reactors and also assemblies for boiling reactors. And then we have Westinghouse, they're located in Sweden, and they manufacture all types of fuel assemblies for all 3 types of reactors, BWR, PWR, and VVER. So what do we expect as for development and capacities in Europe? As for conversion, we're in a good situation because Orano has been investing into capacity enhancement, but it will not be enough in 2050. By 2050, they will have to expand their capacities further. As for enrichment, we have sufficient capacities, Orano plus Urenco Europe, so that is enough. And of course, they offer their enrichment services also outside Europe. So I was saying that we used to enrich mainly in Russia because it was cheaper. In Europe, it is more expensive. So just very quickly, the French fuel cycle industry. It is important to say that it's the only European country that has the know-how and technologies for the whole fuel cycle, full fuel cycle. And the main players are those that I've already mentioned, Orano, Framatome, EDF, and as for nuclear waste reprocessing, that would be a company called Andra. So this is the cycle. I don't have to discuss the details. I'm sure that you know this. You can also see the volumes being processed by individual companies. So the uranium extract U308, that's what we import, and the rest of the cycle is done in France. and we're using MOX fuel, so the enriched uranium oxide and plutonium oxide. That's what we get in the reprocessing capacity that French colleagues have. So France is one of the few countries globally that have really covered the whole fuel cycle, including reprocessing at the end. So this is what the nuclear fuel cycle facilities look like in France, for all the existing reactors that are still in operation. And here I'm highlighting just those facilities that deal with the fuel cycle industry. Most of them, as you can see, are in southeast France, with the exception of La Havre, where they are reprocessing spent fuel, and they have a temporary storage of it there as well.
So once again, how is it? There's from U308 to UF4, then Trikastan, UF4 becomes UF6, and UF6 is then being enriched. Then in the form of UF6 from Rikastan, it travels to the Framatome factory in Hama, where UF6 is converted to UO2. First the pellets and then the fuel assemblies are made. In Marco, there's Melox, the Melox facility, where they manufacture the MOX fuel assemblies, which is used for 22 reactors, the 900 megawatt reactors, and recently the first one reactor with 1300 megawatt reactor has been given the approval. MOX is about 10% of the fuel assemblies were used in the electricity generation from the uranium fuel. This brings me to my conclusions. Nuclear power is providing the biggest level of independence in Europe. The question was whether the fuel cycle could actually change this. We could mine uranium, but certainly this is not a big issue and it's easier to deal with than in the case of fossil fuels. Europe still has a unique know-how and technologies in the fuel cycle, both competencies as well as the industrial base, both for the front end and the rear end of the cycle. I didn't talk about the storage site though. Importantly enough, the know-how and capabilities are here, but it's the problem of the hen and egg. Fuel and enrichment above 5% high energy, low enriched uranium. And the problem is until there is demand, one can hardly expect companies to invest a lot of money into developing and building these manufacturing lines. But it's important that we do have the know-how. And in France, the government decided to invest dozens of billions of euros in the next 15 years into upgrading and extending the capacities of the fuel cell industry, fuel cycle industry. This is it from me, and we talked about Europe so far, so it will be of interest to compare this with the US, because after dozens of years of operation, the United States is now reviving, trying to revive that industry, having to spend a lot of money. And the question is whether this comes to fruition soon, whether all these projects that were mentioned in the previous panel really can take off the ground. The first company that makes this in the US is Semprus. They can produce about 1 ton per year. And one reactor the sodium type requires at least 100 tons. So you can imagine the gap. The majority of advanced reactors in Europe don't use the high energy, low enriched uranium, and this is available in the UK. So this could actually speed up the launch of these reactors in Europe. Thank you. Thank you as well. Question to our panelists. We heard during the presentation that we are not really mining uranium in Europe because it is not necessary. But still, should we perhaps think about our own independence or better independence of in terms of uranium mining? One, two, okay, you can hear me now.
Jedna věc je skutečnost současná,
Well,
to víme, že
the current reality is one thing.
v Evropě nebo na evropském kontinentu mnoho není té
We know that
Evropské unii. Na druhou stranu
there's not much really going on in terms of uranium mining in Europe.
Na tom
And
úplně špatně nejde, speciálně Česká
we're not
republika má poměrně velké
doing
zásoby
that
podzemí.
bad
Máme
in
jenom
terms of the
otázku,
deposits, particularly the Czech Republic
samozřejmě
does have
politické rozhodnutí a
significant deposits of uranium.
toho zabývat se
It's a political
případně
question
možnostmi
in terms of the economic, also economic considerations.
nebo začít, protože jsou
That
jako
will
nové
dictate whether
lokality, které
we
byly
will
prozkoumány
want to
společností
open the
GEOM,
previous
tak
mines or perhaps
stávající
also
lokality,
use
které
the
jsou v podstatě pouze
newly detected deposits and new
technologicky
sites.
ucpané a probíhá na nich čista,
Some
to je hlavně tam, kde se používaly metody
former
sandwich, ale to je metoda, která se
uranium
celosvětově
deposits
používá
mining
na
sites
mnoha
are
lokalitách, ale
now
já myslím, že v současné době
essentially
ještě ten tlak není takový,
being
abychom se
cleaned up,
touto otázkou
particularly
zabývali.
where in
Nicméně
situ
si myslím,
leaching
že Česká republika
methods
rozhodně patří
were
mezi
used.
země, které mají
But
největších zásob
Czech Republic definitely is one of the countries
v rámci EU.
that has one of the biggest really deposits of uranium in EU. If you were to pick one country that you would want to be dependent on in terms of uranium purchase, which one? Okay, Čes, yeah, maybe the right. I don't have the competence to answer that. I'm sorry, I can't. This is not my region. Okay, understood. I just want to say that the European Union's policy in this is clear, and you will continue. All operators should diversify. It shouldn't be just one country, it should be two or three, and logically speaking, it should be the ones that I mentioned earlier. It's Canada and Kazakhstan these days, but there is potential, particularly in Australia. So these would be the main countries if we want to become independent on Russia. And what about the fuel that has gone through the reactor and is now considered fuel spent, but has not been stored? So could we possibly rework it and replenish storage? Well, I personally think that is really a question that is more relevant than reviving the mining industry for uranium. So the end part of the fuel cycle is really the place to study. I actually think that this question will be discussed way earlier than expected In fact, I actually think it is already relevant. It will be just up to our political communities whether they want to pick this one up and put something about it. I think the central idea of gradually extending the life cycle of the reactors is closely related to this. Let me ask you this question. This is to Mr. Wandel. How do we go about the fuel cycle so that we can use it for as long as possible? As regards the fuel, then thinking about the main components that can be replaced or that can be replaced, such as the pressure vessel and the internal components of the reactor, it is really a lot about on the distribution and location of the fuel cells, fuel assemblies, where the spent fuel is located, etc., etc. 18 months cycle, for instance, you need more fresh fuel assemblies on the periphery, so it does have an influence, it does have an impact.
So it is good that the Czech companies focus on that and configure the fuel zones in such a way that it has the least potential impact on the assemblies. But of course, they analyze the safety of the fuel assemblies, the output of the active zone, and the impact on the life cycle. And as for dependence and independence, it does not pertain only to fuel, although, of course, fuel is widely discussed now, it's very relevant. But in nuclear power plants, that also pertains to expert skills available in the given country and suppliers of maintenance and service works. With the Russian invasion to Ukraine, for example, the Bulgarian nuclear power plant in Kozlovo-Dobyk was very much dependent on Russian suppliers, and they're having really hard times finding replacement around Europe. So who else apart from Russia could supply services and equipment to them? And they're having a hard time. So no matter whether there's invasion or not, if you have a nuclear power plant that has been in operation for 30 years or even 40 or more, of course you need to modernize, and it's a question whether you have the services and equipment available. And if we're speaking about 80 or even 100 years life cycle, the availability of maintenance and servicing is even more important. Do we have any more comments to the first topic that we started discussing? Well, on the life cycle issue, it is important to learn from our experience. So when we were building the first units, we designed them with a life cycle of 35, 40 years maybe. So we based that life cycle on our historical knowledge and experience with various technologies. And as the time went on and we had new and new studies and new materials, we're more and more able to prove to the state regulator and to the public that the units can be operated much, much longer than the original life cycle. So designers today may learn from their experience, and with some units we already have a 60-year experience, and now we have equipment in the units with life cycle of 60 years, and it seems that they could be operated even longer, 80 years, let's say, or 80 plus. But you have to be able to prove that it's safe. So you need cooperation between development, designers, and material engineers.
U nás ve Škodovce máme v podstatě už dlouhodobě
In
vybudovanou
Škoda,
databázi a systém
we have been developing a database for a long time. So we have a database and a system of collecting operational data from various nuclear units. And not just in the Czech Republic, we cooperate with other nuclear power plants around the world. I can mention Lovisan as one example. And for a long time, they were in touch with Hydropress and with other companies that provided services from Russia. And it is interesting to learn from their experience during shutdowns and various challenges with maintenance, because we can see that we run into similar problems with our nuclear units as they did. So we can learn from them, from their mistakes. And we can be proactive and implement measures, preventive measures before we run into problems. And we also cooperate with CES on developing an overall system of operational checks, because that is necessary if you want to extend the life cycle of your units. So once you have a systematic collection of data and you process it, you analyze it, then that can serve as a foundation to prove that your units can have an extended life cycle, that it's safe. Okay, so that takes me to the second presentation. Mr. Vandrol.
Tak, jenom takové tři velice základní slajdy.
I have just three slides with basic things, basic data. So just to know where we are in the Czech Republic and then globally. So we have Temelín and Dukovany operated by ČEZ, and their original life cycle was 30 years. The first unit in Dukovany celebrated 40 years in operation, so we already extended its life cycle by 10 years. Temelín has been up and running for 23 to 25 years. So within 5 years, it will reach its original life cycle. And ČEZ's plan in these two locations is to extend the life cycle to 60 years. And they already started thinking about extending it further to 80 years. So this is the global situation, data from the International Nuclear Energy, Atomic Energy Agency, and their data on the age of individual reactors. So we have reactor age on axis X, and on axis Y, we have the number of reactors of that age. So you can see that most of the reactors are somewhere around 20, 60, 30. Temelín is also in that group. The oldest units have been operating over 50 years, and most of them are located in the United States, most of the oldest units. So originally, their life cycle was 40 years, that was in the license. They extended it to 60 years, and the oldest units already extended their life cycle to 80 years. The 12 oldest units already have a license approved for 80 years. So based on the current research and development, they're already preparing for the possibility to extend the life cycles further to 100 years. Okay, and my last slide about economy of operation. So this is again the same source of data, and well, actually this is OECD, I believe, and they They on regular basis publish a report concerning nuclear units and the economy around it. So we have the LTO existing units with the already extended life cycle, and you can see that they are the cheapest of all units that we're comparing on this chart. And you can see the spread in the price, and it's quite stable. So even when you have to invest in the older units, it's still relatively cheap to generate electricity with them, and you have relative certainty and stability of costs. So that's just the introduction of the topic, for the discussion. Okay, thanks for the introduction. And we can continue our discussion. So let me ask, what would be the key aspects of long-term operation of nuclear power plants in terms of key components of nuclear power plants that cannot be replaced, that simply have to be only maintained? So what components would those be, and how should we maintain them? And how can we prove to the regulator that these components are safe, and that means that the whole nuclear power plant is safe as well?
Okay, I'll start. Maybe Zdeněk Andrea will then follow. The key components that are really difficult to replace or unreplaceable would be the turbo set, the steam generator, plus, the steam generator of the reactor. So at 40 years of operation, usually the steam generator is replaced. On the VVER units, they are not replaced at this time, but you can do it theoretically. And the pressure vessels of the steam generators are, in principle, non-replaceable. So these are the key components. Then the building components and the hermetically sealed parts of the unit that obviously get obsolete as well. They are difficult to mend if necessary, but these are the key components. And on what needs to be proven to the supervisory authority, I'll hand over to my colleague. Thank you, Honza. Yes, there is an operational maintenance program, and together with the authority, we are measuring the trends, we are assessing the outcomes. So these are the main data for us. And we have studies that show that the steam generator can be replaced, but we definitely wouldn't want to do it in practice. So we are cleaning up steam generators. This is a project that first took place in the VVER world. So far, it's been fairly successful, and I hope it will be successful also in the long term. And proving this to the authority, well, it's relevant outcomes. And in 2015, we were able to deal with the world problem. We wouldn't want to go through it again. We found out, and you probably may have heard about it, that not all the data we get is correct. Over 40,000 welds were inspected. They had to be re-welded and double-checked, and we changed the concept of maintenance. We don't want this to happen again. So this is how we go about Dukovany and Temelín. And not just the steam generators, it's a lot more. And why is it that we can go up to 456 megawatt electric? actually buy 456 megawatt hours electric. We were able to modernize the designs through the separators and etc. etc. So we were able to essentially save one particular 450 megawatt unit while maintaining the safety levels that are required. We are simply using up the reserves that are in there in the design. Okay, you are extending and improving the nuclear power plant. You might be actually, and we must end up with a completely new nuclear facility, right? Well, yes, the 456 megawatt hour extension is probably the cheapest way to build another unit. Yes, you need to upgrade, you need to modernize, because we've been talking about 60 plus, we're now thinking about 80 plus years life cycle. So you need to have the right approach. If you neglect something today, you can't talk about 80 plus years of life cycle for the nuclear power plant 10 years later. So, but I think it's good to realize there are other issues such as various other materials, non-combustible but still well-designed cables that in theory should be non-combustible, but they were actually on fire, and they were done in 8 minutes. And there are my colleagues to my left who are smiling. So we're working on it and improving as much as we can. And I think this is a standard approach that all operators of nuclear power plants take. Let me add something on the upgrades of Dukovany. It was commissioned in the 1980s, and right still in the 1980s, 1986, has started to upgrade that nuclear power plant. The Soviet design was good in many aspects, but the Western standards, particularly in the safety system side, were missing. Also some approaches such as equipment qualifications, seismicity, sensitivity, etc., etc. All of these were being added in the 1990s. And ČEZ has been modernizing and upgrading the Dukovany power plant, and it's a completely different nuclear power plant than it used to be. There are 40 to 50 various upgrade projects going on during shutdowns, and we need to do it within 45 to 50 days. And it needs to be in perfect quality, top-notch quality, plus safely conducted. It's absolute priority so that we can maintain safety levels overall. Apart from operating nuclear power plants, we also service them. Skero-JS is among the top companies in the world. What are the new technologies that help us contribute to making the lifespan of those nuclear power plants as long as possible? I'd certainly like to mention special handling equipment to check the pressure vessel. We're using more accurate methods, more accurate probes. The outcomes are better. The handling equipment obviously needs to be able to handle the critical shutdown time. So when we design new equipment and the repair maintenance work, you want to minimize the crane use. It wouldn't be a problem, but you have a follow crane plus two console cranes above the nuclear power plant, and you need to think about the huge number of the volumes of equipment and material shifted. So we need to make sure that there is no conflict between the request for a shutdown period, really making it in good time, and the operating servicing times. So we really want to be doing things using modules as much as possible, pre-assembled in the dome, because floor space again is an issue. That is one aspect. Another aspect is associated with modern technologies, robotic welding, new defect testing and defect repair, remote inspections. Camera systems are now way more accurate. Some of them are less sensitive to radiation because it used to be a black and white old TV type camera. Today, manufacturers can guarantee accuracy with reliability also on the gamma X-ray environment. So these are the trends that we try to implement in our inspections and our equipment. And of course, then there can be challenges if you find a particular defect or a problem at a place that is difficult to access. Not always can you respond immediately, so you need to assess that first of all with safety in mind. The safety needs to be ensured so that the unit can be run. And in the next campaign, you develop your technology and prepare yourself for the next shutdown period so that you can respond to these sort of incidents.
Just to add to it, my friend from Škoda is too modest because Škoda is doing excellent things like laser cleaning the pressure vessels. And it's an interesting technology. Thank you for that. I think it was the first time that you used that technology on that pressure vessel. Maybe our Slovak colleagues did it earlier, but still. And also in Dukovany, we used completely different methods to replace the main circulation piping. And I guess in the past, nobody counted with that the pipes will have to be replaced. And we did it. We designed it and replaced it. And yes, I think that we have excellent skills in the Czech Republic and Czech industry. And we shouldn't be afraid to talk about it publicly because we're doing great things. Thank you. I appreciate it. Of course, it's a whole team on that given project that deserves that praise. That laser cleaning technology, yes, that's a new technology. And we prepared it and used it. And yes, we know that our Slovak colleagues used that technology as well. They started talking about it in 2021, and in May 2025, they actually used that technology in real life. And when we were not informed about their procedures and their preparation because our Slovak colleagues cooperated with a company called VUE, And we agreed with CHES that we should use that cleaning technology as well. And our preparation period was much shorter, from June 24 to May 25. So we had to test the parameters to see whether we have the right device for the application. We had to test radiation resilience. Our colleagues from the Research Institute in Rzesz helped us with that, because if you have somebody selling a device for laser cleaning, not always you also get an information whether it's radiation proof. So we had to test that. And since we didn't have much time to prepare for that laser cleaning exercise, we agreed with our colleagues in CHES that we will have a backup solution, backup plan. So we had a team of people split into two subgroups. So one group worked on that laser cleaning exercise, and the other group was preparing for standard jet cleaning using high pressurized water. And we had to integrate both of these technologies into a handling device where we could handle it remotely, because logically you cannot do it manually inside the pressure vessel. And since it was the first time we used that laser cleaning technology, well, we were afraid in the beginning. Of course, laser, that's full of electronics. There's an fiber optics in the head of that laser cleaner, and we didn't know in advance how long that cleaning head would last. And we were pleasantly surprised, because that device provided a much longer life cycle than expected initially. So that was a boost for our confidence that we will manage the project and will successfully get it to the end. We had to qualify a special process, and it's not just about cleaning with that laser device, but we also had to check the materials after that cleaning was done. So we had to take material samples, test them, because there's no official standard for this. There is no document, no blueprint telling you do this and that, and it will be okay. So we had to approach it in a standard engineering way, test the materials, try to predict how that laser cleaning could impact the surface of the materials. And the simulation was surprisingly good. And since all the other tests gave us positive outcomes as well, so then in May this year, we decided to use that technology in practice and do that laser cleaning. Okay, a question. If I understand you correctly, you use that laser cleaning to clean the inner surface of that pressure vessel, and you cleaned some residues. And what did you do with those residues? You can't just take the vessel and turn it upside down to get the residues out. Well, actually, it was easier. We were cleaning the outside surfaces, and not the whole vessel, but only certain parts of that outer surface of the pressure vessel. Yes, during the operations, there was some residue buildup. We concluded that it would be better to clean it off. We're conducting regular visual and sound checks on that vessel, inside and outside, ultrasound. And we thought that as a preventive measure, we will get rid of those residues so that it doesn't have a negative impact on the ultrasound checks afterwards. So we cleaned the outer surface of the pressure vessel. And to get back to your question, when you're laser cleaning, you have the residue turns into something like a fly ash and then gases that evaporate. And the laser uses pulse ray, pulse beam, and those pulses increase the temperature in that given spot on that outer shell, but only for a very short period of time. So you can imagine, just imagine that you're using the laser and you're bombarding the outer surface with short pulses of energy. And you can modulate that. You can decide how strong that pulse would be and how long it would last. So in our simulation, we tested the best possible setup of the laser so that it wouldn't have any negative impact on the material, the outer shell of the pressure vessel. And of course, when you are cleaning the residues, then some microscopic ash falls off, and then the gases evaporate. But the design of that cleaning device was such that the whole head was enclosed in an enclosure, and there was a vessel into which the residue was falling. And basically the process is called ablation. So you evaporate the residues on the outer shell. And we had an industrial vacuum cleaner which sucked out all the solid residues, and that was then that ended up in a HEPA filter in the vacuum cleaner. So do we have any questions from the audience? Mr. Sedlák from the Nuclear Research Center in Rzesz. I have a question on Škoda JS. When you have a shutdown, to what extent do you use virtual reality? That's an interesting question. We already have done a number of projects with chess, and we started using virtual reality in the beginning, mainly for PR. So when you talk to your customer and you're presenting a new product, it is interesting to show it to them in virtual reality. But of course, virtual reality is much more usable and useful when you're preparing for complicated maintenance. And I can give you two examples. First, when we were transporting a steam separator and we had to check a corridor, and we scanned it using 3D scanners.
And then in virtual reality, we placed the model of that separator, and along that route of that separator, we were identifying potential points of collision, and then we earmarked special points for extending the profile. Similar exercise was done for heat electromotors for pumps. They were at the end of their life cycle, and so handling and transport were the main uses for this effort. One more example that may be even more relevant, we're talking about ALA and safety of operators, limitations of doses, etc., etc. We use virtual reality to repair the system of the feed water in the steam generator, where the steam leaves the steam generator into the collector. You have this feed water inlet, and because we identified a defect, we repaired this place. There was a heterogeneous weld that was problematic, was done at a workshop, and then we found out how to use a different way of connecting it instead of welding, so that we don't have to weld on site. and the operators who cut out the original piping and then the screwing on of this flange. We simply used virtual reality, and there are various tags on individual units and pieces of equipment, like a special tooling, a jig, or screwdriver, etc., etc. So they could practice because the time can be reduced significantly, and the time actually was reduced. So you need to practice in order to make sure that the operators and the crew there operate safely within safety margins. It is a great tool, particularly for servicing efforts. If there's no question from the audience, then I'd like to ask one more question. In terms of long-term operations and the current state-of-the-art development, for how long do you think we will be able to operate nuclear power plants to make them economically viable, safe, and carbon?
Já bych možná začal tady k tomu tématu. Vlastně,
well, okay, I'll speak as the first one on this topic. As regards the Czech-based nuclear power plants, ČEZ conducts technical economic studies for long-term nuclear facility operations. Up until now, we were thinking about a horizon of 60 years. Now we are considering going up to 80 years. And these studies essentially answer two main questions. Is it technically doable and economically viable? The technical side of things is based on programs of obsolescence management, which is something that is in place in the parts power plants. When it comes to the components that are the limiting factors, for instance, the pressure vessel, we can predict with a high degree of accuracy the remaining life cycle capability, because we have samples of the same material and we have samples of the very same material that the pressure vessel is made of inside the reactor. And Skoda has been manufacturing this in the early onset, the early start, and these programs are fairly robust and well established. Moreover, the production has always been with us here, so the cycles can be monitored and the samples can be replenished. We can also use the facility at the institute because we have a research reactor. So all of these pressure vessels are designed and to withstand 6 years of operation. If we can really add more data, 80 years could be viable, technically speaking. And in terms of viability, you predict all the potential cost of repairs, etc., maintenance. So the cost and income side of things is simply calculated. We calculate the net present value and all the unit prices of our manufacturers or produced. I showed you LCD graphs. These show that if you run this for a long time, then the unit prices are really more beneficial. So the longer you can run the place, the better.
jsou plánovány nějaké
But
velké investice.
obviously it will also
Jsem se
depend
ptát, že
on
největší
where
investice u těch
you
provozovaných
come in
elektráren
with big
bývá obnova
investment.
SK-řet, což se na Dukovanech na Temelině dělá, že
System
ty
of
systémy
control
kontroly řízení těch 60 let nevydrží, ty nevydrží ani
is
30
something
let,
that will
protože
not
tam fakt
be
jako
there
dochází
for
k
60
velkému
years,
spíš morálnímu
won't be there
než
even
lidskému
for 30
stárnutí.
years.
A obnovit ty
It's
systémy kontroly řízení pro celou elektrárnu, to je
they're becoming obsolete and it takes billions, maybe dozens of billions of pounds to renew the control system. So once you are doing that CapEx project, then obviously you need to run that nuclear power plant for a certain period of time to make it economically viable. Yes, 40 to 50 projects, CapEx projects, 29 and 2030, 2029 and 2030 will be doing some major projects on this sort. And just as a matter of interest, for megawatt hour installed, the cost would be 25 to 26 million Czech crowns. So it's a fair bit of money. And you need to be able to really take good care of the nuclear power plant. And sometimes you also have some obstacles while working in the base supply chain. And not just a few. I like to speak for a bit, based on the information from the recent period, for how long it is really economically viable to run a particular nuclear power plant. Palisade got a license to renew their operations, and that was a nuclear power plant that was sorry, that was a power plant that lost their license and they were shut down, and Holtec invested a lot into that power plant. Within 2 years, they were able to bring it back to life, create the crews and simply get the license renewed. Rima Island is something similar, a similar case that was shut down in 2018. So the economic viability conditions are changing, and based on the demand and the expected rise in demand, dictates certain steps to be made. So definitely it's better to keep the units operated rather than shutting them down and then bringing them back to life. Also, not in the least politically speaking, this is a sensitive issue. And I want to mention once again what was mentioned in the previous panel. In terms of the technological lifespan and the economic condition, the operation of nuclear power plants, no matter how small, how big, at base load level, with certain variability, is the best option for you, because technically any temperature and pressure changes obviously reduces the life cycle of like it or not.
And we do want to extend the life cycle for more than one additional decade. So if we want to do that, we of course have to maintain that technology. Well, that's why I agreed with the division of nuclear energy that we will increase the length of the fuel campaigns to 16 and 18 months respectively in Dukovany and Temelin. But what is the biggest challenge for us is, and then the question, who will be maintaining those units for the upcoming decades? Because if we build the new units in Dukovany and Temelin, then we will need people to maintain it. So technically, those assets are in excellent condition, and economically, it will work out. But then what about human resources? What about the people? That will be a big challenge, since we're at a university.
Takový to, se zeptal, jak dlouho si představuje, že to bude fungovat, tak já říkám 80 let určitě máme prostě na to.
And I think that the assets might remain in operation for 80 years at least. We think it can be done. We're ready to maintain it. And we're ready for that in Škoda JS. We've heard that the pressure vessel of a reactor is one of those irreplaceable components, but we still have a solution because we learned more and more, and we got experience as we were building new units, and we learned that phosphorus and sulfur and copper are those substances that might cause damage in those components that are where you have high pressure, like the pressure vessel. And Škoda delivered some annealing works in Bohunice and other facilities. So we have the skills. We can renew the plasticity of the materials in the active zone. So if the temperature, the fraction point temperature is the decisive factor, then we have a solution for that, and we have discussions with CEZ about that, and we can offer those services again. So if you compare it to Loviisa and Bohunice pressure vessels, I think that the condition of our pressure vessel in the Czech Republic or the pressure vessels is much better, thanks to our knowledge and experience. So then you can have longer forecasts, longer life cycle forecasts. So if there's any problem of that kind, we have a solution. Okay, we have questions from the audience. Mr. Pazdera and Mr. Žižka. Yes, I actually wanted to ask about this some time ago, because of course we know that the pressure vessel cannot be replaced, but we can use annealing to maintain it. But you have to be able to prove that if you apply annealing after 80 years, 90 years, 100 years, you have to prove that the material is still operational afterwards, that it's not damaged. So is there any limitation to the time you can store the material cycles? First we said that the life cycle of those assets will be 40 years, then 50 years, 60 years, and so forth. But do you have any time limitations on the servicing and maintenance? Well, no, there is no time limit because we have the samples, and that's not a problem in Dukovany and Temelín. And how it works? Well, we have some original samples, and we leave those original samples there for longer. And those samples that we added to the pressure vessel later on might stay longer. And you also have to realize that the samples are in the pressure vessel at various locations. So some samples are in a location inside the vessel when you have a higher flow of electrons. So that sample will be aging faster than the surface material of the vessel. So we can forecast based on that. In Dukovany, we know that the minimum life cycle is 60 years, and the same is valid for Temelín. And we're preparing some samples that will be subjected to radiation in the VVER 15 reactors. And in that reactor specifically, you can create even larger fluency, larger flow than, for example, in SMS. Okay, so you mentioned Dukovany, but let me also ask about Temelín and cabling in Temelín, because they first installed cables, and when they were short-circuited, they caught fire because that isolation simply did not stop the fire. So then they replaced it with other types of cables with insulation, and the insulation worked in such a way that if there was no electricity in the cable, the fire simply stopped, but the insulation was too thick, so it was not possible to replace the existing cables with the new ones. So what did they do about it? Do you know? Well, I don't know, maybe you would have to ask Zdeněk Šančura. But in JESH, we do qualifications of cables, and we have a program of controlled aging of cables. And at least those cables that we have in this program of controlled aging, those low-quality cables that were installed in the very beginning, they're no longer there. They've been replaced. And the other types of cables and the insulation, I don't know, to be honest. I don't know whether Mr. Šančura knows more. Well, yes, I can confirm that the cables, the oldest ones, were replaced. Well, if you're planning modernization or maintenance, for example, the bridge crane, you can see that what used to be suitable for that bridge crane in the past. So what was okay in terms of technical standards is not okay anymore because we have much stricter standards today. So when we do some modernizations, it is not just about replacing one cable for another cable. We have to also consider the throughput of individual cables and bridges, and of course the bridges that hold the cables have to be sometimes replaced with more robust ones to be able to store cables with thicker insulation. I have a question on financial costs in relation to extended life cycle. So what Mr. Bielacz said about the US situation, I think it's not just about changing economy, changing economic calculations, but maybe in the United States, they get more financial support from this individual state than from the federal state. So maybe state aid could also be a topic for chess, and Mr. Vandro compared it to some alternative options. But again, the question is, who will pay for it in the end? So the state might come to a conclusion that when it is quite common that national states provide state aid to nuclear facilities, it is okay to provide state aid also for the extension of the life cycle and the costs related to it. What do you think about it? Okay, let me start with the general comment. Looking at the current prices of electricity, I think that ČEZ or any operator of a nuclear power plant does not need to receive state aid or any other subsidies for the extension of the life cycle. I think that we have rather the opposite problem in Europe. And I'm not speaking about the Czech Republic specifically, but maybe other European countries. The problem is that the state rather tries to hamper the extension of the life cycle. They don't want to support it. And some years ago, we put together an analysis of what units were decommissioned and for what reasons around the world. And mostly, in most cases, it was the decision of the state, a political decision to decommission certain units. And usually, even if it was not the state itself, then the state was indirectly related to the decommissioning. So, for example, they applied a much higher tax on the fuel assemblies. So then the unit was decommissioned. So I think that it is better for us that the state does not pay much attention to what we're doing, because they could hamper our efforts. And another case, Belgium, their government changes like every 2 years. So one government decides to decommission the plants, the other government decides that it will be brought up back to operation, and it just keeps changing every time a government changes, and that is not sustainable.
Also, in terms of the human resources, if we change conditions every 2 years, going cutting down, commissioning again and again and again, then people just leave. Yes, Mr. Bartak. I just wanted to comment on what Mr. Fiska said about the US. The situation there has been different because they had to decommission the power plants in those states where they had the merchant markets with the power, and they just couldn't compete, not in the other states of the US. That's why they had to take some political steps, because aid, grants, and etc., etc. Also taken into consideration things like emissions, etc., so that they have some incentives to the manufacturers so that they can revive their operations. I can't think of any single country in the EU where the operator would have to be motivated by grants. LTO, simply long-term operation, is the cheapest way to keep these economically viable. While I'm holding the mic, if I may respond to your earlier question or comment, I didn't actually undermine that idea. No, it's clear that technically and economically speaking, long-term operation is the right way to go. It's just the reality is that in France, they are modulating the operation a lot, and yet they are talking about the same thing as we are, meaning they would like to extend 60 to 80 years of operating life with a nuclear power plant. So technically, it should not be a problem. 8 years can be achieved. And as you know, unlike the US, in France, the license is renewed every 10 years. The 10-year period, and then the inspection, you get another license then by the supervisory authority. And VD4, which is the inspection after 40 years of operation, that's about $1 billion worth of investment into each power plant, but the safety requirements are as of today, not as of the time of commissioning for these units. So the French supervisory authority is very strict, extremely strict. That's why it costs $1 billion for those 900 megawatt unit. But still the cheapest option, in fact, how to extend the life cycle.
A pak bych poprosil tamhle ještě dotaz, pán se hlásí. Já jsem vlastně už o tomhle měl i nějaké diskuze v Česu.
I've already discussed this issue with people in chairs, and usually the answer I was getting was, well, it depends on the price levels of power. As Mr. Van Gogh mentioned, yes, at the current prices, this is the way to go, but we don't know about future price development. But investing into steam generators, I can't imagine ČEZ doing something of that sort, because I believe it would be a major overhaul, a major investment. It would be a major investment effort. That's why we are doing everything possible to avoid it.
Bylo by to hodně velká investice, ale
cleaning is
tady padala
better
miliarda, ale já
cheaper.
teď koukám na
Well, you
čísla,
said
nebudu
billion.
úplně
Well,
přesně ekonomicky.
I can't give you the exact figures, but
Desítek miliard, jak do toho
we got
investujeme, aby jsme ty
several
bloky udrželi bezpečný.
dozens of billions of Czech crowns of investment into these units to keep them safe and upgraded. Yes, I was talking about billions of euros. All right.
Další dotaz?
Hello, Heyman from Nuclear Engineering. Oh, sorry.
Jak dneska kontrolujete stav
How do you check the
nádoba, vnitřní vestavba těch per?
groove and feather type of mechanical joints?
Stavíte k životnosti vložených tyčí.
And how do you see the inserted rods and the perfored tube?
To už je velmi technická otázka.
That's a fairly technical set of questions, so okay.
Pedodrážka se v podstatě monitoruje nejprve vizuálně, to je první jakoby základní věc.
Feather and groove
My jsme právě
joint is always checked visually first.
Tady z CVŘ z Borských polí a byl
And
vyvinut vlastně speciální manipulátor, který je schopen dělat otisk pod vodou. To znamená,
we were
že
talking about
bavíme se o tom, že
the possibility of creating an imprint. And essentially what we're talking here about is stability of internal components so that the fuel rod assemblies are safe from damage. That's just for those of us who are not so well versed in it. So while you are manipulating, handling these units, you need to make sure that you are guiding the internal components. These can be damaged. That's why this particular feature is really focused on. There are visual inspections, and if there are any marks, that would mean some pressure, any friction, then we can actually take a very precise, very accurate imprint. It's within micrometers of accuracy, very high precision type of imprint that will then model the traces, and this can actually allow you to measure the free play for removing and inserting. As regards the inserted rods, we have a long-term inspection maintenance program. First of all, the hardness of the material needs to be as low as possible, and then we do regular checks on the most exposed rods for hardness, and we establish the trend whether we are under the curve that tells us that the inserted rod is okay. So it's mainly about material care. So already when you are making that rod, the material needs to be correct, and the chemistry for the material needs to be perfect. And assembly toroid tubes. Toroid tubes again is something that fairly closely connected to the stability of the internal components of the reactor. And once you close the lid of the reactor, it stabilizes the inner components. And of course, the toroid tube is then put into higher temperatures and some degree of radiation. So what you do is check the geometric parameters of the toroid tube. After certain number of campaigns, usually 5 campaigns, and you have to exchange the toroid tube on the 1000 megawatt unit. Thank you. The last question. Thank you very much. The turbine manufacturers say there's a guarantee of cold starts 200 or 300, I don't know, just making this up. Starts, cold starts. Has there been any experience with the neutron radiation? Well, but now we have 50, 40 years of operation. So should we have the similar criterion? So starts after a campaign from a cold condition. How many of these can be guaranteed, or how many will be possible? Thank you.
So if you're talking in the context of the pressure vessel of the reactor, well, the ČEZ and the Research Institute in Rzesz, together with Škoda JV, we're monitoring the real flows of neutrons. So we know the load on the individual surfaces. And we can also do it thanks to those samples located inside the pressure vessel. And there's, for example, a degrading mechanism that we did not know about in the past. Radiation bubbles created on the surface. And we developed a method to measure the changes in the size of the coating of the internal part of the pressure vessel. And based on the changes, we can quite well say whether the surface is damaged or not. Of course, the point in the life cycle and the number of shutdowns and maintenance, that plays a role. Of course, there might be wear and tear on each material. Any change in pressure or change in temperature, we measure that and we record it and monitor it. But generally speaking, the materials are designed for at least 60 years of life cycle. And apart from the standard sampling program, samples placed inside the pressure vessel, we also have an additional program of sampling where we have other sets of samples located outside of the pressure vessel. And then we can compare those two sets. And colleagues get information on both of these samples, those located inside the pressure vessel and outside. So if they know how much the neutron flow speeds up the degrading of the material. And we also used in Dukovany a special method of retrospective dosimetry to be able to have more precise forecasts. So we took a very fine, very small sample of the material on the welds on the pressure vessel, simply not to damage the surface, but to take just a very thin layer of the material away and check it. Okay, that takes us to the last part of our panel. And that will concern the preparing of the deep repository of nuclear waste. Last year and this year, we had to redesign all our plans because, as you can see, or at least as you can judge based on the 2 days of the conference, we have huge ambitions, but we should start fulfilling these ambitions. There were various international missions or recommendations or legal regulations that we have to adhere to and prepare for it. And together with the Ministry of Industry and Trade, we updated the whole program for nuclear waste repositories in the Czech Republic. So we updated a strategy for nuclear waste handling. And once that new updated document is approved by the government, it will be binding for us. So storing nuclear waste is not just about what we do with nuclear waste, but it also concerns institutional waste and operational waste from nuclear power plants, low and medium active waste. So we had to consider the 6-year life cycle and the volume of waste we produce. Plus, we have to count with the 4 new units that are planned to be built. Plus, we have to incorporate the SMRs. If we plan to build SMRs in 8 or 9 new locations, the waste produced there needs to be considered as well. We also looked at strategies of waste, nuclear waste management of every producer in the Czech Republic. So those were our starting points, and we also had to discuss all of this with the public. We had to respond to the amendment of the Nuclear Act and involve municipalities, the concerned municipalities, in the discussions when preparing the deep repositories. And we also had to update the fee that is paid per every megawatt hour produced by nuclear sources into a special fund. So when we look at the used nuclear waste program, we also have to wait for the final location where that repository will be built. We expect to have the final decision in 5, maybe 6 years. Now we're in the stage of selecting the final site and a backup site, and we're considering 4 locations, 4 sites. So hopefully next year we'll start massive surveying in all of those 4 sites. And apart from all of these preparatory works, we also have to start planning the construction stage of that deep repository. So we have to take some samples from the ground of those 4 sites to see what the composition of the rock is and plan for that. So we will choose one final site and then one backup site in case the final site of the repository will not be large enough for the nearest future. Because you never happen, you do some surveying work and you discover that the site is not suitable in its full capacity, and then we will use the backup site. We have a rather conservative scenario, conservative plan. We count with the worst case scenario. So, of course, we have to count with a certain number of fuel assemblies that will have to be stored. ČEZ stores successfully some dozens, maybe hundreds of fuel assemblies, but we have to count with thousands of assemblies with a certain deviation. So in the beginning of the 30s of the 21st century, we will be assessing the reversibility and reusage of the spent fuel stored in that repository. So far, we don't need it, but we have to plan for it if we need it in the future. Of course, all of that will depend on money. So once the final location for the repository is selected, we have to look at the economy of it. If we, for example, add one more fuel assembly into the whole container, that might save us money. We also have to discuss with the European authorities when we actually need the repository to be up and running. So far, we're aiming at 2050. Because we suppose that in 2050 we will have already material that will comply with all the conditions to be stored in the deep repository. And we're also talking to ČEZ about possibilities of reprocessing the spent nuclear fuel. Once we conclude that the existing technology is financially viable. So that's about all that is new at the end of the life cycle, fuel life cycle. And since we're almost at the end of the conference, I have a question for each panelist. We're talking about a possibility to revive the spent fuel from the deep repository that might be 500 meters deep. So the technology for that is still up for discussion, but can you imagine a process of that kind that would be safe, that would be technically viable? And do you think that if we get that spent fuel again out of that repository, will it be possible to reuse it, and who will pay for that? Safety first, so first safety issues.
Okay, Mr. Wondrol, you could take up the first one on safety. I'm not sure I'm a competent person to talk about this issue, but I can give you the little I know, the process little about the reversibility is clearly stated there. France is already using reworking fuel. So we reverse that question. Would that project change if we really wanted to go for reworking fuel? Because the liquefied storage is something completely different from the storage of heat, fuel assemblies with spent fuel. I'm sure this will be checked by the supervisory authority, and I'm sure that if reversibility is an option for you, then I can't imagine anything else but a safe way of removing them to be guaranteed if we want to leave the door open. But, you know, reworking fuel brings a whole lot of other issues. For instance, would the Czech Republic develop this whole industry surrounding this area, which is a fairly interesting concept and fairly interesting idea. I think these are the matters that should be discussed at a pan-European level if nuclear takes off the ground. And I was surprised to hear that you are dealing about this with ČEZ, because this would be a government decision. But the decision to be made about spent fuel is really a political one. I want to stick to my role as the host of this panel, so I don't want to comment, but very briefly, the state, the government can only decide on storage, but all the rest would be a decision to be made by ČEZ. I wanted to ask you actually about it. Which way to go? I have no idea on the last question who would be paying for it. I firmly hope that our great smart colleagues from the Institute of Nuclear Research might have a solution to that. And ČEZ would then pay for it. Whether it will happen, I don't know. I really do think that it's an interesting topic, a major topic, but I believe that our colleagues from the Institute of Nuclear Research will tell us later. What do you think? I'm not an expert in this field either, so I don't know. But generally speaking, I trust that we have smart, clever, really well-versed engineers. Technically speaking, we can do a lot And also it would depend, would it be after 20,000 years? Don't you want to remove it? It would be easier. We might be dealing with some completely different set of issues by then. All right. Mr. Galat? I did touch upon this at the beginning. Closing the life cycle of the fuel cycle, the end fuel cycle is probably a lot more serious than just the storage of it. I do agree with Mr. Bata on that. If the packages would need to be really designed for that purpose to do the job. I'm not a designer, but I don't think that the current concept does not provide for this option. So rather than complicating our lives even more, I'd rather think about what to do with the fuels, with the spent fuel before encapsulating it and burying it down in the ground, because even if it's there, I will still have a fairly good supply of spent fuel in the pools surrounding the reactor or today in dry storage areas and the containment encasements that will be designed for the purpose of one day opening them, reopening them, and removing the spent fuel. It is a fairly legitimate question on the closing of the fuel cycle, and we should probably avoid the complications that you've indicated. I will follow up on what Mr. Delage said. Yes, we have the storage encasement designed, but I personally believe the medium-term storage would make more sense because transport and storage encasemaents are designed in a way that allows you to monitor the condition. This is accessible, it is designed so that you can reopen it. And the question is, if the fuel is already in the encasement, the storage, and already on the deep storage site, and after then we'd be considering reopening them, then the question is what the real physical condition will be of those spent fuel rods. Technically speaking, we can do it. This is enclosed and welded encasement. It's a matter of distant future, I'd say, whether we want to consider or reconsider this. So my takeaway from this is that what matters now is that in the medium term of 60 or 100 years, I'm talking about the Skoda-based engagements, we would probably be looking at extending the lifespan of the fuel rod assemblies, because they are designed to last for 60 years. And that might then dictate which way to go, whether use a deep storage site under the ground or whether we could use a different approach. Okay, thank you. And I'd like to make this comment. I don't think it would be realistic to even consider the idea that we could do something about this without international cooperation. Some companies use MOX in their light water reactors so that they can develop this technology and bring it further. Well, I believe that this topic can be our next panel discussion in 5 years from now, once we've decided where the location will be of the deep storage site. and why not? So, and the last two questions. Pasda, hello. I don't think it is about closing or not. In Slovakia, they might be using a type of reactor which probably wouldn't make sense without fuel working. So at least Slovakia is kind of hinting towards opening the life cycle at the end. If you look at other companies all over the world, if you need plutonium for the lead cooled reactors, the France company might say, okay, I'm not going to have the capacity, rework it now. You're going to have the plutonium that you have in 4 units, now will be in 1 unit. So light water reactors with MOX, and then this will allow you to get a good capacity and enough plutonium for the fast breeding reactors. And fast breeding reactor can then breed or they can burn the fuel. So from the deep storage side, management authority, I would actually develop various scenarios. If we are waiting for Brussels to decide on this, nothing's going to happen until 2050. So I think we are in a situation that we should pretend doing A and yet being ready for a scenario B. Okay? Last question.
Just a question. What are the residue thermal outputs of such repositories? Or in other words, how much does it heat? It's like one ion for ironing, 1300 watts. Okay. Thank you. Thanks to the panelists. I personally learned a lot of interesting technical information, and I, for example, discovered that there is something like a tongue and a groove in a nuclear reactor. So I think that we've all been enriched with knowledge, and thank you very much for having these 2 hours for this discussion. Thank you, Mr. Zdebor. Also, many thanks to the host of the panel and all the panelists. And you will, of course, receive a gift, that jar of honey from our beehives. And that will close our conference. So we have beehives on the roof of our faculty. And this is their honey.
Tak dospěli jsme nakonec posledního panelu.
So this is the end of the last panel of this conference. Many thanks to all of you that stayed with us till the end. I think it was immensely interesting. And I was there at the very beginning when our organizing team talked about the structure and setup of this year's conference. And I wasn't very much supportive to have just discussion panels instead of standard presentations, but I must conclude that it was excellent. Excellent work done by the hosts and the panelists. So it was a more lively setup. So maybe we'll stick with this setup for the future. So once again, thank you. Thank you for coming to our conference. It was the 15th Nuclear Days conference. And the Nuclear Days will continue with various exhibitions. And you had a chance to see the main exhibition yesterday when we officially opened it. But there are also various presentations for secondary schools and competitions. We also introduced a novelty, what we call a company days. So every company in the nuclear sector will have a day when they present what they do. And one more novelty. And that's the educational truck run by the Ministry of Industry and Trade, and it's still located between our chancellery and the mechanical engineering faculty. So kids from various schools, from elementary through to the university, will come and visit that truck. So during the nuclear days, we're using our opportunity to present nuclear energy from all perspectives to the existing and future nuclear technicians. And we heard it throughout the conference that we're able to do it technically, but we're all afraid we won't have enough skilled people. And we are ready to educate and train new people. And we heard, I think yesterday, that the Ostrava Technical University is opening a new study program focusing on nuclear applications, but you must have sufficient number of students willing to study that. This morning we had a panel focusing on young people, and during that panel we had a question that repeatedly surfaced, and that was how to motivate young people to study these programs. And it's not easy. We don't have a simple answer, a simple recipe. The world is changing, young people are changing, their needs and demands are changing almost every year. But it's a topic that we open every year during nuclear days, and we've never heard a simple answer to that question, to that challenge. And yes, we have to start with stating the facts, stating the obvious, but that's just the starting point. And then we have to find ways to attract young people to study these programs and to train them into not just new and future operators, but also various kinds of technicians that will work in nuclear power plants, but also in other companies like Škoda JS and Dosan Škoda Power, and in Příbram and so forth. So we have many topics that we can still discuss, be it this year or at next year's conference. 2 years ago, we came to a conclusion that nuclear days, that's an excellent event, but we didn't really want to limit it to just a few days. So what we did is that we decided to run a whole series of presentations throughout the academic year. So we invite distinguished experts. Some of them were here with us at some of the panels, and they have presentations, and not just for students. The presentations are open to whoever wants to come. So on Monday, Professor Bartak will have a presentation on one of the topics that we opened today and partly also yesterday, and that's the fuel cycle industry. That's a very important topic for discussion. So that will be the first presentation to kick off the whole series that will run through the whole year. So you're all invited to come. So once again, thank you. And I hope I'll see some of you, at least, during the presentations in our series throughout the year. And I hope to see all of you next year at Nuclear Days 2026 in Pilsen. Thank you.
Podle toho, jak se rozhodne, ve stejném místě tam na fakultě strojí, Jo, já vám děkuji. Jo, díky, díky. A já jsem to jo? Určitě. To nezbukni, už to nejsou tam. Děkuji moc, mějte si krásně.
Ale vlastně kromě toho, že třeba teďka děláme nějaký tohle cenu. Nás my nemáme ty detaily. Samozřejmě nechceme vám tam nějaký neslasy. By vás to nebylo nevyvratilo. Takže bohužel tím, že teďka máme problém omezený, děláme nějaký úvod, že ten úvod nebyl příliš špatný, to se to finalizuje, že ten by měl být hotový pondělí a konečná takže by to mělo, já nechci teďka mluvit o kolegu, musím ale aby to finalizovat o tom, jak to rychle.
Dobře, takže já pořád držím.
V pohodě. Jako co se týče toho vlastně. To celkem jasný. Ta elektronika, tak to nám ještě dalo právo.
Musí to jít společně, mohli byste
to nebo oni
dělání toho
dělejme ten vám teda dáme někdy ke konci, jak ten
včera trošku
ty odhady,
teď jsme říkali,
dobře, takže to otázka z toho 2 týdnů.
Já si myslím, že by musel nějaký ten mít a tam by dal to slíklo. Se dá při diskuzi i cítil, tak já to tam cvaknu a aby jsme viděli před tebou.
Tak jo, takže já to takhle předám. Děkuji.
Gratuluju té lokalitě. To je jako, ona je taková trochu prokletá, ne? Takže je tam ITER,
taky musím těšit na
Mám nějaký
Já jsem se zeptal včera pana Závod, no, ten náš kontrakt jsme tam měli, podle mě to je mrtvý, jako já nevím.
Jo, jako na tu
konzultační.
Jasně, vlastně, my jsme tam takový nějakým.
Pardon, povedlo se?
No, je to asi 2krát nebo 3krát se nás vyfotil, pan Zdebor vás to vyfotil nějak, jo. Já jsem to nás neviděl. A pojďte mi ode mě fotku z mýho foťáku na mailu.
Jo, no to je skvělý, to je dobrý. To je dobrý, výborně, díky moc, hodně.
Takže se
jo.
Když to dobře bude, tak se uvidíme.
My se uvidíme v úterý.
Jo, v úterý. Ve 2 hodiny.
Ve 2 hodiny. To samozřejmě můžeš přijít. A on za to, co tady musel odbejt, tak veme podrobně.
Jo, no, nějak tak to bude. No. Mám tam hlavně na tu Ameriku trošku, protože jsem chtěl zůstat v Evropě.
Já jsem si přesně tak, jak jsi reagoval na Běláče, když si chvíli počkal, než jsem si říkal, no to bych nenechal jen tak.
No, tak já jsem nechtěl být jako, no, tak...
Ne, to nebylo, to se,
no,
dobře, ano, ty jsi to
no.
nerelativizoval, jsi řekl, jak je stav ve Francii, ale dobrý bylo pak tohle, co jsi dodal, že přestože modulujou, tak se prodluží
tak to
na
nakonec
stejný
potvrzuje, že zase ten dopad, pokud nějaký je, tak není velký.
to je nepřímý důkaz.
Přesně tak.
Teda, až to prodloužíte, zatím se o tom jedná, že jo.
No, takže 60 let.
Na tom mailu, jo.
Je super, no, to je bezvadné. Tak díky moc. Takže Petře, takže my se uvidíme, tak se loučíme jenom.
Že máš jistě zítra jednání v jaderném strojírenství.
Ne,
Nebo
ne,
letos
nemám,
nemáš?
já jsem měl pár věcí a vlastně jsem to s nima projednal tady.
No, že oni jsem říkal, že jsi tam byl vlastně.
No, tak jenže teď vlastně to jede všechno, teď jsou to spíš jednání technické, pohony a odborník nejde, to bych nebyl schopen. To je makr, to je fajn. To je fakt inženýr, jako...
No, si ho nepamatuju ani z minulých let, zřejmě nechodil.
On nechodil, ale on právě dělá hlavně tu, vede ten technický tým na ty pohony, ale teď když mluví, on mluví o všem, on zná všechno.
No.
On
mluví. Tak
no, technicky, ale
technicky
přesně,
sice klidně, bez emocí, ale řekne to všechno, takže někdy je to
je trochu dlouhý, že?
Dlouhý, když se to někomu netá. On to dobrý.
Dobrý, jsme domluvení, časnou cestu zpátky.
Jo, ahoj.
Tak jo máte.